but I do see them pop into True Band Room like every now and again. Ugh. Mhm. Let's see. Where are my destinations?
Morning, Kenji.
Hey, Kenji. Mhm. Okay. Must get myself to CBD land.
I'm still being good. I have my new laptop arrived. I haven't had the chance to like jump in and open it all up and get everything like downloaded, uploaded, whatever on it. But that is my task for today. Maybe while we're talking, I'll put that on there
What?
because I can get on my other computer, but it's just that danger factor.
I was gonna say, what's wrong with you? Like, anytime I have like a piece of technology just like arrive at my doorstep, I'm instantly just like tearing that box apart as if I was a child on Christmas Day.
I know, I know, I know, I know. I I will get. I will get. Usually, I am. I just kind of figured I'll take my time on this one. But now I'm like staring at my normal laptop, and I'm like I'm like seeing the warp in it. I'm like, no, no, don't do it. I guess like because I've got all my stuff is on this other one, like all my Blender files, all my Word documents, all my information is here. So it's like, oh, I just need to get on for like one little thing. So I set my fans up, get on, get my information, get off. But yep.
Hey, the room is starting to fill up. Hello, Steven, Nikki. Hello, Grillmaster Jim. Conch, Unknower, Enova. Wow, the room is really, really filling up. We got Blease in the house. We got Kyle, One Existence. My friend Dr. Drip. I think I already said hi to Cowboy Tom, but I'm gonna say hi again. Hello. If anyone would like to come up and speak about anything this fine Wednesday afternoon for me at least in the East Coast, you're more than welcome to. If if not, you can listen to me criticize Canessa um about not being excited enough about her laptop. So,
I know. I need maybe just we could just set it up. Just like that'll be the whole Twitter space. It's just like, all right, I'm unbox. Oh, we could do an unboxing video. That would be fun, right?
so we got this wire. Don't know what it does, but we'll find out later. Here's the
Oh my god.
laptop.
Yeah, yeah. I think my brain is fried from too many unboxing videos, but and I see Potra in the crowd. So many friends. Welcome.
Hello, Pultra. Yeah, I just made it over to the CBD building. Oh, what's this? Oh, I found new buttons on Decentraland. And I was and it's the Pride Week buttons right next to the mini map. You
Oh,
know, Canessa, Decentraland misses you.
I miss Decentraland, but I will say that I have kind of looked at this break like just kind of like it's just good to take a break and step away from even from the things you love because it helps you appreciate them more. So I don't know. I've been touching a little bit of grass, climbed some mountains, and yeah, and I miss Decentraland, and but it makes me appreciate it more. I think just getting out into that real world stuff.
You know what? I don't believe you because I haven't seen your proof of grass. You know how what the Metaverse 3 has been doing.
I um fuck grass, I touch mountains. So
You
there's
touch
no grass. There's just mountains.
there's no there's no grass on the mountains? Holy shit. What happened
Um,
to
I think
it?
there's some, but I think it's just like pine trees and then rocks and snow. I need mountains. We need real mountains in Decentraland. Like I wish, well, yeah, I wish we had elevation. I wish we had like mountains and then valleys and then water features in the world. Like, um, I wonder why they never put water in Decentraland. Like, what were they?
Obviously for us to put it in.
A lot of heavy lifting. I mean,
Have you
I'm not
seen
Jesus. I can't like make water. I can't make wine into water. But yeah, I
have,
think you're right.
have you not seen the beautiful water that Rustan has made, or Mr. D with in his unmonday build?
Yes, yes, but we need like salt water.
I,
We need water
or
features.
Okay, okay, that is an interesting thought. Like, you know how like on the outer edges of Genesis City, how it just becomes like endless, like just ground to like walk on forever, and people have always tried to reach the mountains. I think Billy T Coin, which is standing right next to me on In World, has tried to reach the mountains and has been unsuccessful. But what if like Genesis City was surrounded by water?
Well, that was like part of what I mean, the few people that I used to talk with, like back before launch day, like before you could walk in the world, people had all sorts of like I would just like what is it like lurk. I don't think I actually like talked much in the forums, but I remember reading people's ideas of like, yeah, the north is probably going to be snowy, the south is going to be like a desert, the east and west. I mean, people had all these ideas that there would be something out there that like if you walk to the northern part of the map, that it would look different than the southern part of the map. And it doesn't. It's just the same. But I think that even just that idea that there could be something different. I mean, I feel like that would, as in all my experience as a developer, which is like zero, I think it would be really easy to make it look like the north is cold and snowy mountains, and then the south is like a desert. But I don't know. I would love to know. I would love to have been a fly on the wall when they were coming up with like the map of Decentraland, and then just the idea of like, oh, we're going to put mountains in the distance like that. How did they do it? How did they come up with these crazy shapes?
I think we have a few speaker guests coming up to tackle the challenge of how did they come up with these crazy shapes? One existence. Good morning to you. How are
Morning,
you?
morning. I am well, thank you. Well, and mine's not on the shapes, but you brought up something that I just like a day or two ago. It's crossed my mind before too, but I went mountain chasing to the east, I believe it was. And how positive are we that there is no way more can be added to what Decentraland is? How does it? Do we know that for 100% fact? Because once I crossed
It
the border, sorry, I'll let you answer that in just a second. Because once I passed the border, the nates continue. I mean, I got to negative 400 something. So I'm just curious.
What?
Once I crossed the border, it looks just like plots of land continues, but the coordinates still continue.
I
That,
think we could. It would just be it would have to be passed through the Dow. I mean, I think that that was like the original, how they decided on 90,000 parcels. Actually, that probably wasn't. That was probably be pre DAO. That was probably like built into the ecosystem. But I know I've seen DAO proposals before where they talked about like adding on to the north and to the south, and then I've seen DAO proposals where they talked about adding up, like where you could buy parcels above your parcel, like you could buy airspace. That got shot
Because
down.
I went that way
hmm.
before. I've done that before, but I don't remember the coordinates still. going just like as if it was part of Decentraland, only it's all the map it's shaded black, but you still there's plots of land with trees and rocks and just like an empty parcel within Decentraland. So I'm hoping somewhere the foundation is planning on adding what you mentioned, a body of water and so on and so forth. Shoot, even a desert.
As this conversation has been going, I've been thinking like, what about rivers? Like flowing through like Genesis City, at least like through empty parcels that don't really have anything. Interesting thought. Go ahead, Canessa, and then we'll pass it over to Cowboy.
Yeah, I know. I see Cowboy Tom. I was just gonna say, like, years ago when, sorry, I don't mean to start off a firestorm, but in District X, when they were asking people to build just scenes to fill up the scene, and they had, the entire district to work with, I made a scene that was four 36-piece parcels together. And so I built them like on, four different scenes, and they seemed together if you put them all together. So 144 parcels, but it was all based around water. So it was like a body of water that then had, like, I don't know, it was cool. It had like pirates on one side, and then like a kind of a Spanish seaport on the other, and then like a cave. But I would like copy and paste the images of that. And so it was like, I mean, that was the closest I've seen of actually getting like a body of water anywhere in Decentraland. I know there's like a nice big pool up in like near the Dragon District, and I'm trying to think if there's other water features, but that's kind of it. But anyway, just it was a very cool feeling to be on the edge of water, and yeah, someday it would be cool to actually like see that in world. But that's all I got. Cowboy Tom.
Hey, what's good, family? I just wanted to say because I'm, my experience with Decentraland has been a roller coaster ride. I was super early to the collection when there wasn't any land, where there wasn't any metaverse yet. They were just selling land and and stuff to go along with the land. So my question to you guys, after they made like a $500 million, what we have here, do you think that cost a $500 million to build, or like what happened to the funds?
The funds got locked in a 10-year mana contract, I believe. Well, actually, I can't even speak to the funds from the land minting, but I assume that's where, I mean, everything went. Like, currently, like our DAO, for example, and this is just like me giving an answer until we actually find the right answer. Like,
But
according
it's a
to like
serious
that.
question just because I was so early. I remember when land was, 0.05, what I mean? I bought a bunch of it and then I paper handed because they were taking like, I bought land and 2 years went by and there was no metaverse, what I'm saying? And then, finally they did come out with it. But my question is, you can easily check the blockchain. They did between mint and trading like a $500 million in revenue. What they built is that, what I'm saying? Like, how much did they actually spend? Because some of the things you're saying is like basic stuff, water running, making it looking more realistic, elevations. Like, I feel like with the money they raised, they could have did all that. You know what I'm saying? So like, I'm just curious, like, you know, like just and it's just me talking because I have I've been I remember Decentraland when it was nothing, and they were just on assets. So it's like is this what we have, or is there going to be updates? Is there going to be changes? Is there going to be stuff like you guys are talking where the land's more realistic? Without water you can't have life, so it makes total sense to have rivers running everywhere.
Well, like I just mentioned, Decentraland has money for like the next like 10 years to continue developing. Like every like minute, there's more money being released to both Foundation side and the DAO. I'm just assuming that like the money had to come from somewhere, and like that somewhere could have been the land mints as well as early investors into Decentraland, putting it, just yeeting money into the contract, I'm guessing.
And Tom, were you in the? Did you get in on the first or the second land auction?
No, I got on secondary, but even on secondary at one point, land was very cheap. Like it was super cheap. Like to you can buy land next to Genesis Plaza for like 0.05. But what happened was like I bought all this land, I spent a few ETH, and then I paper handed because 2 years went by and nothing was built. So I'm like, fuck this. Like these guys like just keep selling shit. Remember Sandbox? Sandbox was doing the same thing. They kept just dropping assets, just taking money, and nothing was coming out. They did kind of the same thing. But that's what I'm kind of curious. Like, yeah, I mean that's great. We're fighting for the next 10 years, but how can we make the game more realistic like you guys are talking? Because I get mixed reviews when I show this to people who have never seen Decentraland. Some people don't like the 90s look of the game. Some people do. Some people like the nostalgia, but some people don't. You know what I'm saying? But I think like basic things like what you're saying with water and elevations might add a whole new element to the game.
Yeah, I think a lot of it, because it's decentralized, it is not a game where like it well, first of all, it's not a game and it's an experience, but it's also just not an experience where um the developers behind the Decentraland team are going to just, you know, give us a nice plate of the finished product. I mean, we've had Esteban in the space before, one of the co-founders, and he told us just, flat out, like, you guys tell us what you want to see. And so I feel like a lot of that money that was raised, in the initial land auctions, a lot of that went for not the things that we see in the in the actual digital world, but it was the smart contracts behind the scenes. I think that there's a lot of like the user interface that we kind of take for granted, like just the actual, like, you click a button, you open your backpack, and you have this NFT wearable, and you click that, and all of a sudden it shows up on your avatar, and now we're at the point where you can click an emote and then your avatar moves. Like, I guess in my opinion, I see that as being a lot of utility, that's probably where the funds have gone to. Probably most of the, like, most of what they used. And then, like Sinful said, the rest of it is in this vesting contract. But I know, just I bought land in April of 2019, and then it was 10 months before I could actually like go walk in it. But I know that there were people building during that time, and there were ways, that you could still interact with it. And then, yeah, so like launch day 2020, people were deploying things. And so I think the intent was never for them to, yeah, for the foundation to never hand us a finished product. Like on launch day, there were quests you could go do. Um, the districts were built out probably the way that they are today. I would say, like, having been there on February 2020, and being here today, I would say there hasn't been much change in the districts. Um, but I like to think that the real work is just being done behind the scenes.
No, I understand that. You remember, I don't know if you remember, but at one point might have been when it first launched. It was just Genesis Plaza. Like you couldn't do anything else. Do you remember that?
I think that was called the Bronze Age, because
Yeah, I don't remember
it
what it
was like
was, but I
in
remember at
in
one point it was
stages.
Genesis Plaza. There was no pool in the middle. It was just solid land in the middle, except, instead of that pool that takes you down to like the diner. I don't know if you guys remember that, but that's how like long I've been at Decentraland, like 2 years before that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, it's changed a lot. I mean, I remember finding this cool build, and I've looked for it since. And it was like I don't know, like a Roman. I had like stone columns, kind of like MetaZoo when MetaZoo started. So like when I saw the like Greek MetaZoo build, I thought I was in the same place, and then I was like, oh, this isn't, like, it's different. So it's funny how some things have been here so long, like the Lemursive project. Um, yeah,
I thought about a lemur as soon as you said that.
I don't know why, but those lemurs kind of like, I don't know, they kind of they kind of freak me out a little bit. Like,
I
bunch
love
of monkeys.
lemurs and was so excited to come across the lemur, the Madagascar project thing. I never knew it was there.
Yeah, that was one of the older, like, that is definitely one of the older ones.
Yeah. Just going down the line, I would like to introduce Mr. Billy T. Coin, aka DJ Ability, aka no, I'm gonna hold myself there before I expose his secret identities. If that's him, I have no proof. Before he begins speaking, I would like to recite some poetry that he had written to me in world. Let me in, not by the not by the hair of my sinny sin sin. Welcome, Billy.
Hey, hey, hey. Hello from down under in Australia land.
How late is it for you? I know I told
It's
you like it's late, but
2:22 a.m.
Billy.
It's been a while since I've joined one of these spaces, so I kind of miss Kinesis telling me to go to bed.
I know. I miss that. I miss being like Michi's meta
Yeah, I
mom
was going to
and telling
say,
him to
when's
go
the
to
last
bed. But then
time?
it makes this weird weird dynamic too. So Billy, you
Yeah,
can stay up for another 45 minutes and then we're gonna cut you off.
all right, sounds fine. When's the last time Michi joined these spaces? I haven't seen him for a while either.
Michi who? I don't know anybody named Michi anymore.
You don't know him? Okay.
No, it's been like 2 months. He was here like 2 months ago. He just kind of rolled through.
I see. There you go. I was going to say about the water stuff. When I first joined Decentraland, I had this vision in my head that there was like a dock and like a body of water as you went to the edge. I just imagined it. I thought it was there, but it actually wasn't. So it was kind of just in my head. And also, about a year ago, there was a group of us that talked about joining heaps of parcels together just to make one giant lake. So that's an idea that we can put forward one day if we can all band together and make a big lake build. That'd be kind of
It's
cool.
it's weird you say that, Billy, because I had like multiple docs in that scene. So what if you're actually like seeing like the scene that I built?
Maybe like when I first joined Decentraland in 2021, yeah, I must have like had some
Telepathy.
psychic. Yeah, yeah. Well, anyway, I'll let the next person speak. Thanks for having me.
Billy, it's been so nice having you back on the space. It has been a while, and we've missed you. I was very surprised when I saw your poetry in the chat a little earlier. So I would like to pass it over to. Looks like we have a new friend in the speaker panel, Mike Reeves. Welcome and good morning, and how are you?
Good morning, and I love when my name is said right. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I'm an artist from artist producer from Queens, New York, and I see that you guys are from Decentraland. I was heavy on Web3, but I kind of took a step back and kind of realized I just want to share my music and my art more than anything else. Like I respect everybody that does NFTs, but like kind of forgot about my Web 2 art, my Web 2 artistry, and pulled away from that and kind of invested too much time on NFTs. And I'm not knocking nobody that does it, but so I'm just really here just networking and seeing if anybody's looking for new music from an artist that's in Web 2.
Hey, well, it's a pleasure to meet you, and we're very grateful to have you here tonight. Like, we always love meeting new creatives, whether Web 2, Web 3, like when it comes down to it, like we're all artists, we're all creating.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
I mean, even to like kind of go a little further, I would like to kind of connect with you, maybe like through DM or something, like for maybe a chance to be interviewed on a future show. Would be a nice time to show off your art and talk about like yourself and
Yeah, if you don't
like
mind,
the story behind the
I
art.
could send you over to anything that's like Web3 ish. I kind of let my not only my Web3 manager but my homie So Pickles kind of deal with all that stuff because like that's too. I can kind of get lost, and I don't want to get lost anymore. And something that me and him came to agree. He's like, yo, just focus on you being an artist and doing art. And if anybody wants to talk to you, like network with you, interview you, and all that stuff, just send them to me so like I can handle that, and then I'll tell you updates and whatnot. So like I could connect you to him, and you could do all the talking with him, and while I just do my thing. Because like my priority is really just to share my music and create art. So I don't want to kind of get too lost in the sauce ever again in my life. So I kind of hope you feel. I hope you understand that.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see because usually we like to get straight to the source instead of third parties. Community managers scare me because they don't know the sauce. Only creators know the
No,
sauce.
he knows the sauce. He was a fan before he even became a manager. So like he's been rocking with he literally listens to my music like he's a fan. So he knows my story, who I am, where I'm from, what I'm building. He's building with me back doors from content creation to every single move that I do. So it's not like he's just like he just only works with me, nobody else. Like he does his own thing, but like as an artist, he only works with me as an artist. So I'm being like direct and straight up forward, you know. So
Yes, sir. And yeah, and totally appreciate that. Thank you for coming up and like actually I guess we can kind of ask you like do you have any questions about like anything that we're working with here in Decentraland? We have a very talented community. Maybe get the manager in here to sift out the talent because oh my God, we have so much talent in this room right now.
well, I could play a song if you want me to that I just dropped the visual for that maybe if anybody has like a space in Decentraland they could feature it on there.
You know what? I could go for a song. How about let's see if everyone else here in the speaker panel is up for a song.
I like the idea. I'm down.
All right, here you go. This is called Day Two. I produced it myself, I engineered it myself, and I'm the vocalist. It's about to go down. Okay, you motherfuckers wanna play with me? It's game time. Michael Travis. Ladies and gentlemen, I go by the name of Mike Ruiz. Worldwide, baby. Look at my way, I'm in the lane. Get out my way, this is my day. I need a rave, gotta get paid. Zeros, plata, hero, yeah. Haters, holla, here no, rah. Came from the grave, I'm here to stay. Did it alone, look at my name. Came from the days, didn't hit play. I'm in the zone. I was hated, it's okay. I just needed 808s. I just need a better place. I just need, be my shoulder, I'm a loner. Me and Shorty, we a stunner. I'm a killer when I boner. I'm a dog. Be my shoulder, I'm a loner. Me and Shorty, we a stunner. I'm a killer when I boner. I'm a dog. Look at my wave, I'm in the lane. Get out my way, this is my day. I need a rave, gotta get paid. Zeros, plata, hero, yeah. Haters, holla, you know, rah. Day by day, they say no, I say yeah. They hit west, I stay low, build my name. This my day too. I don't prove I made grooves. I just spin on track to track and then I go and make moves. Yeah, well, I just make some money, baby. We just make some money. Well, I just make some money, baby. We just make some money now. Look at my way, I'm in the lane. Get on my way, this is my day. I need a rave, gotta get paid. Zeros, plata, hero, yeah. Haters, holla, you know, rah. Yeah. Woo. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2.
Dude, that was dope as fuck.
I
Well,
appreciate it a lot. Is it cool if I pin the video that I just posted on the top, so if anybody wants to support a brother, he could just like and retweet?
of
I'm
course,
not shilling
pin it to the
anything.
top.
I do have a project, but I'm not shilling that shit no more. I just want to share my music. That's all I care about. Is I just want to find fans and share my music and connect with people. That's all I care about.
Hey, that's what it's what being a creative is about. And like, do you ever do any virtual performances? Like on Decentraland, you could perform virtually for the community
I've
here.
never done it, and like I said, if anything like this, just talk to Soul Pickles. I could share you his Twitter. I'm pretty sure anybody can find him if you just type in Soul Pickles. Um,
I love the name.
yeah,
Yeah, and actually, get him in here. I would love to meet him if you could, of course.
I could send you his. I don't know if he's busy right now. I just texted him right now, telling him that like, hey, somebody wants to interview me. I'm gonna connect you on the backland. So I'm waiting for him to text me back. But if he's not busy, I'm pretty sure he'll hop in. But if he's busy, then obviously he can't. But if anybody wants to really connect with me on like any type of thing like that, just reach out to him. Feel free to follow me if you guys want. I just pinned the visual up top. The link to my YouTube page is on the comments. And a like and a retweet goes away from independent artists. So you guys know how that goes. If you guys don't mind, just show some love for a brother. But yeah, I'm from Queens, New York. If anybody's from Queens, New York.
For sure. And yeah, also I see that you pinned it at the top, and also make sure to comment it on like the bubble in the bottom right of your screen of the Twitter space. Because that way it will stay here even after we close the space. And then I would like to pass it back to Cowboy Tom, fellow New Yorker, right?
Yeah, man, dude. Ruiz, man, that shit was fire, bro. Definitely, I'm loving the vibe, man. There's a lot of legends in here you can definitely connect with, like he was saying, and do some stuff in Decentraland. You know what I'm saying? So definitely come to one of the parties, man. Come to like Stony on Mondays, or I think what's coming up next, Sinful. Maybe Sinful can plug you in what's coming up next. Usually I
Uh,
make it to the Stony parties, and that's like in the True Band Room. But I just wanted to like talk about the topic of the space. Community building. Like we're all here. We got a bunch of legends here. So like, what's really the plan for us to execute onboarding new people from the outside world into Decentraland, into the metaverse. I was able to onboard a couple of friends, but it's tough. You got to onboard one by one. So since we have everyone here, man, let's make a plan. Let's formulate a plan and execute because, like, I think we really have to. We talk about community building, but we really got to execute. You know what I'm saying? Like, we really got to be out there in the real world. Showing people this. NFT week definitely was cool to see. Like my friends were, I was able to onboard a bunch of friends. By I met a lot of you guys in person NFT week, and brought friends with me, and they love that. To meet people, and then so for me, Decentraland is starting to feel more like a RSVP. Like I hang out with Sinful in person, but I can't see him all the time, so I meet up with him in Decentraland. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a way to keep in contact. Is what I saw from NFT week. You know what I'm saying? So like, what's the plan that we can formulate together since we're all here right now? Let's put in some work, and how can we together formulate a plan, go out there and execute it to onboard new people, even traders. You know what I'm saying? There's people in crypto that we can still get to, especially traders. You know what I'm saying? So, either traders or normies from the outside world. What do you guys think?
Well, I mean, I'm kind of happy that this conversation did come up because yesterday I had a call with a DAO facilitator, and it seemed like the majority of the call was kind of like based around this topic right here, like how can we outreach, how can we um how can we promo or market outside of our space here, um, and yeah, like my personal efforts have been kind of like with like Music Matrix. I've suggested to the team that we should like start, focusing more on outside artists, bring them in, show them the potential, because a lot of them, don't know about, being able to perform on the Decentraland, and they also don't know about the people that hang out on the Decentraland that would come and listen to them when they play. I'll pass it over to One Existence. I think your hand went up once the topic came about.
Yeah, and actually, I part of what I'm going to say, I've had a conversation with Cowboy Tom in his space once before, but agreeable. A lot of the advertising we do, it tends to be to ourselves, is how I describe it, because we're doing it within our space. Somehow we have to reach outside of our space because the people we're trying to reach aren't in our space. Um, so one example I've come up with was basically kind of a QR code that could be put on a sticker. When scanned, it takes you to something, whether it's a concert being played in Decentraland, could be many, many different things. There's a person who goes by LM Designs. She's more known in spatial. She mentioned something about adding an AR aspect to that as well, which would be really cool. Um, but how you get them to scan that, that part I hadn't figured out, whether you put a question mark or somebody said put do not scan on there, because people are going to do the opposite of what it says. But there's been a proposal just recently about dealing with t-shirts and an IRL event, but more broader on that. And it's been thought of and talked about with the possibility of a Decentraland convention eventually, would be more like small events spread across the world. If we could find people from different locations throughout the world that want to host something and try to spread the word, get out at a public place and show them Adventureland, show them Decentraland, its potential, its possibilities, answer questions, even stream the event into Decentraland, so people in real life could wave to the avatars could wave back or something, um, just as a build up to the the Decentraland convention. Um, and which also goes to, there's this talk going around about a possible ambassadors program, which I guess would be somewhat similar, or the ambassadors could throw these. But I would love to see a small event in LA, and whether they're the same day or not, I mean, that could be cool too, because we could interact with people from the different locations throughout the world as well. But LA, New York, Miami, some Houston, somewhere in Brazil, somewhere in Germany, Italy, China, Saudi Arabia. That's my thought on that.
Totally. And you had kind of mentioned like kind of a IRL to in-world kind of thing. Like it brings me back to the year one Absolute installation when they had like a whole setup. They had a whole tent at Coachella where like people would like come in, and it was like kind of perfect because like what I was seeing is that people were coming in to get out of the sun, and then boom, they have like a full screen of the Decentraland of us just like partying in the metaverse, and they had like a computer where they could like type. The account name was called Absolute Land. They were like they would be all hype, be like, "What up from Coachella?" And we're like, "What up from the Decentraland? When you get home, come check us out."
That was fun because I could tell like the people would change throughout the day. Like at first everybody was like, "Oh, hi, I'm at Coachella, hi." But by like late evening, after they had had probably quite a bit of Absolute Vodka, they were like, "Oh my gosh, like I love you." And I'm like, Brittany, you're beautiful. All of your friends are beautiful. Like this whole experience is beautiful. And yeah, it's pretty cool. I have a picture of like Finn and I on that big screen, and then there's like these two, like, I don't know, just cute Coachella girls like modeling. But it was a huge, like 10-foot tall screen. Well, maybe 8-foot tall screen. But yeah, that was a cool way to make it like IRL. I think that still to this day is like the most back and forth interactive I think that I've seen.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, even to add on to One Existence thought, like let's see if we can start hitting more music festivals and stuff like that because it seems like it matches. So, Cowboy Tom, I know your hand has been up, but we'll get right back to you. I would like to introduce Steven up to the stage. How are you doing today? It's been a while.
Hey, everybody. Hey, good afternoon, good evening, good night, good morning, wherever you are. Yeah, it's probably my first time up in the space. I've interacted with a lot of people in here over the last few weeks for our project, but I wanted to talk not about our project. I guess it kind of segues, but about onboarding because I think it was Existence that said we have to reach outside to be able to onboard people from outside, new users into Decentraland and the wider metaverse. And I think that building, like for what we're doing, we're actually building onboarding into our product. So we have a digital backpack. It's called Meta Backpacks. I'm not going to talk too much about that, but the physical backpack that we're going to be selling in our phase 2 comes with, it's a physical backpack, just like a regular school backpack, with a million different designs that you can buy regularly, either with crypto or with Web2 money. And it comes with a scannable card that allows anybody who purchases a backpack to scan in and claim a free digital backpack in wearable for the Decentraland. So we're just building in. I just wanted to kind of talk about that because I just wanted to kind of share what we're doing because I think it might be, people might want to hear that. I think that onboarding is going to be really important for the space, onboarding new users and kind of finding clever ways to get that done. So I just want to share that. But the project's called Meta Backpacks. If you want to give us a follow and see what we're up to, and thanks for the platform.
No problem. And yeah, I mean, backpacks are like another thing, and there's like so much that you can do with a backpack as well. Like as you were speaking, I was hearing kind of possibilities of adding FRID chips to the backpack and linking it to whatever asset it's linked. Just thoughts
Yeah.
floating.
Yeah. So the physical backpacks actually have NFC authentication chips that we're going to be placing behind the patch logo, and so they're scannable with any phone, which all phones these days have NFC scanners. But it's not just an NFC scanner to the website. We're actually going to be building in an authentication platform. Well, we're not building it. We're just utilizing an already existing authentication platform so that every time you scan a particular physical backpack, it generates a new link and it takes you to a particular website that's all going to be back-ended on the blockchain, and then it basically authenticates that your physical backpack is in fact linked to a digital backpack that's part of the smart contract that we've deployed. So it kind of it's a twinning of digital and physical goods, which is kind of what we're kind of been exploring over the last couple of years in the space.
You should name drop here, Steven, if you know who I mean.
I probably do, maybe.
Herodokai.
Oh, of course, yeah. So we're working with Herodo. We're working with a lot of people in here. We're working with Trax and Canessa and Nikki and and Drip, of course, and we're going to be kind of producing something pretty fun. But it's our backpacks are the digital backpacks we're going to be minting in a couple of weeks, and they come with regular and scheduled airdrops from a lot of DCLs and the metaverse's most fun and creative creators and innovators. So it's everything airdrops from wearables to emotes to VRMs to to a physical claim ticket to claim your physical backpack, and we're just building up this kind of cool system around the metaverse, and hope, yeah.
So cool. I mean, I'm always excited to hear new ideas, in projects doing new things, and that I mean, at least to me, I haven't seen a digital backpack just yet. So right here is like the first I'm hearing of this avenue of potential onboarding as well as like even like creation. So I'm going. Oh, go ahead, Stephen.
Oh no, yeah. I was just if anybody wants to has any questions, just feel free to DM us, and we'd love to chat about it. If we can schedule a chat. I know you guys are busy, but we'd love to schedule a chat to talk about it more in depth.
For sure. And I'll pass it back to Cowboy Tom.
Yeah, I appreciate it, bro. Just getting back to the conversation and what existence said to me. Existence. He said this to me the other day on my Spaces. So, like for example, I had this idea for Party Bus, and I dropped him into it, but it's not getting much traction. And existence said to me, on my Spaces, hey, we're just chilling to ourselves. We're just chilling to the same people. So my idea for today was to create a Kickstarter and and promote it on like IG and other places and see what happens. You know what I'm saying? Don't even promote it on Twitter, not even post it. Don't even tell anybody about it really. So I appreciate that existence. For opening my mind up because I think we do forget the build in Web 2 and in Web 3. And another thing I want to say is that I'm seeing a lot of groups just like even the party bus idea, I got that from an existing group that goes out every weekend and onboards people in real life with parties with music. And to see a lot of Web3 companies, a lot of Web3 projects raise millions of dollars and can't even do this, what I'm saying, is like starting to really worry me. You know what I'm saying? Because these groups are not working with millions of dollars and royalties coming in every day. You know what I'm saying? They're working with like donations. You know what I'm saying? So like to see groups get 2,500, 3,000 people out every weekend for a party bus, festival in the middle of New York City, just by like posting it on Instagram, and they're doing that with $10,000, $20,000 yearly budget. What the, what I'm saying? Like, and we can't even pull that off. You know what I'm saying? Like, and we can't be consistent like they are. That's the whole reason why I had the idea for the party bus because I saw the blueprint that works in the real world. So, and existence, kind of opened my eyes. Like, hey, look, man, Web 3 ain't the place for it. You got to try to like really promote it outside. We're just chilling to ourselves. So that's one thing that really kind of red flag worries me is that we have not just DCL, but we have a lot of NFT projects that have raised millions of dollars, and they can't replicate what I see in New York City when these party buses and these party groups come out consistently every week and tear it up and onboard new people, and they can get 2,500, 3,000, 4,000 people to jam the streets and stop traffic. You know what I'm saying? Every weekend, and they're working with you know 1% of the budget most NFT projects are working with. You know what I'm saying? Like so, I'll go to existence because I see you pop this hand up. What do you think about that, bro?
Well, I was going to add to that too that I think until there's a way to avoid the wallet logins, even just creating an account for every single thing out there is a deterrent. So until you can just click once and things start to happen, I think that's a really big problem too, not just with Web3, just in my opinion.
I don't even think that's the issue. I think we got to get out in the real world. You know what I'm saying? Get from our behind our computers. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I saw. I see every day in New York City. I see it in real life. These parties and everything. They work with tiny little budgets and they make it happen and they onboard people.
Well,
So I think that onboarding people like how we're already doing with music and metaverse concerts. We're going the right direction. We're just not doing it consistently enough. And then the projects that have the budgets to do it in a major way, they're not doing it. You know what I'm saying? They're not taking those millions in royalties and being consistent and doing in real life events every week. But these
what
small groups are able to on donations. And it's like, yo, what the fuck is going on? You know what I'm saying?
I think that also might be due to lack of innovation. A lot of, these projects are like stuck in like whether if it's like developers just trying to develop. Like it takes that one individual to be like, yo, what the fuck are we doing? Pardon my French. Canessa, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, Cowboy Tom, are these bus tours that are being really successful, are they Web3 based?
Nope. So if you look at my profile, you'll see I posted my brand Techno Beast, which is a party bus I want to build, and I posted a crowdfundment for it. And I got that idea from groups that are in New York City. I can show you an existing one, a picture of an existing one, and it's actually a gay pride group. But the first 5 times, this is why I know it works because I experienced the first 5 times I saw them show up in Times Square and party it up. I didn't know they were gay pride. No one knew. Everyone just surrounds it and wants to dance on the bus. And then, like, after 4 or 5 times, I finally asked someone because I started seeing people in like fairy tale, like, like they had like fairy wings on. And like it was like I started seeing people in weird costumes. So I'm like, yo, what is this? You know what I'm saying? And then they showed me the Instagram. This is Deep Playa. This is a gay, it started with Burning Man, and this is a gay pride group, and they get 2,500 people, 3,000 people to come out on bicycles, lit up in costumes, and stop traffic in the middle of New York City every weekend. And there's a few groups that do that. And they're working on donations. You go to their website, it says donate. They're looking for sponsors. I'm actually trying to like sponsor one of them right now. And all they want is 10 grand. But like these NFT projects can't do this. And they're working with millions of dollars sometimes. Like this is wild, dude. Just think Board Ape. Think a lot of projects, huge projects that can't do this. You know what I'm saying? So it's maybe they don't want to do it, but I think a lot of we're stuck in our ways. We're like Sinful was just saying, we're stuck in Web3. We're stuck behind our computers, and we're totally missing the mark. Like we're totally missing. We'd be in a bull run every week if we did what these guys are doing. Like they would never be a bear. You know what I'm saying? Like so, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Like
Well,
I
and
I see.
the other thing I told you was NFT. The word NFT, I don't think people like that either. Which you you said you had already thought about that one as well. So
No, well, I don't even, not even NFT. Just get a party bus. Like we have, I'm trying to do Techno Beast, and you just show up and you start parties. You do a college tour, and you don't mention anything about Web3. You just party it up, get them to join your Discord, get them to join whatever, and they will naturally onboard themselves. We got to study the human element. People, what I saw at NFT Week was my friends met some of you guys from the metaverse, and they naturally onboarded themselves into Decentraland. I didn't have to do anything.
Yo,
They just
Cowboy, if you're
popped up in the
looking,
true band room. I'm like, yo, what are you doing
yo,
here?
Cowboy,
Like, oh no, I figured it out. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you got to get curious, and they're gonna do it themselves. They will find their way
yo,
to follow you and be next to you. You know what I'm
yo,
saying?
Cowboy,
Yeah,
if you're looking for somebody to
what's good?
perform in New York, bro, I'm willing to perform in New York, bro. I love live performances, bro. I love like literally like in front of people and like connecting with people in real life. Like that's like my favorite. Outside of producing my own music, that's like one of my favorite things, bro. So I've been over listening. If you, I know I could tell you from New York, so I'm with the shits.
Nah, bro, I shot you a DM. Okay, because Queens, that's the hood, bro. That's my hood.
Let's go. And I would like to pass it over to CJ. Do you have any thoughts on current topics?
What up, everybody? It's been a while since I've been on the community space. I think it's been like 2 weeks because I've just been, I was on vacation for a little bit, then I've just been working in Blender a lot too, so I've just been off the map for a little bit. But yeah, definitely. I didn't come in for this topic. I just so happened to time it where they started bringing this up. But I definitely always can contribute to it because I've been experiencing so many different types of events over a year and a half. I think people have too much of a not there's a misconception about the performances that happen in Decentraland, and just from being in it every day and like watching what actually happens, there is a lot of stuff going on where it's happening more in the physical world too. Where places like Innkeeper, that's all the way out in Amsterdam. Like I'm able to like interact with people through like a TV screen on the background while they're DJing at a bar. And it's something as simple as that really does make people just curious off of just seeing it themselves. The first year of me being in Decentraland, not everybody was really good at making video content. You know, it was like something we were all just learning and figuring out. So now, if you look at all the content that's out there now, especially with like, you know, the DCL studios and having drone shots and everything, like the content is only getting better and people are getting more interested in this. Obviously, the biggest issue is, you know, the device you need to handle what we're playing and doing. But I really have seen and done a lot of events where, you know, we're DJing in the I'm DJing in the metaverse or performing in the metaverse, but it's something else going on in the physical world at the same time. You know, I work with Biometal a lot, so we have actually done a lot of events where I'm DJing, you know, in my parcel or in his parcel, and then they're hanging out in New York and they're watching me up on the screen. Or I've sent in pre-recorded DJ sets, and even without me having to physically be there, I'm still able to perform there with, you know, my social media tags up on the screen and everything. And I know it's nothing's ever going to replace, you know, being somewhere and physically being there. You know, I've done it for 20 plus years, you know, so, but it's something that if you can master really well, like you can really like take off with, you know, capturing an audience, you know, all over the world. But like, that's kind of off topic, but I just wanted to get back to the onboarding thing. People that like just see it physically, like in front of their faces, that are already on things like TikTok Live or that are already on Instagram Live, interacting people with the chat box, like those are the kind of people that would really be more interested in this than I think people realize. You know, they're already on their phones all day, donating gifts to people, and gifts translate to PayPal money, whether people don't know that or not. But people can donate gifts and like don't do support people through donations or by buying digital items already. Like this stuff is already happening. It's just like the terms that people use to describe things to people has, like I said this before in a space a while ago, but like it has to be less abbreviations and less, you know, like crypto slang or whatever you want to call it. Like it's hard for people to understand what people are talking about if it's always, you know, hidden code words that we all talk to each other with sometimes, personally. But you know, I've been posting a lot more on Facebook. I know people don't like it. People don't like Facebook, but I still use it. And you know, people they just need direct links and they need like simple directions. Like you just need to like make it real simple to people. Like to say like the word metaverse is already scrambles their brain. So if you just say something that they already know, like you know how many people's kids play Roblox and Fortnite? Like it's so easy to explain to people when that's what you kind of start with. It's like, hey, it's a Fortnite world, like a Fortnite Roblox like world, but we can play and own it. You own it and create whatever you want for it. So I think the more that I've been posting about it, like as far as video content, the more people are like, "Oh, what is this? This is cool." And then when they see that like you can create your own wearables or create your own emotes or dance moves, and then you know have it in the digital world forever, I think that's a lot of fun. But yeah, onboarding people is definitely just got to be people just got to post more content out there, stream to other places besides just Decentraland. You know, having a multi-stream going on is really key. Using Restream is super key. And yeah, I just think that the more people like summertime is always slow in Decentraland. This is just like a seasonal thing. Like it's always the slow season around this time of the year. So just keep that in mind when you come to events. They may have less numbers around this time of the year, but you know, winter is right around the corner and music festivals right around the corner. And then you got Fashion Week next year. All these things are going to keep happening, and if you just keep sleeping on it, you're going to miss out on all the opportunities that are out there. I mean, there is paid opportunities to get into this, and you know, I just think that the more people see success stories that are already happening, will inspire more people to want to come into this. But yeah, the device at the end of the day, the device is going to be the biggest barrier. But I see graphics card prices going down. I see PC prices going down. You know, inflation is hopefully slowing down a little bit, but you know, I think when people can afford, you know, Apple Vision Pros, $3,500, but 2 years from then, there are going to be devices out there that are $500, $400, $300, and that's when people's eyes are going to change on all this. It takes patience.
Hey, oh, go ahead. Were you done, or did I just cut you off all
No,
rude
no,
and
no.
stuff?
I
My
was just
bad.
adding. It just takes a lot of patience in this world. You know, I know it's like so new, and it's easy to compare a population of 8 million in New York. I mean, it's hard to compare. You know, a population of 8 million in New York that are already on YouTube and already in these worlds that are used to that, going to a pop up party versus like the Web3 space, which is like the 1% of the world, and the metaverse is like the 1% of that. So it's like, it's a really small community right now, but it's the perfect time to build and stuff like that, and not really focus so much on the numbers of the data or the analytics of how many people are actually there, because there still are possibilities of having sold out items and having sold out, NFTs. I've seen it happen over and over and over, and I'm just like, I'm watching the marketplace every day, and there's so many like things selling out, and I think that Vroomway is a perfect example of like getting a grant and then just like pumping out infinite amount of shit. Like, how much wearables have they dropped? Like, how many experiences have they created? Like, it's in 1 year I've just watched like so much shit happen at Vroomway. And I know it's like the initial game was a little difficult to learn and do because it was like parkour style, but there's so many other modes in it now. But it's just an example of like taking a grant and like really executing what you say you're gonna do with the grant. Like, the place is amazing, amazing wearables every time they have events, and I DJ there all the time, and I'm not just being biased, but like I go there and I'm interested in playing it. So just people got to see it more, and they just got to have easier links to get to these places. And I think the homepage in Decentraland is at least a little bit more attractive now to like show people like, hey, check out decentraland.org. Look at this. It looks like it's more like Ready Player One style. I keep comparing to Ready Player One because that's like the vision I have of the metaverse very shortly. But when you go on the homepage, it looks like that now, and the experiences that are happening in Decentraland are starting to match what that looks like on the homepage. So I think that that was a huge change. Having this Backpack V2 new homepage, all these things are like really key to like this new, hopefully the new UI or whatever is going to come for the UX in the future looks and feels easier for new people. But just sorry, that was a run-on sentence and I kept going, but love you, Sin.
Dude, I got lots of love for you, and I'm happy, like, that you're up here and, you're sharing your thoughts, so don't even worry about it. And I was gonna make a joke, back to your, stop using as many abbreviations. I'm like over here, like, I should rebrand Beyond the NFT to Beyond the Collectible. Uh, maybe we can have a vote for that later on. And let's see, pass it I'll pass it back to Cowboy Tom, and then I would like to introduce Biometa after.
Yo, Bio, that's the legend. That's the king. You know what I'm saying? Uptown New York, bro. What's good? And I'm glad Bio came up because, true story. I took a friend with me. I don't know where she met Bio again. Maybe after tennis. Well, she met Bio. Somehow he, said, "Hey, come to this party out in Brooklyn," and she went without me. You know what I'm saying? On board of herself. You know what I'm saying? And then she told me after like 2 weeks after like it happened. I'm like, dude, you just telling me now? Like and she was like, yo, your friend was so cool, so nice. And like, dude, you telling me this now? And then, I see her pop up in my spaces. I'm like, yo, you got Twitter now? Like, what's going on? And then like she popped up in DCL with like the play as guest avatar, with like the fucking 80s sweater on and like, you know what I'm saying, blue jean. I'm like, yo, what is going on, man? Like, what the fuck is really going on? But see, that's the thing. That's the blueprint right there. You know what I'm saying? We got to be consistent with that. You know what I'm saying? I love you, CJ, but the numbers do matter, bro. Math never lies to you. That's what my grandfather taught me, man. My grandfather's a very successful person, and the math never lies to you. That's the first thing he taught me in life. You know what I'm saying? And I live my life by that rule because the math, you got to be real about the math. We are down 90%, bro. We haven't been consistent. So like we got to we can't just talk about it. We formulate a plan. Shit like what Chris is doing, Bio, he does parties and shit. Dude, we should be doing parties 3, 4 nights a week. This shit is easy. You know what I'm saying? We just need the Dow to get behind us. You know what I'm saying? But this shit easy, bro. Like the blueprints are already out there, bro. So like I think that we just gotta be consistent, and execute. And that's why we're down 90%. We haven't been executing, we haven't been consistent.
When you say we're down 90%, are you talking about the NFT ecosystem as a whole, or I mean, the Web3 ecosystem as a whole? Because
No, I'm
the
talking
whole
about
thing is down
DCL and
90%.
DCL and userships. If you go back 2 years ago, the active users is down 80-90%. Mana was $5 when I first saw it. That's down 90%. You know what
I
I'm
can
saying?
Yeah, but
say, well,
you
we
got
can
to be
say the same
realistic.
about everything else. Like, everything else is
Of
down
course.
90%.
But that's
And
The
because no one's
monkeys are
being
down
consistent.
90%.
I
We're
think
not being consistent. You
Tom, I
know,
think we
like
also
that's
do a
as a whole. I'm not just
disservice.
saying DCL. I'm saying that a lot of these projects raise a ton of money, and they can't do something as simple as throw a party every weekend and onboard people with music. You know what I'm saying? Which like is normal. Like that's what normal events and these. If you want people to learn about you, you throw events. You know what I'm saying? Like this is like common sense shit. No
But
projects
it,
can like pull this off. It's insane to me.
so Cowboy Tom, I think we also have to be like realistic about why we're at $5.50 for mana and why we had so many users. And that was the meta announcement. That was like a specific catalyst event that brought a lot of people in. And I feel like it's not responsible to say, hey, we lost 90% of our users, because we didn't lose them. Like there were a lot of people coming through checking it out. We didn't have the world built up. We didn't have Roomway. We didn't have the curation station. We had like Wonder Minds, and we had a lot of existing users, but we didn't have the user base that we have today. And so I feel like we really do have to see that as a specific catalyzing event, that if that were to happen again, it would be a different reaction. But I think that I think it does a disservice to the people that are here every day building and building out these amazing experiences and developing, because they're here day in and day out, like
No,
every week.
I've spent money. I've spent a lot of money on DCL. So you're talking to someone who's been building in DCL. Not to cut you off, and I apologize. Let me rephrase. I'm not saying DCL is being irresponsible. I'm saying that we just haven't been consistent. Now, rephrasing that, what if we were consistent in onboarding, not just waiting for one specific event or catalyst to happen? You know what I'm saying? Like what you just stated is the problem. We're just waiting for one catalyst to happen. We're not going out there and being consistent every week. You know what I'm saying? That's what a normal business would do. A business would go out there and be consistent and promote every week in real life. We're not doing that. You know what I'm
So
saying?
what's your biggest blocker from preventing you from doing that?
Well, it's not me preventing me from doing it. I'm saying as like a lot of projects, in this case DCL. For example, I've seen a Sandbox TV commercial. I've ran a commercial for DCL in my own project on Amazon Prime. It cost me $250. I've never seen a DCL TV commercial. It was $250 to run that on Amazon Prime. I mean, just easy stuff like that is not happening that you
Write a
would do with a normal
proposal.
business. You know what I'm saying? And no projects are doing it. I'm not trying to single out DCL, but I'm saying as a whole in Web3, projects raise millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and just don't do normal, consistent onboard and stuff like what a regular business would do. You know what I'm saying?
Get
And then,
involved in the DAO and write a proposal.
no, I understand that. I mean, but like, like, what my thing is like they should be able to. Why is there not somebody who's on the team that like you hire someone from Web 2 who's a VP of marketing for like a huge company before and just does all this stuff for you? You know what I'm saying? Something like that. Like,
I think the Decentraland, and this is like a recent event. I think they have allocated 100K towards marketing. Not sure what that's gonna look like yet, but that that has been the lore, I guess. Uh, but here, let me get
and I'm not
through
meaning to
some
be like
hands.
disrespectful to anybody. I just, I'm here to ask the tough questions because these questions and solutions need to, we're community. If it's decentralized and we're community, we gotta, stick together and ask each other these tough questions. And hey, how can we, like I'm here for solutions. I'm not here to like stir up trouble. You know what I'm saying?
And
Like I want.
a lot of this goes through the DAO. That's why I continuously try to get just Decentraland people into the DAO and get more active, and that isn't working either. Um, but I brought that up about the marketing myself before too. I think I don't ever see anything on Decentraland, so I don't know who's doing it or what. But you're right as far as that goes. The marketing, as far as
Yeah,
I
and
know, is
it's
terrible.
very cheap, dude. It's not expensive. I ran Google ads when I was doing my free mint, and I was partnering with True Band Room and doing parties for it, and you were there, Existence, and a lot of you guys were there. I was running ads on Google Ads for that, on Amazon Prime for that. It cost me like $500 to do those two things right there. And you can check our YouTube channel. It got 17,000 views as a YouTube ad. You know what I'm saying? That was $100. Like I'm not even seeing that from any NFT projects. You know what I'm saying? And then the ones that really do it, because you do see, every once in a while, somebody will do some Web 2 marketing, they do extremely well. Like a Pepe. You saw a lot of Web 2 marketing from Pepe. You know what I'm saying? But like it's like I don't know. It's like maybe like founders don't care, or it's like once you make a couple of million, it's like fuck it. I don't know what the issue is, but like I don't know. I just want. I feel like we just gotta really like jump on it. Like just come up with some solutions to really on board, because like we just all we do is to sit on spaces and talk about it. You know what I'm saying? And I feel we have to execute. And sorry to take up your time, but Bio, I know you've been waiting, bro. What's good, man?
Yo, Sin, you almost caught me off guard. I'm over here just watching everybody inside the CBD 1 year anniversary parcel. Just vibing out with everybody here with the Twitter space. I saw everybody was in here, so I had to pop in here, and I popped in a good time. Just want to say thank you to CJ for the shout outs, and Simple, thank you for allowing me to come up here. Canessa, what's up? Guys, I just want to come up and just say, yeah, onboarding is very important. Most of you guys heard already. Most of the people who spoke prior to me coming up has mentioned that they've met me or have some sort of partnership with me. And honestly, the idea is to bring a collaborative coalition with the DAO, with people in one specific world, Decentraland. I personally, I go around looking for people that may best fit in other people's categories. I refer them to other people. Idea is that I'm a walking onboarding hub, right? If all of us can come in together and create a one onboarding hub organization, sort of like what we see here in community building, the Decentraland Twitter Spaces. This spaces has really been going on for quite some time. I myself have been coming into the space and seeing many diverse people, and literally I've seen this. I kid you not. I'm not just saying it because I know Sin and Kanasa. I'm saying this because I've experienced it with them, onboarding new people on this space that they just come in. And that is just one form of exposure. Now, having interoperability with streaming and broadcasting, because broadcasting goes hand in hand with advertisement sharing, that is one of the only best ways that we can get our message out as a community. Yes, some of you might want to pay, if you want to get more exposure, but if you do it right, there's no need for finance behind anything. I actually run this whole network in Vita TV, and I do things for the people. I promote sinful spaces sometimes. I'm IRL in my store. I put it up on the space on the speaker, put it on all the screens. People can see it. Cowboy, you've seen it a couple of times yourself. I threw up sinful's parties, baby dolls parties. I even threw up the other day, not too long ago, CK when she had her nail launch, and people were watching it. They loved it. They were going crazy. They're like, "Wow, nails and fashion in the metaverse. What is this?" So yeah, it's about having simplicity and accessibility. That is the only thing that we're lacking of, and specifically in Decentraland. We speak about it a lot, having a mobile version or some form of ease of or onboarding easier way. And I think we're gonna start seeing this now in the future, coming in with Apple dropping their new AR VR headsets. It just takes a big company that has really established this form of UI or interface that people are already so used to. Apple is that company. Apple has mastered having a user interface that is very interoperable with whatever age group of people that come in interacting with it. So in that case, being that technology now is being driven and through a company that has perfected a UI or a presentation of technology to more simple and a simple format to people, hopefully now we might see that jump. We've seen Hyperfy come in and show us many. Oh, shout out to Rooster who just came up. It's funny I mentioned Hyperfy. We've seen Hyperfy come up now with more of a simplicity of user interface and ease for people to build in there. More and more people are becoming more intuitive with the topic of the metaverse. And like we say, and like Track said earlier, the word metaverse is very highly confusing. When I refer to the metaverse to people, I just tell them it's a 3D URL or a 3D website. Seems a little more dumbed down, but they really understand it. You have to really give them a transitional stage from Web 2.0 to 3. You know what I'm saying? Gotta give them just that technique without them knowing that they're actually transitioning to that. And that is the ultimate challenge that we're having. All of us, I would say, because we're all so busy as well growing our own projects. But maybe if one day we can all put our heads together and create a complete dial onboarding instruction, like full index. I'm talking about all brands, all companies, entities, everybody who is part of the active DAO, put them there, list them there, give them an instruction booklet where people understand how to onboard, which we've seen this already. The only problem is not all collectively in one location. So I won't keep ranting on too more. Thank you again, Sinful Canucks, and everybody for allowing me to come up here. I'm very excited, guys. I really am. I'm seeing Decentraland grow from when I first came here, and I'm just loving every single moment of this. Honestly, technology is improving. We're seeing better graphics. I mean, people still say the graphics aren't the best, but I beg to differ. I've seen a lot more stability, especially in DCL worlds. I remember Nicky Fuego had a party going on, and inside the original world where we see our land parcels, it was actually malfunctioning. And Nikki said, hop into the worlds that they had at Roomway, and impressively it worked flawlessly. So there's just little kinks that once we perfect, there's no stopping in the growth of the population in Decentraland once a mobile version gets rolled out, and just the ease of accessibility and UI and integration of graphics as well. But with that being said, shout out to all you guys. I'll pass the mic over. I see Dr. Drip in here. Goaty, goat, my guy. Potra Dumb Billy the goat. Man, I'm not gonna run down the list because I'll be here for another 30 minutes. But I love all you guys. Thank you again, and shout out to JK7.
Yeah, bio. I like what you kind of like brought up. It's like the whole like onboarding. It's like there's different aspects to it. Some of us are doing it like virtually, others are doing it in a physical setting, and like yeah, we just it's a matter of scaling up the efforts. And with that said, I would like to pass it over to CK Bubbles. Good morning or good
Hey
afternoon.
y'all. Sorry I was late to the spaces, but glad to be here. I just want to like shout everyone out for bringing up all these topics. I think it shows how complex and diverse everything is, and that it's not as simple as just doing this one thing and it fixes all of it. It's this holistic ecosystem that's constantly moving and evolving, with Meta announcements or Apple announcements and how the numbers shift and things like that. I think there's a lot of value to IRL events and connecting those to digital events. I think there's definitely some Web2 marketing stuff we can bring into this space that we haven't fully utilized yet. But I also want to shout out to somebody who does work in advertising. It's not as cheap as you think if you are a business, because as an individual, yes, you can buy media buys and get ads that are not that expensive. But when you start to think of it from a business lens, when you're hiring a designer to design something that's in a video, then you're hiring the video editor to do it, and maybe you're doing a photo shoot for it or a video shoot. When you start to add all those things together, then you add the media buys, then you add all the PR behind it, and then you add any influencers that you activate. Like, that becomes a 500K plus campaign that you would run over a 2 to 3 week span. So there's levels to it, and I think it's again very complicated, but I appreciate everybody having these conversations, and I'm excited that you all are talking about this because this is what I do for my job. And I've been saying for a long time now that, when we make our own content, we should be doing the things like Cowboy's saying. Spend the $250 if we have it. Do some ads out there on social, on different platforms. Start bringing in these new people, because Cowboy mentioned as well, their friend. I don't know if you were talking about the same friend that I met, but I remember meeting this girl at the Death to Tennis event, and she took a quick video of me, threw me up on her TikTok, and that shit like blew up. And then she was DMing me like, how do I get into Decentraland? Show me around, do all these things, and it was like, I didn't even really have to say much about the metaverse that night. All I did was like show up as myself. We talked about nail art. I talked about how I did it in digital spaces because, like Bio said, using generalized language helps when you first meet people who are not from this space, because using the technical jargon, I think there's words that just put people off because of the news, but B, like, you're going to confuse them, and then they're going to kind of probably zone out and not retain the information. But whenever I talk to my friends and I'm like, I'm a nail artist, and they're like, oh, I know what that is. I'm like, I'm a nail artist, and I do it for your hands, but then you can wear them on your digital avatar. Like, they know what avatars are. Gaming's been around long enough. And they're like, oh, that's really cool. And I'm like, yeah, and you can wear it in AR, like when you go on Instagram and you like put it in a filter. And they're like, what? And I'm like, yeah, so you can like have the nail art in all these places. They're like, what? And I'm like, you could do the same thing you do in these spaces too. You just got to find that thing. And like, I leave so many conversations with people feeling so inspired, and I love that. And I think it's just, we got to continue to do that. We got to continue to build, like Kanessa said, because a lot of us are building without any expectation of numbers or selling out or whatever. Like, I'm here to create and have fun, and yes, sometimes you can pay for it. And eventually, maybe, yeah, that will be my full-time income. But I think it's just this amazing space, and I love that we all get to do this. So as down as it can be, or as hard as it is, let's keep our hopes up and let's keep building. I just wanted to add that.
Hey, real quick. Hey, real quick, Sinful. Sorry to cut you off, but CK, you mentioned something that I was actually going to close my my speech with. But guys, I want to just emphasize on one thing that CK said real quick. For those that know me, I like to stream a lot in different worlds and different spaces. Um, don't focus on how many viewers you have. Don't focus on that, okay? Focus on getting the right message out. I stream into over 50 different networks. I'm talking about from Russian streaming networks to, guys, I don't want to go down the list. It's not about me. It's not about Vita. It's not about that. It's about growing the population here. Don't worry about how many viewers you get. Continuously keep pushing content that has a lot of information, that once this all blows up, everything that we've been working on will then get the eyes and the dedicated viewers for the communities that are expected to come in. Continue, guys. Don't get whatsoever unmotivated at all. I kid you not, I barely get about 10 or 15 people on my stream. I don't care about that. It's about pushing everyone around me, pushing everyone. I kid you not. Drax, Kanessa, Sinful, Rustan, everybody, Bailey, Pocha, all of us. If we all can share each other's community and each other's content with each other, of course, not stealing it, but communicating with each other, agreeing to different things, and helping each other expose our work with each other's community, it's not a bad thing to share community members, guys. Don't self-center yourself and say, I want to be the first established brand here. No, no, no. We are going to be the first established brand. We are Decentraland. There is no I in team. None of us in here individually represent Decentraland fully. All of us collectively do. Keep that in mind, guys. But CK, thank you for bringing that up. That really sparked a little last thought I was trying to find in my brain there.
Yeah, I really love that. I mean, collaboration is so important. And I love the idea of cross promotion. When we were doing the CBD one year, I was like, guys, it's not required. But as we put the tweets out on the CBD account, if we can all reshare it or even share the photos ourselves, we'll get a lot more visibility on the event and more people will come. And it's not that we want to do it because we're like, oh, we want to put together a case study and put our KPIs in it and show our stats and go sell it. That wasn't the intention. We wanted to build something and have fun, and we want as many people to be celebrated as possible. And so, like, I think there's amazing ways that we could all work together in that way to try and do that, especially if somebody is doing paid promotion. Like, get out there and activate ourselves as our own, like, internal influencer circles and have fun. I mean, there's a lot to do here, and I think the more people come in and see it and meet us, they'll see that too.
Thank you. And I would like to get to some of these hands. I'm sorry, Kanessa. I'll let you go, and then you can pass it over to CJ and then Rustan.
Yeah, thank you, Sin. I was just gonna say, like with everything in life, knowing your why helps drive your decisions, and it helps drive the direction you're going in, because we have to admit we do not all have the same reason for being here. Like, I think it'd be great to have a bunch of people here, but I'm not here to get as many users as possible. Like, I don't have a brand here. I'm not selling a product. Like, my reasons for being here personally are just very different than, somebody that wants to make a bunch of money, by building their brand and selling a bunch of things. So I think also, like, we got to do, like, you got to just do what's right for you. And if one of us wants to, bring in a lot of people, then dang, that's what the DAO is for. And really, it's a first exercise in Web3 where you really do have the control to go write a proposal, talk to people who, and let them know what it's about. If the community wants it, it might pass. If not, go back to the drawing board, figure out what the community wants, and get it to pass. And so I think, just for me, like, sometimes I get hard on myself, like that I'm not doing enough or not doing this or that. But I've, I've determined my own why, and that tells me that, in some ways I'm right on par, because I would rather than see like thousands of users here, I would rather see this place bring meaning and help 100 users, but that's, yeah, I can go off on a tangent. So I think just knowing your why, if you know your why and you know it firm in your heart, then anybody can shoot bullets at you. You know what you're doing here, and that's going to get you further than anything else. And yeah, that's go ahead, Sin. Who was next on that one? Or Bio,
Can
you
we
had something?
NFT that line you just said, Kanessa? Because that shit was mad influential right there.
I used to have it in my classroom because I was working with students who were suicidal, students who were self-harm, dropping out of school. So I had a quote. I had many quotes on my wall, but one of them was like, "Oh shit, I don't know, I forgot it." No, if you know your why, your ship can weather any storm. And my why was my students and being there for them, helping them, like literally saving lives on a regular basis. So my why was very, very crystal clear. Like, I was there to save lives and to make the world a better place. And, I'm actually here in Decentraland, like that's what I would like to see, is more places like that are helping people, like, I don't know, I go off on a tangent. There's a lot of organizations that have accepted DAO money that have pledged like mental health, and I'm waiting to see them. So hopefully one of those days it'll be like widely shared and such. Let's see. I'm gonna pass it on. Sorry, I think Rustan, were you next? And I think that there's some issues with the mute button. But
I think it was
how are
CJ
you, Rustan?
before me. CJ's before me.
All right.
Rustan, you're the man, bro. Yeah, I just wanted to continue chiming in on the conversation. Cowboy Tom, I encourage conversations like this all the time. I think it's always good to have, someone, because it's always good to kind of be educated from people who do experience it constantly on a daily basis, especially since I've been in it since December 2021. When I first came into this, I came in because of that Facebook announcement. Like that was something that triggered my mind, where I was like, what? How could I not, want to get involved in the metaverse now? I always heard about it, but I never really got into it. But the numbers, I put it in a post the other day, like numbers used to be crazy. We used to have 400 or 500 people show up to parties. Like, I mean, that was one of my first parties at Wisher Vodka had, I think, like 450 POAPs collected, and over the year, I came into the crypto to Decentraland at like the height of the crypto market, like 69,000 Bitcoin, like everything, everybody was talking about it, and it was crazy. But like the numbers diminished over the time because like Kanessa said, there wasn't really much developed at the time. It was just literally Wondermine, MetaZoo, and and Decentral Games. I think Decentral Games is a great example of like an ongoing company that started and that has a big a lot of funds behind what they're doing, and still having a great onboarding of people. They do a lot of collaborations with people, and like I did an event 2 weeks ago with the gods and Utes. I know people can feel their way about different NFT projects, whatever, but we had 300 people coming in. We had 300 people at peak, so there was 6 realms filled with 50 plus people in each realm at one point, and it got a little hectic because it was just so much people, and I couldn't even interact with everybody because the chat boxes were all over the place. But it was just an example of collaboration. Obviously, does bring a lot of people in, people interested in the metaverse. But yeah, like these physical events that I've been seeing happening are just happening more consistently. And if we wouldn't really bring up consistency, this Twitter space has been around for a year. I know it's like, it's within the community, but we do have a lot of new people that are interested in and come up on stage and ask questions. And then before you know it, they're performing a week from now or 2 weeks from now or performing a month from now. And then they're performing more consistently. But, MetaZoo has done 100 plus weeks of events. True Banner has done, 500 plus events at this point, I think. There's a lot of people that have done consistent amount of events. I know people that do events sometimes twice a week. I know some people that do, I perform, 6, 7 times a week. The most I ever performed in 1 week was 9 times. So, and not all of them are, not every single one event that I do is paid. Some of them are paid. Some of them are just me doing for promo and stuff like that. But I'm in this because I love technology, I love gaming, but I also love business. I'm a businessman at the end of the day. I do have an LLC. I opened one up years ago, and one of my plan coming into this was I want to come into this, I already make physical merch. I already make, I already do physical parties. I've traveled all over the country and done physical parties. But a lot of my business was shifting towards virtual probably like in 2015, 2016, before all this pandemic stuff even happened. I
Hey,
was already
CJ.
Yeah.
CJ, sorry. I'm so sorry to interrupt. We
No, go ahead.
might have, sorry. I hate cutting people off in their train of thought, but we're having maybe a little bit of technical difficulties, so there's a possible chance that we could be rugged, and if that does happen, just come back to either Sinful or I will restart the space. But so far so good. So sorry, CJ.
I hate rugs. No, it's all good.
I know, and it's usually me, but yeah. So sorry, CJ. You were talking about coming into the space, kind of 2017.
Yeah, I just started transferring over to virtual, doing a lot of stuff more on Skype, and like then transferred over to Zoom. Numbers were spiking in 2020, 2021 for computerized things or phone things because of the pandemic too. So we got to remember that a big load of people were coming in that were stuck inside that had no choice but to be on a computer or their phone or whatever. So numbers were kind of, I wouldn't say inflated, but it was like more people were forced inside, so people could just only be in something like checking out the metaverse or whatever. But, coming over to things like now, I know a lot of people complain about the glitches and stuff that happen in Decentraland, but I mean, look at Twitter. I mean, we're still dealing with Twitter crap after 10 plus years of this app. I know a lot of changes have happened behind the scenes, whatever, but there's always going to be these issues as far as glitches go. If you warn people about these kind of things beforehand, it's always a great thing instead of just being like, hey, welcome to this perfect world where everything works perfectly. It's a utopia. Like, that's what people have to stop introducing the metaverse as a utopian world. That everything is perfect, and just really just remind people that there is normal life problems that happen here too. It's just all done in a virtual space. But yeah, man, onboarding people, it really just comes down to you have no idea how many people that I've onboarded that have come in as guest accounts or like that have come in and performed later or whatever the case is, or have come in with interest, and then before you know it, they're buying wearables, and then I see them months later still buying wearables. I see that it says it on the top. Host is having connection issues. Guys, the space might rug, so make sure you guys come back to the space as soon as if it rugs. I'm just letting you guys know because sometimes
No rug. I'm back.
Oh,
all right, we're good. But yeah, just bottom line, the consistency is there. I think there definitely has to be something done more with marketing. I 100% agree on that. I've said that for a while. I definitely have to be more active on that type of stuff. I never really understood how to do marketing with ads. I've tried it like when it first kind of came out years ago. I never really understood it, but maybe I can get educated with someone like CK about that type of stuff. But there definitely has to be more type of like advertising towards people that are already playing Fortnite, that are already playing Roblox, that are already playing Sims, that are already playing these metaverse-like worlds. Second Life. There's people in Second Life that are bored out of their freaking mind that could benefit from coming to Decentraland and seeing a completely new world, new wearables. I think like getting people in is obviously different because of a crypto wallet, but like now, like you can not convince you, but you can have people buy stuff with cards, with their debit card or credit card now. You know how many parents give their kids their cards and just say, swipe away, buy whatever you want in Fortnite, just buy skins, whatever. People have bought, I mean, if you look at the news reports of some of the stuff these kids have bought, I mean, they've spent like $10,000, $20,000, $50,000, $100,000 on these skins and items. So there's 60 million people in those games already. It's not like the metaverse isn't happening. It's already huge. Epic Games is making their way into this. There's so many companies that are making their way secretly, silently behind closed doors. Fidelity, JP Morgan. I can go down a whole list of people that already have shop here. They didn't really do a big, huge launch event, and they're just like waiting for the masses to come in. And I'm not saying there's gonna be millions and millions of users all in one day, but down the road, I think that 2024, 2025, when the headsets become a little bit more efficient and easier and lighter on your head, and people are starting to use them normally, or when you have a pair of glasses you can put on, and the glasses are more comfortable to wear than a giant headset covering your face. I think that AR is going to change the game, but all these things are already happening consistently, and I just wanted to put that out there because it's easy to look at the coin prices, easy to look at volume, easy to look at the market. But the people that all used to be in the same party together have now all broke off into different groups to build their projects up. It used to be easy to all of us to be partying together 24 hours a day, because that's all we had to do at the time. Now we're all building projects, we're building stuff up so that when we do have Twitter Spaces, or we do have a TikTok live session, or I do have, a YouTube live session, What am I talking to them about now? Hey guys, come check out my virtual space. It's the same thing we're doing right here, but instead of me just talking to you in a flat screen, we can interact with each other with 3D avatars. They immediately are like, "Whoa, shit, that's fucking cool as shit," but they don't have the equipment to handle it yet. So down the road, I think like a mobile will be a huge game changer. I know it can't be as HD or whatever, but like something as simple and basic, just to be at the parties and be able to listen to the streams, or be able to interact with people in the chat box mobily. I mean, people are already doing a mobile. Biometa's got this whole hack gone down with Chrome Mirror Desktop, and he's on his phone every day on the go in New York while walking around Decentraland, a little slower than usual, but he's still using his phone and getting in it. So it's not like it's impossible. It just has to be done, in a very careful way, because anybody can get in then. But I think having different accessible points is going to be a game changer for having more people come in. And yeah, man, appreciate you guys for letting me rant off, because there's a lot I could say about this, and I'm always like, I don't want to go into numbers about how much I make on shows or how much I make a month sometimes, but like it's enough to be comfortable, and it's enough to like keep doing this and doubling down so I could teach the next person how to make that money. Like I'm key on business, man, because I understand some people are here for the passion and they're here for the technology, but like, for it to be sustainable for an artist, for a rapper, for a singer, for a dancer, for whatever, it has to be sustainable for people to want to stick around. There's a reason why people are on Twitch. There's why people are flocking to Kick. There's a reason why people are on YouTube, because there's streams of revenue coming in for those things. Now just imagine if you could teach these people like, hey, you could take 98% of your earnings versus like, what is it, 40% or 30% on TikTok. I mean, Twitch numbers are ridiculous. I mean, you could just go down the line, and all these people are like funneling down the line to like something that's decentralized, and eventually they're all going to end up here. That's the way I look at it from a gamer's perspective.
Thank you, CJ. And now I'm going to pass it over to Rustan. Thank you so much for being so patient. This is a very active topic, and I can sense, I can feel the passion like from all of us. Go ahead, Rustan.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to initially what Cowboy Tom was saying. He's totally right about everything, and everything that Biometa said, and what Trax has brought up too. Like, I agree with it all. I think one of the biggest problems with Decentraland is there's like was said earlier, there's too much talk, not enough action, and the community gets in its own way with these DAO votes and things. Like the dialogue of marketing has been around since 2021. When I remember Gold Guy complaining that we should put ads on Facebook and we should do this, we should make and it's like, but that's great. So you know how to do it, go do it. And not enough people are going and doing it, and it's like, I tried to do a viral campaign with delivering pizzas to CoinDesk, put it through the DAO passed, but the community got in its own way, created this insane debate. Like this was an easy tactic for $1,200. And then CoinDesk got involved, and that screwed it all up completely. And so even though it passed, I couldn't do it. And like for me, it's like, just do it. If you have an idea, like, you can't depend on some imaginary overlord that's like, that we don't know. They're not going to do it for us. Most of the people, like Cowboy Tom was saying, you make billions of dollars, and then what happens? They're not doing the simplest things. And it's because like a majority of the people that come into Web3 come into it for capital gain, for money. They want to make money. And that's a truth, and like we saw it yesterday with Azuki and the Azuki Elementals, like people complaining about this new drop. And I look at this new drop like okay, Azuki Elementals, a new PFP project. Like, do they even VRM, bro? Like, what the hell's going on? People throwing ETH for another PFP picture when they could get like 50 Vipes for that. And it's like one way to do action. And to me, this is like where it's already possible. It's really easy. Like last 2 weeks, we saw what happened with the Titan expedition going down to the Titanic. Unknower had this brilliant idea of replicating the Titanic in HyperFi. And he did this in 15 minutes. He downloaded a GLB of the Titanic, and he created a scene that you can go visit right now on your phone, just clicking the link hyperfi.io/Titanic. You can click that. I posted it at the top of this thing. You can click that and you can go explore the Titanic right now. It took him 15 minutes to make this. You don't have to say the word metaverse. You don't have to say the words Web3. You can text it to your normie friends. They click it. It goes viral. Piece of cake. And they explore the metaverse without even knowing it. The same way that Starbucks is like trying to get people to use NFTs without them even knowing that they're using NFTs. And again, like all action, no talk. He just went and did it, you know. And I've been saying since Vipes came out, like I've been kind of broadcasting the potential, and it's like really almost limitless potential. What Vipes offer with VRMs and stuff. And I was like, you can make an animation, and if you're good at it, you can make like a world popular animation with these characters that you own. And I'm like hoping that someone would run with it and do it, you know, but nobody did. I mean, some people are using like Dogman's created a fighting game in Hyperfi with his Vipes that has enabled people to win some really valuable prizes. And I know CKA was messing around with AR with it. Like a lot of people are pushing it to certain limits. But so last night I was like, all right, I'm just gonna whip up an animation. I didn't feel like taking the time to write a script, so I went to ChatGPT, asked ChatGPT to write a short script of 5 characters, a blockbuster video. So I did that, and then I used what's it called? Ugly Duck. I can't remember, AI voice changer, and I recorded my voice, like my characters speaking in Hyperfi, so the mouths move using their camera app that lets you position a camera at any angle on your characters. And I recorded it, and I changed the voices using the script, and I busted out this short animation in like an hour, you know. And it's just, to me, it's just like I just did that to demonstrate the one of the potential use cases. And these are things that like you can. This is also posted at the top of the Twitter space, but these are just like simple actions that people can take to draw eyes to the metaverse. And also on top of that, like I did these with Hyperfi because you can't do this on Decentraland. Decentraland is so behind, it's so cumbersome, and it's so complicated with the DAO and decision making, when a lot of things you can just do yourself without even permission from anybody else. So it's like I just wanted to bring that all up, and I just encourage people, like, if you have an idea, go do it. Like there's nothing stopping you. Like the potential is insane, and stop relying on Web2 marketing, and stop letting those voices in your head stop you from doing what you can do.
Thank you, Rasan. And I'll pass it back to Cowboy, and then we can introduce Innova and Melanie to the space.
Hey guys, I'm loving this, man. This is great conversation, man. And
I
CK,
know, right?
on legend. I haven't seen CK since NFT week. And dude, she's a legend, dude. What she does with those nails, onboarding people, is just insane. And yeah, that was the same chick that that went to Bio's party without me, and also posted on her TikTok your nails and went viral. See, this is the shit I'm talking about. Like, look how easy this shit was. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't have to do anything. CK, what she say? She didn't have to do anything. She just, showed her little tech, and boom, it was over. You know what I'm saying? It was off to the races. So that's what I'm talking about, man. We just got to be consistent. Imagine 10 girls had CK's, kind of nails on, and we threw a party, with the party bus, and there's a bunch of girls crowded around, and 10 girls are showing this to girls in the crowd. You know what I'm saying?
When
Like,
you
dude,
tell
we'd
me
be
when, let's do
onboarding.
it.
That's what I'm saying. We'd be onboarding like crazy. Like, you know what I'm saying? If we'd be consistent, there never would be a bear. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's what I'm talking about. Just seeing what these other groups can do on such a small budget with donations is like, what the hell is going on over here? You know what I'm saying? And I think we really have to come up with a solution and execute it. The time is like stop talking about it, because that's all we do, man. We just talk about it and we're not being about it. And then sometimes I feel like, because I've been a developer in the space for 5 years, so sometimes, me being passionate about the space, I'm like, damn, do I got to put this shit on my own back and like carry this shit, you know what I'm saying, to the finish line? Like, because that's how sometimes I be feeling. Like, everybody just wants PFPs and stay at home. Like, that shit ain't, this is going to send us to zero. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're just totally missing the like people probably don't even realize in Web3 that, like, all this shit with the NFC scans and AR and VR. Dude, you walk into Bloomingdale's or Macy's right now, everything is AR, VR. You can try on shoes, you can try on makeup, you can try on everything in augmented realities. I bet most people don't even know that. You know what I'm saying? So we're way behind, dude, because everything we're doing is nothing new. It's already been mastered by in the real world. You know what I'm saying? And I think we just got to really band together, man, and just really come up with a plan and just really execute it. Be consistent. You know, just onboarding people in New York City would put us in the bull. You know what I'm saying? Like we can be very focused on an area like a major city, and we'd be in the bull if we just threw parties every weekend. It's really that simple, you know. And CK Bio, these are people here who can contest to that, testify that, like, dude, it's super easy. What were we doing at Death to Tennis? We were drinking. Wisher Vodka was there. She got everyone drunk. You know what I'm saying? And we were drinking, and we just had the metaverse up, streaming into DCL True Band Room, and we're listening to tunes. There was nothing special. We're just doing what we normally do, but we did it in real life. We just got to do that 2-3 times a week. You know what I'm saying? Who's with me?
Real quick before we get on, I actually have a meeting on Saturday with a person out here in Vegas. I've been looking for the person that would be the perfect person to fit exactly what you were just talking about. But the meeting that is gonna, well, I'm just not really a meeting. It's more just me hanging out at his house. But the metaverse is, we talked about it when I was with him at an event last week. It was a wellness festival with like the whalers and stuff. It was really dope. But anyways, I started talking to him about the metaverse there while he was kind of like tripping out a little bit. He was bugging out, but he was just like sitting there with his jaw to the ground, like watching, like listening to me talk about this metaverse stuff. But the plan is this weekend to hang out with him, bring it up again to him. Obviously, he wants to talk about the metaverse, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna start trying to replicate nightclubs out here in Vegas, so that people that can't come to Vegas can go watch a DJ or go watch a performer or go to a concert and still be there in a venue, even if they can't come. So instead of them watching like a YouTube live stream or something, they'd be able to come into some type of metaverse world, whether it's Decentraland, Hyperfi, Spatial, whatever. We're going to be working on replicating Vegas into some type of metaverse world. And not only just that, but once I can get in with this person that he's well connected in the music industry, and not only can I put the events together with the metaverse stuff, but I can then perform and teach these people how to stream into the metaverse, and then that opens up a whole new ball game for people that can't come to the nightclubs to be pretty much like a fly on the wall and look in and watch what the hell's going on. So I just wanted to put that out there. These things are happening a lot behind the scenes that I just like to wait till they're like fully intact before. I usually don't even talk about that type of stuff before something happens, but I think that this is like just a perfect tactic that people can do in their cities or in their towns. And like New York City is a perfect breeding ground for this type of stuff because they're definitely a technology city.
CJ, I just want to say, bro, I put an offer on a nightclub here. So, if all the deal goes through, we're hashing out the details now. I don't want to jinx myself. But if I can, we can get contracts signed, in about 6 to 8 months because it needs a huge renovation. We'll have a nightclub, and my plan is to stream the hours of the nightclub into DCL. You know what I'm saying? So that I can onboard people from the club. But the thing is, I'll say this too. Just one more thing. Bio will attest to this, especially because Bio's always at Death to Tennis. Death to Tennis is a tiny little store. I sent him the link, but I guess he couldn't come in. But it's a small little store in New York City. And guess what? When there's music playing and people there playing live instruments, and we got the metaverse going, at least 200, 300 people easily, as they're walking by, stop and be like, hey, what's going on here? You know what I'm saying? So people are definitely curious. The music makes them curious. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'd be standing outside smoking a joint, and like people literally stop and be like, yo, what's going on here? Like, so like, and Bio can attest to this. So the potential is there. We just have to be consistent. You know what I'm saying? Like we have to really show up and show out, more consistently. And we be on our way, bro. That's the thing, man. Like it's just like any business. You got to keep marketing, you got to keep advertising, like you can't not advertise, and that's what we're really not doing. None of us are advertising, what's really going on, and we're letting the scam and the rug and all the negativity that's being advertised more, and that's clouding like what really goes on here. That's why I'm so bullish on the music, because just let them party it up with you. It's so easy to onboard them. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just take a quick moment to reset the room. Everyone, like and retweet the room. Get your friends in here. Tell them about us. This has been an amazing conversation. I'm so happy that Cowboy came up and like so passionately, just like we need to talk about this. And yeah, thank you, Cowboy. I'll pass it over to Inova. How are you today, my friend? Welcome.
Hey, how are you guys? Wow, I fucking love CBD and the convos held here. I'm loving the energy, the room right now. Everything's so inclusive, so humble. I appreciate you guys. So hello everyone. My name is Julio. I'm here with Melanie, my colleague. She's also one of the speakers, and we're in Nova. Melanie, go ahead.
Oh, hey guys. I feel like you all have heard of Anova, Jay Anova, aka Julio, several times. So I'm so happy to be introduced here in the room. I'll hand it back to him and then I'll start talking about what I need to cover as well.
Yeah, so it's incredible. You guys are mentioning a new strategy that we have to take upon. I'm so aligned with you guys. Cowboy Tom, CK Bio, CJ, Rusan, Canessa, Sinful. Great points to you all. Great points. I think Cowboy, if your store or the store you're talking about in New York that Bio went, if it's in Soho, I'm pretty sure I went there and I met you. So I can also attest to everyone stopping by, dancing to the music outside, being shy to enter. All of us like just like running outside, bringing people in. That was a really beautiful vibe. So you guys were mentioning about like the marketing ads, and I think we have such a beautiful plan. We're trying to like most of you guys know about a proposal that we have. Um, I'll give some details later. But we're trying to like literally we're trying to cover this. Like we're trying to like find different ways to onboard people, to onboard new creators, new builders, and we identified a strategy, and we're like, wow, we should actually make a context inclusive to the community, but at the same time make sure that this could work to onboard new people. And how are we going to do this? We started thinking like platforms like Behance, Dribble, Upwork, um and all these are like freelancers platforms and creators platforms, so we could put an actual ad there and introduce the actual content and introduce Decentraland and have them on board and see that there's a massive business in DCL that they could come and showcase their talents, that they could help support create content. And when you guys started speaking about that, I was so touched. It's like, wow, that's exactly what we're trying to like find new ways to onboard these people. Melly?
Yes, thanks so much. So as Julio mentioned, we've been working on that. We put together a proposal and
I think Melanie might be rugging.
oh no.
I hear Melanie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I hear
So
her.
it might be you, Bio.
All right,
Bio,
I'll just wait.
bio,
I'll come
Bio.
bio.
back.
You're
I'm sorry.
interrupting.
All
It's
good,
switched.
all good. No worries. So as Julio mentioned, we put together a proposal because this has been our main focus. Another thing that you all were talking about here that we've identified as a gap is marketing. And this is something that we really, so contrary to some of you fine folks in this room, I myself am not that creative. Julio, I'm sorry, neither are you. We are in our own rights,
Yeah.
but I think we're more so strategy driven and can leverage some of our like real life skill sets from our real W2/Web2 world to kind of help in that aspect. But we've seen a lot of you folks and what you've done, not just in the virtual world, but also in real life and some events. Like Julio's gone to more because a lot of them are in New York. I'm in DC, fortunately and unfortunately, and it's not as like Web3 tech heavy. It's very much so political, as you guys can imagine. So there are more of those type of events here than some of these tech ones. But Julio and I talk about it all the time. We're trying to see if we can bring that New York City energy with regards to Web3 and inclusivity down here to DC to see if we can make that just as successful here. But what we wanted to do is just give you guys obviously an introduction of ourselves, our ideas. Also, I know a lot of you all may have already voted and may not have provided any comments. Please, 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 we're so looking for feedback. Like, honest to goodness, we really want this feedback. We believe in what we've put together, obviously, and want to make it as best as we can. So if you can share your thoughts, good, bad, ugly, beautiful, all of that. We definitely want to keep that in mind and take that into consideration as we hope to one day bring this to life. So again, we really believe in everything that everyone is doing here. Really excited to be a part of this journey and also see everyone and everything in DCL grow.
And thank you, man. And to add to that, for those who don't know about the actual proposal, so it's technically a contest. The contest will result in like it's a design contest to like make the official a DCO T-shirt with a digital aspect. So we'll include like an NFC tag. So whenever you're with a friend, whenever you're wearing your shirt, you could have a friend. You could spark a conversation, have them scan your T-shirt, and it'll like lead them to like Decentraland website. Or like a Discord, and just to like spark a conversation and have some walking marketing,
Yeah.
helping in the in IRL. And whenever you guys are like at any event, we're gonna be able to identify each other and see each other and like approach each other. So this we would manufacture and distribute the T-shirts in real life, along with creating a wearable for the decentral a wearable of this design. And we want to also host a IRL event to further promote DCL. And those designers and developers that do participate in the contest, they'll end up being showcased in a publication, like a tech publication, which will also a market promote Decentraland, but also these designers actual career paths, like having some sort of publication out there talking about their efforts and work.
Yeah, and if I may add two things. One is that we wanted to lower the barrier of entry. A lot of you all talked about the whole wallet component. Creatress actually created a video on Instagram to kind of walk people through how to join. And even me, when I talk to my friends, I think someone referred to them as normies. So I'll take that term from you, whomever said that. Whenever I try to talk to my friends about this and they're normies, quote unquote, or even my family members, they look at me like I'm crazy. They're like, no, thank you. And I'm like, it's not that hard. Literally just make a wallet. They're like, no, no, thank you. So I think what we try to do from that aspect is, yes, we want to obviously tailor this to folks already in Web3, but we want to bring some folks in. And I know, Kanessa, you were mentioning earlier that, maybe if we keep this space to like 100 smaller people, and this is actually something that could be more monumental to them. I do believe that to one aspect, but then I also balance what CJ was saying, where people can do this as more than just a pastime and actually really devote their full energy to it. I do not have that luxury. I work full time. I'm a management consultant in my W-2 world, and I'm working like 50 hours a week. I think this week I'm probably working 60 hours a week. 60 hours a week. And I'm not saying that as a badge of honor. I'm saying that more so as I wish I could dedicate more to this space, but obviously we all have to make a living, right? And we have to make things to where it's something where other people would be willing to put forth their efforts to invest their energy, their resources, everything for them to want to join and really believe in this. So what we're trying to do is create that platform for folks to be able to not just enjoy it from a creative aspect, but also be able to grow themselves, their business, or whatever their other goals may be outside of just creativity.
Thank you, man. And to end it, on my end, I'm a shy person. I don't speak too much. I've heard everyone that's hosting. They're like, hey, yeah, you'll get better eventually. But I'm super shy. I've tried it before. I prefer chatting on DCL with people. It's easier for me. But we really, really, really would love for you guys to like DM us, contact us, ask us any question. Like, please feel free to hit us up. Like, we really, really believe and love DCL. We really love the group of people that are building things here. We appreciate. We've met so many of you guys, and it's a really beautiful bunch. And we would love to be included and ask questions and like throw in ideas to make this happen. So please, guys, feel free to contact us.
Yeah, and one thing I'll say just to end on my end, on my part, I am less shy, so I will talk.
Yeah.
I'm always happy to talk. So if you guys ever want to invite the Innova team, you'll probably hear from myself. And as Julio mentioned, he's more behind the scenes. He'll be chatting with everybody. But yeah, like if you want to hop on a call, talk via DM, either of us are open to any feedback from the team. So thanks so much, all.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for coming, and pass it over to you, One Existence.
Okay, I think I remember what I was going to say. whoever are the animator creators in this room, if they want to get together, try to come up with a plan and create a commercial, and then we could ask for funds from the DAO to do something like that. If anyone's interested, I'm more than happy to help participate in any way that I can, whether finding other people or with a script and whatnot.
I like that existence. The only thing I would say is like I cannot stand it when animations are created that change the look of like drastically of the Decentraland avatars. Like it has in my opinion, which we know opinions, everybody's got one. It's got to be done with emotes. It has to be our avatars or VRMs that look like our avatars when they're hyper realistic. Or I know there was a DAO proposal many months ago that they wanted to pay like an animation company $40,000 to do a 3-minute promo and totally change like a high like rendered 3D animation version of the avatars. Like I think that's misleading, and I think that does us a disservice if people come in thinking that that's what the avatar is going to look like. So do it with emotes. You can do it with emotes. That's
agreed. So I mean,
doable.
this could be somebody who with just the video experience, like Neo, Chronos. They put out great videos, and I know there's many other people that do it. Let's get together. Let's put something together. And I agree that would be false advertising in my site as well, Canessa. So I agree with that 100%.
I think you named some really good videographers. I think that there's some great ones in Decentraland, and it's just a matter of like getting that, I don't know, creative vision. That's, you got it, existence. You can do it. You got this. You're the director.
I can already see him with his director's megaphone, like, you there, you're not doing, you face 90 degrees this direction.
Since the musical's not going to happen at this time, yes, I would be more than happy for that.
And I'll pass it over to Bio and then back to Cowboy.
I just want to tap in once again and just say shout out to Sinful and Canessa for such an amazing topic today. I mean, I've learned so much today, taken so many notes. I kid you not, I got 3 computers open right now. As you guys can see, I want to just also mention Canessa and Sin. I pinned on top just the stream. I felt it was just a right thing to do just to promote you guys. I also pinned the Twitter space in there, so hopefully we got some new viewers across the platform. But I do want to just extend my hand out to each and every one of you guys here who's in this room and just anybody in DCL that's looking for advertisement sharing and just promotion. That's basically what my project's about. It's dedicated to DCL, so I don't charge nobody in DCL. That's my thing. That's the whole purpose of my project. It's anyone who's in DCL gets the exposure for free, and I'm here for us, not for you, for us, for all of us, because we all are one. We move as one. I grew up in a military family. My dad's a Marine, Semper Fi, Semper Fidelis. I believe in very, very strict rules. My uncle passed away, was a Navy man. Everybody in my family's all been servicemen, and I believe in unity. I believe that if united we move as one, there's nothing that can stop any vision that each and every one of us has, as long as we're all united together, visiting each other's parties, supporting each other's, retweeting each other's tweets, events, and just keeping each other afloat. Again, no one here is at a race to be better than anyone else. It doesn't matter who did it first or who did it better. It's not about that. It's about growing a vision, a population that we all believe in. We all believe that Decentraland will be the future. If not, we wouldn't be sitting in this Twitter space for about 3 hours already, right? Because we're talking about developmental ideas. So we're all very strong enthusiasts. We sat through this whole space already talking about developments, and like Cowboy Tom said, and like CK, like Rustan said, and like everybody else who spoke, CJ Tracks, it's all about simplicity and accessibility. It all comes down to those two things. If we can focus on that, I don't see why not. DCL will not be the most superior metaverse out there for years to come. I'm not saying that we're going to hold that belt forever, but we will damn sure hold that belt for a long fucking time. I can tell you that much. But with that being said, shout out to all you guys. Canessa Sinful. I'm super fucking bullish on these spaces, man. I'm super bullish, man. Thank you for the knowledge. Thank you for the experience. And thank you for bringing all of us together, most importantly. Passing the mic back over again to whoever's next. Thank you again.
Cowboy, you're back.
Yeah, man, I got rugged a little bit, but I'm back, man. Bio, I love you, bro. You know what I'm saying? Brothers forever, bro, for sure, man. Bio, we hit it off as soon as we met, man. That's my guy. And he's amazing, dude. Definitely lock in with Bio. I just want to say, I think that there's some not easy things we can do, but I think, for example, let's say I see True Band Room and Shelly and, Unicorn. I sent them a link. Let's say because this is something I'm doing right now. I'm trying to open a nightclub, so I'm already contacting things and like looking up and doing my budget. So I'm already hitting artists up, you know what I'm saying, and people who are well-known DJs and artists to do the grand opening of the club. And you'd be surprised, these people are not as expensive as you think. You know what I'm saying? So one thing I would love to see from the DAO, and I'm not great at writing proposals, but this would be a great proposal, is that they put funds to the side to have headliners, in like the True Band Room, where you can pay a Polo G or somebody, and 20 grand to get a bag from their bedroom. They're just hanging out in their bedroom, performing, press play. You know what I'm saying? And then from the other side, you can, number one, shill that to already people in Web3, and they probably will start paying attention if you did it consistently. And they would come on DCL, and I think DCL already does a great job of onboarding without a wallet. You can click play as guest. You know what I'm saying? I've seen friends do it, so I think the onboarding part, yeah, they solved that part. But I think we can actually bring more people from Web3 to get interested again in Decentraland. If we actually had like real, artists, then we can also have some of our favorite Web3 artists and DJs be, the start, start the concert off, and then you have a famous artist like a Polo G. For example, I call Polo G's manager. He's 20,000. You know what I'm saying? I thought he was way more. I mean, he's only 20 grand. I mean, and he just did a song with like Marshmello, which is like a huge DJ. So they're less expensive than what you think. And if the DAO
So
got behind that, where you had a headliner every week or every couple of weeks, there's so much you can do, because you can, shill it to Web3. You can sell tickets to it. So you can actually sell like an NFT pass to it. You know what I mean? Because it is a real artist. You know what I'm saying? You can also maybe even do an Eventbrite, and sell tickets to a metaverse concert on Eventbrite. I don't see why not, because that artist is well known. So I think there's some, things like that where we can actually jumpstart, DCL, by using mainstream artists. Just from my own research recently, not, I think the DAO could afford it easily to have a headliner every week or every couple of weeks.
Oh, here's the thing. It would have to be an artist that actually cares. I mean, 20K is a lot of money. It's not only just 20K. It's
Yeah, but you
freaking
sell
20K.
tickets.
A lot of people
But you sell tickets, bro.
I mean, if you can get their crowds to pay for the tickets, at this point, like we've already had Dead come through. We've had Bjork, Alice in Wonderland, or Alice in Chains, or something like that. We've had people come through, and just like it's like, okay, maybe some people will like come in for the day, but then they'll never touch the platform again. Um, so I mean, definitely, like, it is important to, like, get people in. Now, as far as like using DAO funds for that, I mean, it's a tricky part. It's a tricky part because like the DAO is for the development of Decentraland, as well as like even everything that we're doing. So I mean, I mean, allocating a huge budget to that for something that may not result well. I don't know. Maybe we'll just need a proof of concept of what a paid concert would look like, on Decentraland with a big artist, if people would even be willing to pay. Or if not, they'll be like tuning into Bio stream and watching it for free.
Let me ask you
Now we,
this:
we
when you
could gate
did,
that part. That part
no,
could be
but
gated for cheesy.
okay, bye. No, I was gonna say when you did Alice in Wonderland or you did any one of these artists, what marketing went behind it? Did Instagram ads run for tickets? Did you do an Eventbrite? Because this is stuff I would do, like if I did it, like I would actually run an Eventbrite saying, hey, Polo G, Metaverse concert, and you make it cheap, like it onboarding price $20, you know what I'm saying, instead of $100 like a concert ticket, and then you drop them a link to DCL, play as guests when the time comes, a reveal link or something when the concert happens, and then you have a few Web3 artists come up first, and then you have Polo G or whoever come up last. You know what I'm saying? So that's getting exposure for the artists, and then you just got to be consistent, like you said. They come in once and they leave. That's because we're not consistent. You know what I'm saying? So being consistent and having those artists come up. And I'm telling you, if you actually start talking to artists and managers and be like, hey, you can get a bag from your bedroom, bro, and you can get it
That,
consistently. Fuck with us. I'm
that's the
telling you,
thing. They only want the bag. But then
dude, we're using them
besides
just
that,
as much as we're selling tickets. We're getting a bag off them too, bro. Like,
not if we don't sell 20 grand worth of tickets.
well, at least we could cover most of it or break even, but we're not going to take a loss. You know what I'm saying? Marketing, to me, it's marketing. You know what I'm saying? To me, you're paying, look at them as, a spokesperson. You know what I'm saying? But I think that's what people want, bro. You got to think for the masses. You got to think, you want to onboard people outside of Web3. This is what they're doing. They're going to like Polo G concerts. They're going to, Post Malone concerts. This is what my friends are doing. They go to concerts all the time. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
So
tap
if
in
you
there,
want to
yo,
attract
cowboy,
them into this, you need
yo,
to like
cowboy.
use an artist they know.
Yo, Cabo, maybe you might want to just break it down a little bit to like let them like break it down on how we could make the money on for example, we took a 20 grand loan or excuse me grant, and we wanted to invest that money back into it. How would we remake that money back? And I mean, you've done this before with me too. Just explain a little bit how we have different forms of ticket purchases where we got tickets for sponsors, tickets for vendors, tickets for admission, tickets for VIP sections and stage areas and backstage meets. There's different categories of tickets that create different levels of income. That's how you're able to sustain a cross-verse digital event. Some companies would invest into, for example, when I throw these events, what I did with CJ Tracks for NFT NYC, we had four of my sponsors, Lost City, a couple other guys that I won't continue to speak, Swivel Meta, and a couple other people. They invested into us, gave us a small donation. We used that money to hire the DJs, to hire additional items to give away, many food stuff that we was giving out, edibles and stuff that we gave as the house. But how we generated that money back and gained exposure was, yeah, she Canessa said the edible part. She laughed. I can't forget that part, Canessa. Come on, we know we all love our nice little sweets. Get the little sweet tooth here and there, but with some nice effects at that too. But again, you just create these tickets. You got sponsor tickets, $500. They can give us a payment of $500. They get their promotions for 1 minute advertisements where you can upload it on Restream. You have Restream. You can upload about a minute video there, play it 6 or 7 times throughout a stream. That counts as marketing advertisement. They paid you for advertising their services. Add them their QR codes on the stream, a link, drop it into the comment box, and somewhere within the venue, consistently keep their logo present, right? Small things like that. That's how I was able to generate $500 from multiple individuals of organizations. Now, vendors pay us. They pay us for a table and they pay us for the space. Why they pay us is because we're giving them the exposure of traffic, right? Ultimately, hopefully, if all goes well, right? We're giving them that crowd that we're hosting in our section of party. Now, how this can work into the metaverse, obviously, you also bring in digital wearable sales, where inside the IRL location, you can have a digital monitor or a printout of that wearable being displayed with a QR code under it, where one can scan it and then takes them directly to the purchase page on OpenSea or whatever platform is being sold on. Now, there's many different diversions, and I won't keep going on and talking about it because it's not about. I don't want to take up too much of your time. Basically, it's not about me, but there is many formats of how to generate residual income from one's investment, and that's just one of many ways. Again, if we all join together, then collectively, what we create within the actual foundation of the metaverse, each other's wearables, each other's collective ideas, we put them together, then we have a huge, I'm talking about a mega fucking huge market of Decentraland items, assets, everything, where we can then all create more of a build of income that way. So all comes into, again, partnerships, supporting a support system of everybody within the organization, helping each other promote each other's events, sharing each other's communities, allowing exposure. And again, like Sinful said, being conscious on certain things. I myself, I fucked up many times. I've streamed certain events that I was not supposed to, and I've spoken to people, and they come and check me. I learn. You learn from experience. That's all about trial and error. When you was first born, you didn't learn how to run. You busted your ass. You learned how to crawl. You got walking. You know, it was levels to this. So, as you learned how certain things feel and how they operate, you adjusted. So again, this is certain things and precaution measurements that I've taken within my platform as well, to reach out to people, to contact people. That's one thing that's very important. Communication is vital. A lot of us lack of that. So let's keep that in mind. Communicating with each other, asking for help when needed. Don't be shy. We're all one here, guys. We all have and share the same vision. So I'll pass my mic over. Sinful, thank you again, Kanessa. Thank you.
Take over, Kanessa, and then would like to hear from Rustan what his thoughts are after.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, just you guys talking about concerts, it just makes me think that like not all concerts are created equal. I mean, we've had a wide range of experiences here in the metaverse when we have big names come in. I mean, I remember the Grimes concert. We had a lot of new users come in, a lot of like, you know, normies, people that had never been here before, and the response was overwhelmingly negative. Like I was listening to people talk about it, like, when is she going to be here? When is she going to be up there? Is that her? Like, I thought she was live. This is a Avatar monster thing. You know, Ozzy Osbourne, like, I don't know, was it was Ozzy here? Like, I kind of doubt it. Bjork, it was a video. I mean, I don't want to talk negative because I really enjoyed it, but it was a video that I could have watched on YouTube. So when we talk about metaverse concerts, if we're just going to have like another pre-recorded set on a screen with really cool 3D graphics, like, is that enough? And then I would segue onto that, and I would say let's talk to people who actually were brought in by these concerts and what made them stay. And I know CK and Sinful, you guys both, there's probably more than that, but I know CK, the Grimes concert was what brought you in, and Sin, the Dead Mouse. Like, so really, I mean, I would love to hear from you guys. What made you stay? Like, what did we do right
The
that made you
people,
stay?
the people. It's only the people. The platform was bad. Sorry, Kanessa, to cut you off.
No, that's good. That's what I wanted to hear. The people. I mean, I didn't want that answer. I wanted to hear your opinion. So that's awesome.
Well, for me, yeah, I mean, it was definitely the people. I mean, what was it, like the second or third weekend I was in Decentraland, I won like best partier of the weekend in Absolute. And that was because of hanging out with all y'all and like just having a great time. I was like, what the hell is this space and why didn't I find it sooner? And then, it became, coming from a creative background, having the opportunity with the Face Fashion House grant that I got, which got me an opportunity to work with Mitchie Todd, covered my wearable publishing fee, and they threw me a big event that I got to help concept some elements in the build. Like that opportunity to not only like, do I get to work with somebody who's like employed and like saying what is like proper in this space and is so talented too, and a kind person, and then I get to have this opportunity to be uplifted in this space. And I'm bringing my nail art here, which I didn't even think was going to be a part of my journey here. It just like, I don't know, that really hook, line, sinker, those sort of three elements together really just kind of, I get to be me here. There's a bunch of people who are really cool and I'm having a fun time. And I get to create in this new medium, like dreams.
Okay, so I guess like I think about it just because in my prior profession, like you don't make any decisions without having data behind you. So like, is there anybody else in the crowd who was brought here by a metaverse concert? And or CK and Sinful, do you guys know anybody else? Did you run into anybody else who like came from those concerts and stayed? And I guess if you came here from a concert and you're in the crowd, just like throw up a like heart emoji. Because what I see is like, oh, go ahead, Sin. You were going to say something?
Oh no, go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, I mean, what I see is that you guys are the only two people in this room who were brought in by a concert and stayed. And so, like, to me, that means that we need to, like, connect with people better during these big tentpole concert events, connect with them, educate them somehow, like you said, hook, line, and sinker. Like, it's cool that we're bringing people in, but if they don't stay, then, you know, like, we could bring in a lot of people, but if nobody stays, that's like the missing link. So we need flypaper, something to stick people to. And Unicorn, I see you coming up to speak. And Rustan, I've accepted, Rustan's not here. I've accepted Rustan a couple times. I know he sometimes has the like glitch in his Twitter thingy where it just doesn't want to let him up. But Unicorn, let's see. Were we ready to move on? I see other hands up, but welcome and happy to hear you comment on this since music is a big part of what you do here.
Yeah, hi guys. Just a really quick one, but I finally made it to one of the Twitter Spaces again, but I have to prepare dinner soon for the kids, so just a really quick one. But since yeah, music is kind of music in the metaverse is kind of our thing, so I actually was brought into Decentraland by the music festival myself. So that actually was I think my first in-world experience actually. After that, it was mostly the people and obviously running our own project. But just when it comes to actual concerts in the metaverse, and you mentioned the last few shows, Ozzy, Björk, those kind of experiences. There's a reason why those get overwhelmingly negative feedback. It's basically, yeah, like you mentioned, it's just a recorded video. You can watch it on YouTube. You can watch it anywhere. There's no interaction with the artist whatsoever. So it's like it's nothing special. You just don't get anything out of it. So it's not really appealing to like the general population. And it really isn't that hard to do to get like an artist on there that actually interacts with the crowd. Well, that being said, unfortunately, that's not enough to get people to actually stay and stick around. And again, we have some experience with that. We had a few quite big artists actually come through, although specific to like Switzerland and Germany. But one of them was the most played hit on radio in last year, and then it came on basically at the height of his career very recently. And we had quite a lot of new people as guests coming in, but events only like do so much. They can onboard people to just check the platform out, come in because they follow their artist, like their favorite artist, and want to watch them perform from their home, which is fine. But after that, there needs to be more. And unfortunately, currently, the user experience, as we all know, is pretty lacking in several spaces. So it's just there needs to be more content, more stuff, more like Roomway, like just things to keep people interested in sticking around and getting to know more about the world. But basically, from our experience, like concerts are a great way to bring people in. If they stick around today, it's mostly because of other people they meet within Decentraland. So, but I think once the platform gets, and I have really high hopes when it comes to the new Explorer that's being built and everything. So that you don't need a supercomputer to run the whole show and just general. Also, definitely need to check out SDK 7. They just came out of beta, so there is improvement. It's just pretty slow at the moment. But once like the rest of the world, lives up to the hype that it once was, then I'm pretty sure people are going to stick around because the community is already there. Events are already happening. We just need more content that keeps people interested. So that was just my 2 cents before I head off to dinner with the kids.
Thank you, Unicorn. It's amazing hearing from you again. It's been a while. Happy you're here, and thank you for sharing your insight. You did bring up a very, very valid point. Like the platform stability. Like if we're gonna hold a big metaverse concert, we need to have a stable platform. And like kind of like if people are paying for tickets to come into this the Decentraland show and then they can't log in, that's gonna be kind of that's gonna that's gonna hurt. So I'll pass it over to Cowboy and then CJ.
Hey, thanks, man. Unicorn, thanks for coming on, man. Yeah, I sent Unicorn a link, and I was hoping he would join. If you do the math, like we were talking before, 20,000, that's $20 a person, 1,000 people. I mean, I'm sure we've had more than 1,000 people on a festival, in the past. So it's more doable than you think. And I feel like, let's say, like Telegram, like my crypto trading, like alpha groups. If I like went in there and said, hey, yo, I'm doing a metaverse concert with so and so, a popular young artist. Remember the crypto demographics, 18 to 21. So you need an artist, hip hop artist, because hip hop's the most popular genre that, is their favorite artist right now. You know what I'm saying? Or one of their favorite artists. So let's say I go in there, yo, I got Polo G, pinned link to the top. They probably would all join. You know what I'm saying? If you put together a schedule, like if the marketing is on point, 'cause I think that's an issue too. Yeah, you have an artist perform, but did you market it? Did you put it on TikTok? Did you put it on Instagram? Did you run ads for it in advance? You know what I'm saying? When the show was over, did you thank people for coming and give them a way to follow you, a way to, interact, a schedule so they would come? Know what I'm saying? So like I think there is some things that are not being said or could be done better, okay? Because I'm sure these things are not being done on the Web 2 side. That marketing has to go with it too. You can't just have someone perform and not tell anyone about it. But I think there's ways to make money there. You know what I'm saying? At least to break even, for now until you can really grow it. I think you just brought up a really good point is the stability of the system. If you brought 1,000 people into the true band room, what would happen? You know what I'm saying? Would it crash or would it be stable?
It would never crash. Never. Not the band room.
True, True Band Room is one of the most well coded and built parsons on
For
Decentraland.
sure it is. And that's probably why we have the green walls again around the building right now. But no, I don't think they have anything to do with our coding actually. But anyway, just before I drop off, just a quick one. I'm pretty sure it would be possible to actually sell tickets and actually get people to pay for a concert. My point was more if we want them to stick around after the concert, there needs to be more other content. It can't just be events. Otherwise, they will just join for their favorite artist. Yeah, you might be able to break even on the like concert business side of things, but when it comes to actually growing the community, it can only do so much because a lot of them won't stick around. And again, we have some like regional experience with that because it's the events I mentioned and the more famous artists we had. They were brought in not by us, but our partner, which is Radio Energy, which is the like one of the biggest radio stations over here, and they have also like a very special like meme heavy TikTok and Instagram, and they definitely marketed that beforehand. And that's why they actually brought in people. But like I said, they just like most of them don't stick around. So that's my point was more to towards that, like keeping people interested long term in the platform. People that stay or stick around today are mostly interested because community, because of people they meet, because of yes, some of them because of just they enjoy a particular artist. We have quite a few actually, and one of them, like CJ Tracks on stage, that they have their own crowd and have people coming back just because they want to see them. So those like people exist, but it's not like the general population. General population just sees like crappy graphics or a system that crashes or something that doesn't even run on their device. And the other one, like the mobile, was mentioned before as well. So there's also that thing. but yeah, that was more like my point. I'm sure concerts can like work business wise, but they won't be enough to get people like really sticking around. So that was more my point. And so sorry to actually have to run out on you guys, but I have to go prepare the dinner for the kids. So I'm going to drop off unless anybody else has something they desperately wanted to ask me or throw me under the bus. I know Shelly is no, she's not on stage. That's usually her job, throwing me under the bus. But anyway, so yeah, that's all from me. So thanks,
So,
guys.
anyone would like to ask Unicorn anything before he drops to dinner? All right. The silence says it. Thank
Nothing.
you,
Yeah, thank you,
Unicorn.
guys. And yeah, talk soon.
Enjoy
Yeah, thank
dinner.
you.
Enjoy
Bye.
dinner. Mr. Sui at True Band Room, 6 p.m. Eastern today.
And here comes Shelly to throw you under the bus.
Let's go, Shelly.
I guess I called for it. Hi, Shelly.
Hey, unicorn roadkill is just what I pictured. I think I'm going to make that in AI today, like a squished unicorn by a big bus, just for fun. But no, I just wanted to say hi, and it's good to hear from you because even though we work together, you know how it is. Time zones are crazy, and it's mostly Discord messages. So, hello.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Well, thank you, Unicorn, and enjoy your dinner tonight.
Thanks.
I'll pass it over to Mr. CJ Trex.
Yeah. I just wanted to chime in on what Vanessa was saying earlier about how certain artists kind of missed the mark over the music festival thing. I think like the more if the big artist does come in, I think if they experience it live, it'll be more of a eye opener, not just for the people that are obviously when a new user comes in and then they see that their artist that they're performing in front of them is live. That right there was like one of the biggest things for me because when I came in, I didn't necessarily come in because of concerts, but like stumbling across Rustan's place and seeing Gucci Toe on the screen was like, whoa, you can even do this here? I had no idea, because it wasn't really out there yet. Nobody was really making that much content around, performing in the metaverse yet. I think, I've seen performing in Second Life from other DJs, but like they never really like posted about it consistently. So I really didn't know much about it. But just the curiosity out of like watching a DJ on the screen for me as a performer was like, okay, who do I have to get in touch with to like be the next person on the screen? Like I have to get up there. Like this is so cool. And just through like seeing Gucci Toe's name on Twitter, like he had a Twitter, like a tiny little button on the bottom of his screen with his Twitter handle on it, and I just followed his page and asked around, and then eventually got connected to True Band Room, and from one show it turned into hundreds. But I think like the curiosity was what got me to stick around and stay, even though I had a laptop with no graphics card, the laggiest experience, and I did that for 7-8 months, before I just luckily won a PC. That was just crazy luck. I had no idea that was ever gonna be a part of this, but like, so many opportunities have even come even before I had the PC from just networking with people and just like connecting with people behind the scenes. I know it's different than the onboarding topic, but it's like if artists would really connect with the people that do support and spend their hard-earned money on their stuff, like they would really see the benefits of being in the space. Like I've seen it because I really get to know everybody that like decides to go spend their mana or their money on some of my digital items or digital music that they may not ever get to hold in their hands. But like being able to just know these people is why they keep coming back to my shows, and I've always been a person to promote everybody else around me regardless. It's not something I just started doing because it's Web3, community. Like, I feel like so many people throw the word community out there, but, like, you never see any type of community action from them, So, like, I think the more that artists, can just you have to experience other people's shows. When I experienced Stony was, like, the first show I saw live. And when I experienced it, I was just like, yo, he just said my name on a freaking show. Like, what the hell? Like, who is this guy? Like, I need to get to know him. It's like, this cool as shit. So I just think that the more people see live shows, like last year music festival, I was so disappointed when I seen Soldier Boy was not good, like actually there. Like I watch him on Instagram live, I watch him on TikTok live sometimes. He's funny, man. He's just an entertaining guy to watch. So when I saw his performance as just a 3D avatar up on the screen with his music videos playing in the background, I'm like, it was kind of like a letdown, like I was expecting it live. And then seeing Bjork, I really wasn't, never really heard much about her until the festival, but I knew the hype was like, oh my God, Bjork's gonna be here. Go to the festival, you see these like 100 plus people in the crowd, and then it's like music video playing. It's just like, and then you go walk two stages away to the True Band's live stage, and you're just watching live performance after live performance after live performance, and it was just like, to me, that was more of a main stage feel for what we're actually doing in the community, which I definitely feel like, this year has definitely shifted more towards, going towards the end of last year, I've seen events shifting more towards community collaboration, like a company working with a specific creator. That is like, to me, it was a game changer this year of seeing like metaverse influencers starting to like pop up and sprout out all over the place. Like I think people are really sleeping on that, about how much marketing money some of these companies are putting behind companies' name. I never put people's business out there, but people are making significantly good money being a metaverse influencer now. So that's another side of this that I think people can tap into. But like I said, people are just really comfortable with Web 2 right now. But like I said, as people keep running into more and more problems with censorship and just like, not really being able to fully express themselves, like that's almost like having a label. Like it's like, or like having a record label behind you where they're the ones calling the creative shots for you. Like these Web 2 companies like Instagram, Facebook, they're all like limiting what we can say and do. And I think like I said, Kick is already, taken off to what it's become over just a few months of people being pissed off at Twitch. But, eventually they'll come into some problems with Kick somehow. There's always going to be some problems with people's platforms, but when it comes to a decentralized area, I think people's minds would be a lot more open when they realize that stuff's already happening here, but the live shows like are what kept me here 100%. Like if it was just a bunch of pre-recorded sets, I probably wouldn't be as interested in the music scene here. But like the live aspect of this is what I think that you can bring artists in like Polo G. Like I'm a fan of Polo G. I'm a fan of all the younger artists that have come up and made dope music. Like I don't just listen to music just because it's a hot artist. It's got to be good, and I love Polo G stuff. But I think if he came in and did an NFT token gated ticket or a token gated ticket event, it would be successful. But he has to want that, and he has to want to do that consistently then. But I really feel like he'll be more comfortable on Instagram all the time. He'll be more comfortable on TikTok because it's just simple as just like putting your phone up on a tripod, pressing live, press go live. That's as simple as it should be with Decentraland. And I had a conversation with them about like a 2.5 hour conversation about the UI and all the stuff like that with the screen and stuff like that, and about the difference between Decentraland and Spatial. It's hard to not compare because like obviously Spatial takes a lot more triangles and stuff like that, but the streaming aspect was just like share screen, boom, screen, everybody's watching the screen. I know it has its issues too. Every metaverse platform is gonna have some type of issues, but like the simplicity of that is like why I started messing around with Spatial earlier this year, like around Metaverse Fashion Week. But I really feel like once things become easier for artists to do this in Decentraland, then you'll see a lot more of them kind of embracing it. But right now, it's still like that barrier of like you got to have a technology mindset to like, or a really technologically advanced mindset to like learn how to do all this stuff. It's a lot of troubleshooting. But I'm gonna rest my case, and I just wanted to chime in a lot because there's a lot there.
Thank you, CJ. Well, Canessa, since you're my co-host, I guess you get priority over the hand raise. But then I want you to pass it to One Existence and then Shelly after.
Okay, I was just gonna say. Oh, go ahead.
Well, my question is kind of for Shelly, since Unicorns is gone. I didn't really want to keep them away from their food either. I need to go make some. But so with Pride having came up, I had started thinking about. I think it would be cool, and would love to have seen a really cool drag show. I at the time I did not know if it had ever been done. I thought it would be something brand new, but I was going to give it a shot. And I heard you guys have done that. What is the possibility of that happening again sometime?
Oh, yeah. So if Salty's available to come up, I would love to hear what they have to say. But for Pride for this month, we at True Band Room, you'll just see a portal to Dragverse, the DCL world. Salty has a whole lot of awesome stuff going on over there. But we did have the very first, to our knowledge, the very first ever drag show in the metaverse. And I'll try and find the date because it was early last year, I believe. And yeah, absolutely awesome. So hopefully Salty's able to come up and speak. But yeah, sorry, Kanessa, I think maybe we cut you off.
No, that's okay. I was just gonna say, as you guys were talking about concerts and everything, I was just gonna talk about like the True Band Room MTV 24-hour mental health awareness day, oh no, mental health action day event. Because for those of you, and I think you're all in this room, for those of us who stayed up for that whole event, like that was an experience. That wasn't a concert, that was an experience. Like that I think Sin, Shelly, Dino, a couple of us were in voice chats for 24 hours. I honestly don't know how my laptop did not explode or start on fire now, knowing that the problem that I had. Kind of scary when I look back, but that is what we need, like experiences where we're listening to this live music, but we're talking with each other. We're talking with like, we all had the same freaking breakfast. We're like all over the different country, but we all went to McDonald's and got a McGriddle that morning for breakfast. And I think that those are the things that create like a lasting impression. I don't care who I'm listening to. I care who's there with me listening to the music, because music connects people. And so I think that if we really want those events, or like CK said, it was, the Grimes concert was cool, but it was the Absolute Vodka event that stuck with her. And I remember meeting CK at the Absolute Vodka event and sending them a shirt because I was like, this person's cool. They're here a lot. Like, that's awesome. So I don't know. I just think that we need to break it down. It's not just about the music. It's about the experience that you're taking in the music, I guess, through that experience. Because otherwise it's going to be like Bjork, where it was a cool experience that lasted like 10 minutes and then it's done. But man, if I had like 24 hours with like a Bjork experience sprinkled in through that, and I got to talk to Shelly and have breakfast with her, I'd be down for that. So
I mean,
that's all.
not to
Go for it.
mention like the Decentraland mini trended, so the True Band Room mini trended in under technology. So and actually that does bring me to kind of like I guess a question to you. Was there like marketing done for that event, Shelley?
Yes. And okay, my ADHD brain is like jumping all over the place because I have three things I don't want to forget. So I'm just saying out loud the number
Say
three.
those
So my
say
brain.
those first and then answer my question.
Okay. So one, McGriddle should sponsor our next event because I think we're pulling a page from the Polygonal Mind masterminds that like it is about the people you share that experience with. Like Megacube would have been so lame if we weren't also suffering together. And I say suffering because that was really intense. I loved every second of it, but damn. And so, but like I had Talk Sam like jumping into my ear in voice chat because I would just leave my headphones in even though he was on mute. And like those are memories that last forever. Again, it's like we're all adults having these wholesome sleepover parties globally. Like that, yes, sign me up all day. And Sin, Canessa, I can't thank you enough. I had no idea anybody was going to stay for the full 24 hours. Wasn't encouraging that because I don't think that was good for anybody's mental health. But like that made it amazing. I vibed off you guys. Like you helped me stay awake through the whole thing. And so my second thing, I can't say too much yet, but we do have the list of everyone who was there for the full 24 hours, and we're doing something really special. So I can say more on that later, but it's going to be really, really cool, and we'll announce who those people are and what we're doing for them. So that'll be really fun. Oh God. Oh, third thing was the ticketed events. So I'm not going to name names or use any specific examples here, but we have done the ticketed event with the Phygital merch and all of these things with really big name artists. It costs a fortune, and it just didn't work. And I think the reality is just that we're too early. Like, that is absolutely where it's going. I think we all share that vision that these metaverse concerts will be paid, ticketed events at some point. But right now, there's just too many steps to ask the average user. Like, oh, okay, you have to buy an NFT. For that, you need a wallet. So until we're able to really streamline like credit card use to buy tickets, and I know you can do that, but then getting that translated into Decentraland so that it works, and it's a lot to ask the average user. And so that ticket event was a failure. No tickets were sold. Very few Phygital merch, if any, was bought. And so it's just, wow, it's unfortunate, but that's the reality we're in. We are building. So I think that's coming. Sin, to answer your question about was the event marketed, we didn't do any paid ads. We did do a tremendous amount of tweets, Instagram posts, blog posts, and then amplifying those. Just a lot of like one-on-one word of mouth type advertising. And MTV was doing their, Mental Health Action Day was amplifying it on their end and in internal meetings as well. But so I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Shelly, and I'll pass it back to Tom.
Hey guys, love you, Shelly. I've given some great insight. Um, I think what it is that we gotta put the tech to the side, and I think that's where the confusion comes in. Like I wouldn't even mention wallet to them, NFT, nothing. Like it would just be like a straight up Eventbrite or something similar that you pay with USD, and then when the time comes, we drop you a reveal link with simple instructions. You play as a guest, and my friends who are new to DCL, you've seen them come in there, they figure it out on their own how to make an avatar. They figure it out. You know what I'm saying? So, and they've figured it out. People who don't trade crypto, like a couple of people came in there, they don't have a wallet. So somehow they figured it out how to make an avatar, right? So like if people are curious, they will figure it out. People are tech, it's not difficult, So I think DCL already does a great job with the onboarding part, with the play as guest, no need of a wallet. And I think we just have to add to that. That's the direction I would take it. Just sell tickets and then you drop them a link. And if they want to become like, if they want a character, like let's say, like for example, at one point I had the numbers behind my name, and I asked you in the chat, hey, why does nobody have numbers behind their name? And then you told me, hey, you got to buy your name. You know what I'm saying? So things like that, that's where we can come in as a community and handle the rest of the onboarding. But I think could start with easily as like, just them coming to see some of their favorite artists, and then when they see that they can type in the chat, they get to know us, because everyone is really super cool here, especially when you meet them in person. And I think we have to build on that. My friends loved you guys. CK told you. Like one of my friends walked right up to her, and they're like best friends. Showed up at Bios party. A couple days later, didn't even tell me. You know what I'm saying? It's like they were buddies all along. So that's the thing. I think that if we combine that also with the in real life events, we can definitely do something. But I think consistency is the thing that I keep seeing lacking in all of this. Is that like we'll throw a big party, or we'll have a huge catalyst, like a 24-hour event, and then nothing follows up. And I think that we're at the point where, yeah, we have to follow up. Maybe we have to do a 24-hour event every week, once a week. Who knows? But, we have to be willing to put in that legwork to get us where we need to go to.
Oh my gosh, a 24-hour event every week. I will need help. I think we'll all need help not losing our mind, because it took a couple days to recover from that event. The more that I hear us speaking, like we're talking a lot about music and venues and like musicians and people that like music coming in. But man, if only two of us in the crowd came in because of music and stayed because of music, that tells me that like something else brought the rest of us in here. And in that room, I mean, I'm not good at math, but I'm going to say that's 5% of the 5% of the people in this Twitter space came in because of music. Like what, or because of a concert, like what brought the rest of us in? Because to me, I mean, I loved hearing Stony, and maybe that's what kept me here, but it was building. It was 3D building. it was the idea that I could build something in like a sculpture, but on the computer. And I know, like, I'm looking at the amazing developers in this room, and I'm thinking, okay, like, concerts and musicians, that's cool, but like, we need to look at what other ways can we make this platform appealing, because we haven't talked at all about like the play to earn games, the different experiences, the art, the artists that are creating in this space, just even personalities, performers that aren't musicians. And so, um, I know that Decentraland, I believe strongly, because I've peeped the wallet. I believe that Decentraland still owns a lot of land that is in the Decentraland wallet. That land was a prize to the original like Decentraland build contest. I would love to see them, create more contests, or more, I don't know, rewards, I guess, for people that are building in the space. Um, I bet I think so. The area where the winners were awarded their land was one of the first areas that was really well built out, because all of the winners were highly talented, very, they're great builders. And so, unfortunately, I am not. I got, that was the parcel that I sent to a dead wallet. So mine is like a blank piece of land. But if you go down there, it's all built up. So if you give artists land to build with, chances are good that you're going to get some cool shit built from it. So that's all. I would just say that, like, as we're talking about, onboarding people, getting them in, I think we need to onboard artists as well. And that can be a lot of forms. That can be visual artists, that can be performing artists, musicians as well. But yeah, that's what I got. Thanks for listening.
Thanks for speaking. I'm not sure whose hand went up first between CJ and One Existence, so I'll let you fight to the death until one comes out, emerges victorious.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Let's go. All right, nah, it was definitely Existence. Go ahead, Existence.
Thanks. I'll be quick. Yeah, just as a bit small reminder, talking about artists. If you recall, Aris, who came in not too long ago, was brought in to Decentraland through 729 Cubes, who wanted to host one of her pieces. So that's a definite avenue we should explore. Bringing more artists in, displaying their works, because she's still around. She's got an idea of something she wants to build and hopefully create in Decentraland. So that there's an aspect keeping her here too. Oh shoot, and then the other thing was, you mentioned more contests or whatnot, and I had submitted the proposal. It got very good feedback and was popular. As far as the DAO itself hosting a monthly wearables creation contest, I have not gone past the polling on that because of a something Sinful brought up, which I've been looking into and I've asked Laustrom about, but I don't have anything yet. Is a voting system on how we would go about voting for that. But I would love to proceed with that. It was going to be a 6-month. We would do 6 contests, 1 per month type exploration to see how well it went over before going any further. But I'm trying to find some sort of way we could vote where it's not VP Wales coming in and taking it over.
Thank you, One Existence. And CJ?
Yeah, man. I just wanted to just talk about how I came into this as a person who pretty much had zero experience with 3D modeling. I mean, I guess you can consider Minecraft 3D modeling, but it's just like the only experience I ever had. But I think that like another group that people can work on targeting is, like I said before, is the Fortnite Roblox community. Like, there's so many people that Roblox is a lot of believe it or not, there is a lot of issues with the app itself. It's not just like perfect, like I said, utopia world. There's always going to be issues in every world, but I think one of the biggest things with Roblox is like people can build worlds that people can click on, and then it pretty much just like hacks accounts and all that stuff like that. There's really crazy stuff that happens on Roblox, and people make really explicit stuff on there that young kids really should never see, that kind of gets passed us through the cracks and stuff like that. But I think I think with here, I think there's just such a big opportunity. Like when this app is more developed, like I'm always on something years before something becomes big. Like I was on TikTok before it became big. I was on Instagram. Like I was on Facebook. Like I've been on all these apps before they blew up. And this is like there's always that gray area, that period of time where it just feels like sometimes it can feel stagnant because like I said, summertime. It's really hard to draw people in during the summer. Like it's just the main numbers. I've seen it 2 summers in a row now where it's just like a slower period. But when you come out of the summer into that fall season, when people really start gravitating back towards it, and another thing that I notice influences people coming into this is mana price. And it's hard to not talk about it, but it is still something that I see that influences people. I see Genesis Plaza a lot more packed when the price is over 50 cents. I don't know. It's just something that I've just noticed of just from personal experience. But I think with things like being able to purchase things with cards and stuff like that, it just makes it a lot easier, like you said, to bring a crowd in, have a guest account, have them be able to somehow. It would be kind of hard for them to access something VIP token gated from a guest account. I'm sure there's some type of way you can have a password or something to get in or whatever, but I did VIP token gated events a few times last year, and I would say the first time it actually went off pretty well. Like we did it was with Meta Party. You guys know I did a lot of stuff with Meta Party when I first got into DCL. Like that was the crew that I hung out with all the time. But we had VIP token gated events in a world called Mozilla Hubs, which has it's kind of similar to Hyperfy. It has individual worlds. But we did a token gated event there, and I think we only had like 25, 30 people, but it was still cool just to see like something like that happen. And there was like prizes and really, really high giveaways to I think it was like $500 of ETH or something like that. Just really big prize giveaways. You got to I take notes from everything that I listen to every day. Sometimes I listen to the radio. Sometimes I'm listening to streams, or sometimes I'm on YouTube. And I'm always like trying to figure out how the ads are working, or just studying the ads. Like I'm not a person who has like a background in like studying marketing or anything like that, but I just did it with social media over my whole career. I've been on social media since it ever even pretty much existed. Like I Facebook. My aunt was living in San Francisco when Facebook kind of first came about, and I got caught wind of it like way before everybody else did. And then I watched the huge crowds come in over time as the app got better. Then Instagram happened, and then like these chain reactions are going to happen. I think people are going to end up here, but it is going to take a little bit of time for people's computers or even phones to be able to keep up with this technology. And it's hard to not talk about the tech, but it is a big key in this thing. Like I think some people just can't handle it. Like it's really hard for people to just like when they're so used to their iPhone 15 or 14 Pro, whatever, just zooming through things, and then they have to go through this and be in such a laggy world. I think like a year from now, when the 4000 series is even more cheaper and PCs are cheaper, we're gonna see a lot more people come in. So we'll see.
Thank you, CJ, and I'll pass it over to Julianne.
Hi.
Welcome. How are you this week?
Good.
And then after Julianne, you can pass it to Shelly.
Yeah, I think I first knew about Decentraland was because of the mana token, and then what I liked about Decentraland was just the idea that you have a plot of land, and then someone else could have something right next to you. Just the whole, maybe it was like a completely like gated garden, just like everyone has their different experiences or buildings. Just something about that I like. So. And then also I have worked on like my own building. I mean, it took in the beginning in the Decentraland Builder, it took a little while to get the hang of it, but then I've enjoyed working on it, and hopefully like maybe sometime after I launch my blog, I could eventually launch my Decentraland building.
If you haven't found it yet, I just wanted to put this out there. There's a GitHub link I can send you from Mr. Dingia. There's a ton of assets on there. There's some of them are builds, some of them are just like individual pieces of furniture or like even party lights. Because for me, getting party lights was a big thing for my build. I couldn't get it for so long because it's not in the builder world. Because I use Builder, I don't use SDK or anything like that. But like people underestimate what you can actually do in Builder, and it's a lot less of a technical thing to make something than having SDK and all that stuff behind it. And sometimes I say less is more. You know, you don't have to have this crazy complex build to throw an event. I think people get that misunderstood sometimes too. But yeah, if you need some free stuff, definitely check out Dingia's GitHub depository because it's like stuff that, I mean, it's so valuable and it's free. So I just always put it out there. Don't forget about that, guys. Check out, if you guys don't know who Mr. Dingia is, I can post a link or something like that if I grab it.
Yeah, one thing I wish if they increased the materials limit a little bit, that would be nice. Because I've managed to get the polygon work with the polygon limit, but the materials limit. So I guess I've just been creative, like, okay, I'll just replace this wall with like a picture and then make it so no one can pass through. So, oh, good, now I could add a character. Now I could add a little chalice.
Julianne, are you building on a one piece parcel?
Yeah, it'd be nice if I could get a second piece, but I don't know. Sometimes when you see people haven't moved that NFT in a long time, it's like, oh, I hope they're, I don't know, they're still alive or not.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, one thing I've thought of, and I realize the responsibility is like on me or somebody who would do it, but I wish that we could change the triangle and material limitations on single piece parcels. Not 2-piece, 3-piece, 4-piece, but just increase it slightly so that you can just do a little bit more with a 1-piece parcel. And I get why we can't, because if we have too many triangles, it bogs down the functionality of the entire ecosystem. But I have been in your shoes, and that is a hard one to get past. I have hated triangle limitations when I was building Builder. That was always the problem. But then when I built in Blender, all of a sudden I'm like exceeding the materials, the capabilities. And so I'm like, no, now I have something new to work on. But yeah, I wonder if there's any ways that we could help you, get past those. I know there were some amazing builders before in the crowd, but it'd be nice to get past some of those limitations.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's could be kind of fun just to like work within the limits and try to figure things out. But just like a little more would be nice. Maybe we could put some more characters in.
So if you use, and this might be a question for you, Vanessa, if you use SDK, is it still like limited when it comes to textures and stuff like that? Or is it just like try counts that's like you can go over?
I was wondering that too, because I know that the SDK has helped, triangles, but I don't know if anybody has that knowledge. That would be awesome to hear. CK maybe? I don't know.
I had to get rid of the ice cream booth.
Sorry, what was the question again?
I'm saying I had to get rid of the ice cream booth. Boo-hoo.
The question is, like, we know that if you deploy through the SDK, you can kind of squeak past those triangle limitations. Does it allow you to do that for materials as well?
I haven't been. The only thing I've ever been pushed back on is the 15 megabyte limit. So usually, I think you can get away with more of pretty much anything as long as you aren't over that 15 MB. But don't quote me. I'm still new into SDK, but I put in animations and all different types of textures and things, and yeah.
We're quoting you on that. CK said,
put it in the docs.
CK told me. Also, Julianne, I would ask, are you only working in with the Builder assets, or are you importing stuff from Blender that you've made?
I'm working within the Builder and then some stuff I bought on Sketchfab.
Okay, because as I like to say, not all assets are created equal in the Builder tool. I, like, years ago, had this Excel spreadsheet that had every single asset in the Builder with its triangle counts, because you can use a gray rock and it can have like 500 triangles, and then you use the gray rock next to it and has 5,000. and then whether it was optimized. And these are assets that like they were created in March of 2019. So there has not been a lot of evolution in that builder. They're old, you know, so like I really, really, really suggest if you want to put a rock in your build, go look through every single rock from the Fantasy collection has rocks, Genesis Plaza has rocks, the Pirate collection has rocks, just to use those as an example. And then also like if you're doing a, you know, you said ice cream truck, or like there's ways to get around it, like use like a black block from the voxels set rather than like I don't know, something else, or use a wall piece because that might have way less triangles or way less materials, and then stick with that material. Don't use like I'm just trying to like think of examples, but like don't use a black wall from the, you know, the like gallery one and then go use a different one from the collection. Once you use it, try to use that same one, because that's going to reduce your materials, because every time you go to like a different asset, like it's different materials. But yeah, that I mean, just like the builder tool is the forgotten child. It's like the middle child that they just it's, I mean, it's literally they're telling it, like they've told us they're not actively like maintaining the builder tool. So learning how to build in it though is great, because then when you go to Blender, you're gonna like, your wings are gonna open and you're gonna fly and soar,
Nice.
because everything is so easy. So I know it sucks to start with, but it'll make you a better builder in the future.
Good.
I will like also jump in and say that the foundation has no intentions on updating the builder to SDK 7. So it is literally the forgotten child. And no, we lost Shelly. Conversations must. Oh no,
I
Shelly's
see
here.
Shelly.
Oh, for me it was saying connecting. Shelly? No, Shelly gone.
Oh no.
But yeah, look, I know it may sound a little scary, but I'm sure there's a lot of individuals here that can get that can show you how to get started like with SDK and Blender. So I probably sound like a broken record at this point, but join the CVD FAFO sessions. They're always doing cool shit.
Thanks.
Yeah, and Julianne, if you run into any hiccups, you know, hit me up. I can try to help, because I know I didn't do anything except for the builder up until like December. I decided I was going to try to really make a push to learn Blender, and then I would just I you know, I've done the donut tutorial in the past. That's just way too much information for the normal human brain to take in. If you could do that and learn, then I'm in awe. But like that's not how my brain works. My brain is like distracted by shiny things. And so I just made a commitment to myself to learn one new thing a day, and I would write it down so that like I held myself accountable and that I would remember what I learned. And then that was like the one thing that changed. And like I literally was starting with like, I want to make a box, like or a cylinder. And now I want to change the color of it, because that seems like it should be so easy, but it's not, like, until you, well, it's not for people like me, I should say. And as an educator, like I mean, I think there is science to how our brain works. And so yeah, start slow and then just ask a lot of questions, bug us, and if we don't get back to you, bug us again.
Wait, changing the color, you mean there's not like a paint bucket option where you just click it and it's different color?
You know, not like paint. Like in my mind, it should be as easy as like the paint. But no, if you just walk into Blender, it's not going to be that easy. Like now, having gotten to this point, I know how to do it. Like, and I can go do it and probably walk somebody, you know, through it pretty easily. But it is more complicated than that. And like, I am no expert, so probably there's like really good people in the crowd that would be like, Canessa, like it should be pretty darn easy, and you know, but I'm not there yet. So, but then again, like I was just telling Cyclapa in the build, like I found this really cool effect, the color changing effect, because I was trying to make glass, and Nikki Fuego was nice enough to like help me do it. Like they sent me a video, but then I kind of forgot. So I was like, wait, what did Nikki tell me again? Okay, I think I did something with this. So I don't know. I think sometimes those happy accidents come from like there is magic in not knowing what the heck you're doing because you can stumble upon cool things. And Shelly, you're back? Oh no. Is Shelly back or no?
I see Shelly up here with her hand raised.
I see her. Do you hear us, Shelly?
Earth to Shelly. Earth to Shelly.
Jelly's
Shelly,
frozen.
Shelly, can you hear anybody?
What
She's
planet does
finishing her
Shelly live
McGriddle.
on? All right. Well, I'll message Shelly and see if she can hear us. But we'll pass it over. I think it was One Existence that had his hand up, right?
Well, I kind of wanted Shelly to be able to hear because I was going to shout out my friends at Meta Rides that are in the room who are creating metaverse vehicles. But one of the things, and this is also for those of you in the music industry, they have a radio that they will be is going to be played inside these vehicles, and they'll play NFT music. So if anybody wants to get exposure, get it out there. I'm pretty positive that the artists keep 100% of their rights. It's going to be another additional platform for people to be able to hear their music and possibly purchase it as well. So I recommend reaching out to them if you're interested in that. And I know Shelly had been talking about she wants an NFT music jukebox. And right now, that's the closest thing I have come to finding that as of yet. But I know Prism, who works with High CC on Metaverse Mondays, he's got something working where he can play his music NFTs through Alexa. So that's another step closer.
Web3 Alexa? Is it like actual Alexa or is it something that they've developed?
No, he tells Alexa to play one of his NFTs, and somehow she plays it. I don't know the details behind it. You'd have to talk more with Prism.
Damn, they hacked Alexa. Let's keep this information on the down low in case Amazon's listening. Or actually, no, maybe not. Maybe Amazon would be interested in all this, actually. But after many lawsuits, maybe.
And they'd charge you for it.
And they would charge you for it. Yeah, that's the reason why there would be lawsuits, because they're not making money out of it.
Can I order from Temu from the metaverse? That's the next evolution.
Less Life made it possible for us to order pizza.
They need to hook up with DoorDash or Uber Eats or something like that too, so we can
Oh
order
my God.
anything we want.
Have you ever suggested that?
No, I just now thought of it.
Dude, that is like an amazing thought. Oh God. Maybe even could be another initiative that Les Slice could spearhead. And I had told Shelly to restart her phone because she was ruggies many, many times. So here she is, I think. Earth to Shelly or Mew to Shelly. Can you hear me, Shelly?
Yes, hello. Oh my gosh, that was like a wicked rug. And I'm sorry, I no longer know what we're talking about, but I had something to bring up from a topic earlier, so I don't want to interrupt. So if I'm throwing off the flow here, shut me up.
Here, how about this? We'll let One Existence kind of like um, paraphrase or yeah, briefly like explain what he was telling us about recently, and then you can shift to the topic.
Because yes, Shelly, I kind of had wanted you to hear this as well. I was introducing Meta Rides down there, who's listening, that they have a NFT radio within the vehicles that they're creating for the metaverse. Because I know you were wanting a jukebox that will play your NFT radio or NFTs, but there is also, well, you're on the Metaverse 3 with High CC, who works with Prism, who has it figured a way to get Alexa to play his NFTs. So closest thing to a jukebox I have found for playing NFTs is the Meta Rides with the NFT radio, and Prism, who gets his Alexa to play his.
That's awesome. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, what I was referring to was more like how do we track plays and then monetize that for the artist and the NFT holder. So I feel like we'll get there eventually. I'm not the coder or the developer to be the one. I just have the ideas.
Well, you mentioned in a tweet some time ago about wanting a jukebox that would play it.
Yeah, well, right. Because think about it, if every Decentraland venue had the option to maybe buy in to using a jukebox, and then you have an option of like what's included, like what records do you put in your jukebox? Well, okay, they're NFTs, and then you negotiate or partner with holders to include certain music NFTs. And the part that I was hoping for is like, okay, so let's say True would buy in, just like you pay for your Spotify membership each month. We pay to have this jukebox each month, and then that fee is split with the artist and the NFT holder. So it would encourage a lot of music NFT sales because you can potentially monetize them, and that's beneficial to the holder and the musician. So again, I have no idea how to make that happen. That's just the idea. So I can't wait to see that unfold someday because I think that's where it's going.
I do see that Meta Rides kind of came up to speak. Welcome to the space. I believe this is your first time here. So nice. Yeah, did you have anything to kind of add?
I do. I appreciate the space and One Existence. Thanks for mentioning us. Just to be fully transparent and to add a little bit of context, we are building for Unity and Unreal based platforms. So I don't want to pretend that I understand how Decentraland works, but I will kind of explain what we're doing. So we have reached out to quite a few different Web3 musicians, and the ones that wanted to be involved with Meta Rides Radio, which plays in all the vehicles, provided us with the WAV files, the links where they want people to go when they resonate with the track. There's a buy now button that sends our users or our ecosystem back to their sales platform. We don't take a penny from it. And I wanted to touch on your data and analytics, question. I don't know that anybody has the answer yet on what that Web3 version of Spotify looks like. I will say what we're doing is we are building in a way where we can track the clicks. And at the end of our test run, which ends at the end of December of this year, we will analyze the data and figure out our best plan moving forward. In an effort to make sure that we either continue with the model that we've got now if it's working, or if there's a better way that we can somehow take another step towards being that Web3 Spotify, we will. I just don't want to pretend that I know what it looks like yet. But one of the coolest things that we have found is that, we just signed an Unstoppable Domains partnership, and the simple fact that they have so many Web3 users that are finding out about us and coming into our ecosystem in relation to the musicians, that's a whole new world that's finding out about each of these artists. So that's part of the reason why we did this. Of course, we get to utilize their music for promo videos and other stuff, but for the most part, it helps us with our UX. And then the musician, the concept there. So my partner at Meta Rides, Craig, and I have been building in Web3 for about, 19 or 20 months now. And we ran for, I think it was 3 months. We did a Friday night space every Friday night we did a music marketing and metaverse space, and we learned what musicians want out of metaverse assets, metaverse worlds, etc., in an effort to help us build what we're building today. It was a great platform for us educationally. And what we found out was, and again, it didn't take rocket science to figure this out, but metaverse worlds without music are stupid, right? If you walk into a building, music should be playing. It's just a no-brainer, in our opinion. The twist is, how do you support the musician by doing that, right? So it's either some sort of a Web3 Spotify where they get a cut every time it's playing, or what we came up with was some sort of a jukebox that's in the corner that you walk up to, and it shows the artist, similar to what we're doing for MetaRides Radio, but ours is much smaller on the screen. But the platform is right there, where if you love it, if it's, let's say it's Sammy Arriaga and you resonate with the track, you click the button and it goes directly to that sales platform for Sammy. That's what it should look like, at least in the beginning stages that we believe in. I don't know what it looks like after that, but we've had so many discussions of a record store, jukeboxes, some sort of, like when you walk into a pizza parlor and there's a TV in the corner and music's playing, that TV could be the display that shows the musician. There are so many different ways to do it, but it has to be included, in my opinion. So that's A. B is, you know, making sure that we take care of these musicians, not just with links back to the platform, but we have a feeling at MetaRides anyway that metaverse worlds are going to be like 3D websites almost when it's all said and done. And similar to what happened a year ago when we were all reaching out to musicians to come and sing in our spaces, I have a feeling as metaverse worlds start to open up, people are going to try to get daily active users and try to introduce what they've built to, you know, the Web3 world. And a big way of doing that is by having a concert with musicians. Make sure that you've got a budget for that, because I think that musicians are planning for it from what we've learned. So they'll come out and do a half-hour gig or whatever, but it's going to cost money. That is supporting the Web3 musicians, but it's also supporting the platform and getting more eyeballs on what's being built. So I could literally ramble about this all day. I love the topic. But bottom line is, at MetaRides, we're trying to give back to the musicians because we've been building alongside them for the last year and a half. And it just makes sense, you know, for us to be able to use the music. Quite honestly, everybody that we've shared it with so far, like the MetaRides radio station has gone through our entire dev team. Every single one of them was like, oh my God, I can't believe this. I didn't even know about these tracks. You know, there's been a lot of positive feedback, and we haven't even launched yet. So I think it will help the UX at various levels, whether it's metaverse worlds, assets, whatever. But I think for anybody that's building in this space, you've got to factor in music. It's going to be a big play moving forward, in my opinion.
And what could enhance things is VR and mobile. Has there been any updates on Decentraland recently about implementing any of those things?
So VR is actually working again. It was actually an ongoing grant for a while, and at one point it ended up getting rejected because it was just getting a lot at once, and then I think it got reapproved recently, and it looks like, from what I've seen, I haven't done it personally myself, but I've seen recently that VR is now available. Something that I did recently that I thought was really cool, I actually posted a video about it on my TikTok, was while I was at a party at the Dollhouse, I went into Spatial, you know, since it's so easy to just screen share there. And I had the party from Dollhouse. It was just me and my Spatial place by myself, but I put the screen up in Spatial, and then from my phone, I was able to attend the Dollhouse party just watching it from Spatial on my phone, which I know is another step, but that's just an idea if anybody ever wanted to use that. And then on your phone with Spatial, you can actually like click AR mode, and then you can just like take all the assets that are in your little. I have like the template that they give you when you first jump in. I'm not really like that great at building in Spatial yet, but all the assets that are hanging up on my walls, like the NFTs I have hanging up, or like where I even have wearables hanging up. When I walk around my living room with AR mode on, I could see the screen from Dollhouse up on my wall. Actually, it looks really, really cool. I have to post it on Twitter. And then I circle around my living room and I'm walking around, and then my avatar from Spatial standing there while watching myself in Decentraland. So I know it sounds a little complicated, but it basically was just like streaming myself in a world that I was already in from a app you can access from your phone. Yeah, which is really cool because I really feel like that's the one thing that's missing is just like being able to attend events, even if you're only able to see the stream or something like that and talk with the chat box. That'd be so cool, like just to be able to like have the screen locked in on your phone, and then you're almost like a TikTok style chat where you're just talking and chatting with everybody from your phones. I think that would be a big game changer. I think that maybe we can make that happen. Who knows? But I know apps are expensive as hell. I know it's not cheap, so don't listen to me.
And thank you, MetaRights, for coming up to speak and introducing yourself. I just followed you back. And yeah, if you ever are around in the Twitter space and would like to chime in or share some of your insight, you're always more than welcome to. Feel free to just hang out here and continue to add to the conversation. And yeah, it's a pleasure. Um, Before I pass it to Bio, Shelly, did you have something to say, about a topic?
Yeah, so we were talking about the user retention in Decentraland. Like, yeah, we can get the new people in, but how do we keep them? Something we're doing in the True Band Room is just, you know, taking a page from Twitch and raiding. So, like, one, trying to align with the greater Decentraland schedule is always what we're trying to do whenever possible. It doesn't always work because we all have schedules we're working with in real life and artists, and there's just many factors. But if it's possible to align your event to not overlap with other events and lead right into somebody else's, we so often have people come into a concert at the tail end and they're like, whoa, this is cool. What's next? And I'm like, oh, we're all going to go over here. And that raid from one event to another helps keep them in. It shows them more of the world. So just those two things, like, let's all try to align our events whenever possible. Co-marketing, if anybody wants to do that, just hit us up because we love doing that as well as a community. And then again, the raid concept, like, if you are hosting an event, take a look at what else is going on so that you can direct whoever did attend your event to somewhere else. And it's fun.
We need a community calendar. The events page should be a calendar. I can't say it enough, Shelly. It sucks. It's so hard to coordinate everybody without being able to visually see it. It's hard for us to, go to the events page and just like scroll down it because there's not a clear, way of seeing things. I think with when I was using Billy T Coin's Google Calendar, it made my life so organized. He was updating it all the time. I don't really use it as much now, but before I was able to just hop from place to place to place, and even when I was organizing events, I was able to just go there, click on it. I'm not sure if he still updates it. He may still update it, but that was just so much easier for me to keep track along with, and because I do a lot of events every week. Like I said, I do sometimes 7 events a week, and it's hard for me to coordinate with the people that are doing the event at a specific time because sometimes they're working still certain times, or sometimes that may be the time they get off work, or they may have break between taking care of their kids and stuff like that. So it really is kind of complicated, but it would make it so much easier for all of us to coordinate if we all did have a community calendar that we all looked at for community events. That would make a big game changer. Because when I used to go into when I would go into what's that world that Jay Griff was in VR something, alt space. When I was going into alt space, I would just click on a calendar and it was just easy to find things when it was happening, how to get into it, and just that would be so key. But yeah, there is a lot of weekly events that happen, and I think we're slightly working around each other, but it sucks because then it's just sometimes things have to get changed at certain dates and stuff like that, and it really is tough. But I know hopefully we can all work together, and if we just have a visual, that would make all of our lives a lot easier, and the raids could happen more because I love doing the raids. It's something that we should do on TikTok. We did it on Twitch. We did it on Instagram. So it's that really does keep people around on the app. So that's what people want. They want people to stay on. So that's a great topic, and I know we
And
talk about it a lot.
Yeah, and I have told anyone and everyone at the foundation who will listen to create that calendar. So hopefully soon it will happen.
I have two. And I can't stress it enough. Come on, this Dylan Francis event has been live for I don't know how long now. No one's going there. The weekly golf competition, who's attending those? Like, because I don't know. I don't see any. Oh, One Existence hand is up. Are you attending those?
No. So
Okay.
I know what you mean, and I have been going on about this as well. I created a Twitter community for events where I hope to keep it only as events posted and happening soon. So far, I've been the only one adding them to it. I have found that when you go to decentraland.org, if you tap on the events menu option above, it's pretty good. Because believe me, I've complained about this so much. But the in-world one is absolutely horrendous. And I've not given up, but I have been trying to use God mode, which is a AI tool that works while you do other things, in gathering the information and putting together a program for me that will grab all the events going on, change the times to your time zone specifically. But I am not a programmer in any way. So I'm having to rely on it, and it's gotten stuck trying to do the same task over and over again. So I'm not 100% sure where I am on that. But I've at least
I
been trying on that end too.
hopefully our cries, our woos will be heard by the upper beings, like the coders and whatnot. Before I pass it to crap. Actually, never mind. I guess I will just pass it because train of thought lost. Go ahead, Bio.
You sure, son? Take your time, man. Take your time. If you want a couple more seconds, it's all good, man. I'm patient.
No, no, go for it. Go for it,
All right,
and
cool,
I'll
cool.
probably think of it while you're speaking.
Hopefully, I say something that sparks that thought come back to you. Just want to tap in real quick and just speak on a couple things that you guys were talking about. Very good conversation overall today. I think that today we've really excelled and covered a lot of topics, generally on the improvement of DCL. And I think today's conversation has really been, I mean, I kid you not, it's really been how can I say it, productive, right? All of us have learned many new tactics, new ideas, and moments like this is where great things happen. But again, some of you spoke about earlier about accessibility, mobile streaming. That's something that I know Trax and I have been really working on for quite some time with a company called Swivel Meta. CK Bubbles is also a part of the sponsorship program. I've been working very hard with them, trying to create a mobile version of the metaverse that we're working on, where a URL 3D version of the metaverse can be seen and interactive. One thing that I do want to just also throw out there is, entertainment is what keeps people on board, right? People love to be entertained. Seeing the metaverse and people understanding what it is and the new forms of entertainment that we're used to already seeing it, but just or the traditional version of it, but seeing it evolve now in a more interoperable, interactive, and immersive way is what's keeping people here. One thing that I am very happy to announce too also is that Duo, a company called Duo, who hosted the what is it, Metaverse Fashion, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, inside DCO. They just partnered up with us at Vita TV and now giving us also a new UI where we can have interactive streaming. So now I think another form of having these onboardees come in is by showing it a new technology that we can all share with. And one thing I do want to make known and just throw some alpha out there is that Duo is going live soon. It's a good company for all of us to look into. I've partnered with them to onboard people as well, and we're working on many new technology that we're bringing into Decentraland. We did test out this new interactive experience where an avatar can actually jump into another metaverse using an interactive streaming TV inside DCL and controlling another avatar in another metaverse. For example, like Spatial, which is a mobile version, metaverse style that we can use. That's already been proven to be successful. We tried it, it works, it's stable. Things like this is what I want to bring up and just bring it to perspective with you guys because we're doing just that in just different forms of ways. The calendar, that's another thing that I say that it's very, very important. You know, just bringing new technology, like I mentioned, into the space, new forms of viewing and interactions. All of us have mentioned many diverse ways. So just congratulations to everybody, first of all. Meta Ride, all of you guys that just have been coming up here and just talking about newly innovations that each of all your projects are bringing into the space. So congrats to that. A lot of new improvements are coming. I can see 2024 being extremely bright for us in DCL. But the calendar thing, that's another thing I'm really like so bummed out, honestly, because I go inside and I onboard new people. I try to show them DCL and new events, and like Sinful said, there's been an event there for like God knows how long. Jesus Christ, I'm tired of seeing that there. Right? Please, just can someone please just somehow parish that shit, please, because it's driving me nuts. It's like wasting space on my screen. Kid you not. But
I'm sure Dylan got a bag for it too. And
yeah, for real, right? But overall, man, the calendar is a very important thing. I do want to say Billy T Coin does have a very updated calendar. He still does update it. In fact, he shared his calendar with me since I'm trying to open up this network service in DCL. I do want to provide a lot of events and at least a directory of events that are going on, since DCL event boards isn't really reliable. And hopefully in the long run we can see something like that. But maybe we can create a Discord server inside the DCL DAO already that can create some sort of bracket rate chart for those that are in DCL. I work with a company called Streamers Inc. They basically run the gaming community world. There are over 200 streamers. We just recently partnered up about a week ago. They gave me my own server inside their server, which is a ginormous popular server, very, very popular server in the gaming community. And they've given me the chance now to onboard people in DCL. And I'm gonna share that link on my own post, not in here, unless Sinful and Canessa gives me the green light for that. But anyone who's interested, join in there. I kid you not. Join the server. Let them know Bio sent you. They're gonna add you in. You guys could then become part of their Twitch and Kick streamers rating program. These guys have up to 400 or 500 people watching at a time, maybe even a K sometimes, and they rate each other. Maybe we can bring people like this, these type of communities, gamers, and different diverse communities, like you guys mentioned earlier, from Roblox to just diverse different gaming worlds, and bring them in. This is one form of way of how we can also onboard people. CK has done it before. I've seen CK having conversations with people in other worlds and bringing them in. So CK, that shit is dope. I admire you for that. Like, and not to mention how easy she does it. She does it with such an ease. I have to sit behind the mirror for like 5 hours and practice my lines, and she just does it easily. So shout out to you, CK, for that one. Last, before I pass my mic again, guys, let's really focus on try to creating a synthetic mobile alternative to contacting or reaching DCL. One way that I use it, a remote feature, like Trax was saying earlier, and allows you to actually stream as well. I control all four of my computers from my iPhone using an add-on called Google Chrome Remote Desktop. It's a free application. It's also an add-on. All you have to do is just merge your Gmail account, and you're able to actually control your computer from anywhere around the world. In fact, in Miami, when we was with the DCL Foundation and we was actually going to view at this nice hotel, this underground water build that they did. I think it was a live synchronized reaction or a live feed of another part of the world's ocean. I actually winded up hopping in there. I was with CK too. She got to see it. My avatar jumped in there, and I was remote. I actually told my son in New York City to turn on my computer, and I tapped in remotely and got to actually show people and teach them to use Decentraland from my phone, and gave them the chance to use it as well. I'll drop in some pictures inside the chat box here inside the space so you can see how it looks to use a remote desktop on a phone and control DCL. It's a little bit still on the hiccup side. My recommendation is getting a gamepad, put it on a Bluetooth on your phone, and you actually will be able to use the analog, both analogs, to view and to actually walk. You will still have to use your mouse, your touch screen, to then hover your mouth to touch stuff. But again, it's just MacGyvering different techniques until all of this becomes a reality. I think that's what we're all doing already. So just congratulations to everybody. I love it. I love it. I love it. Let's keep inspiring. Let's keep striving for more. And it's all about us. It's all about the community helping each other. So Shelly did make a good point about rating people and just being conscious a little bit on not overlapping. It may
You said
seem
it.
like an issue, but when this becomes a lot more bigger, I think we would have to become more structural with that. There's 10,000 parcels, so imagine just 10,000 events overlapping each other. If we can create an organized, synchronized rating program or feature or just an operation, can you just imagine how much people we're gonna get? I mean, we're sharing communities. That's exactly what I've been stressing about the whole time I come up here and talk about. It's just sharing communities. So, all right, guys, I'll pass the mic over. Sinful. I hope I
You
clicked
just said
something.
it. You just said it. You just
I
said it.
did
The
it.
raid. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
nice. Let's go. All right.
I was gonna talk to Shelly or like even just everyone here about like even the thoughts of like even evolving the meta raid, like the raid from one venue in Decentraland to another one. And I kind of like thought about how like now we have VLM. I wonder if it would be possible through VLM or whatever that True has, because they have their own version of VLM, to kind of like spawn a teleport to the next location. Like as soon as the show's done, it's like, all right, guys, raid, and then spawn that teleport. CK,
You could put a teleport in anytime. There's a builder asset for a teleport. You could do it with coding if you want to do a custom asset. It's
like
totally
live
possible.
without refreshing.
I don't know about refreshing it, but like if you say True had an event like Mondays, right? We love a good party train that we do on Mondays. So True has an event and there's a teleport in there that goes to ABCs, and then on ABCs, well, I guess it would be, we end up at Baby Dolls, but at ABCs we could have one to Baby Dolls, and things like that. So that way, like, the party continues. I'm not sure if every venue always wants to do that, but if there are ones that are sort of these weekly things we always do, like last Sunday I did a pop up at Bubble World, and I strategically asked, like, hey, can I do it right before y'all's Music Matrix so that I can lead the party to y'all's thing? Because I always like that idea. So I'm down.
Word, count me in too.
We down, we down. The reason why I suggested just VLM, kind of like as a way to kind of like not take away from the current show, but then as soon as it's finished, it's like people just see the teleport pop up right in front of them without having to refresh, and then jump that way.
I mean, a little trick I think that you can do maybe is inside the builder. I mean, I've done this to my OSB clubhouse. It's one of my first builds I ever did about a year and a half ago. Put like 10 teleporters on the top, and I gated them. I put a small little box over it, like with a door in the front. Kid you not. And you actually can tell the people at the end of the show the pin, the 4-digit pin to that actual coding, and it will open the door, and then the actual teleporter becomes available. So I guess maybe you can do something like that. And at the end of the show, just say, here's the 4-digit pin. You can then put it on the stream itself, on the actual streaming TV, so it shows in world or for whoever's watching. And then they can just open up the box and then hit that teleporter and get out of there. But the teleporter does have to be dropped in through Builder and then redeployed prior to the event. And if you want to change the ADDI, all you got to do is just edit the scene and go back to that, change the address, and redeploy again.
Shelly, did you want to say something before I pass it over to CJ?
I was about to be like, Unicorn, are you still here listening? Because yes, I totally want to do something like this, and I would love to have like an animated version that's pre-programmed to the event so that everybody doesn't have to refresh to Decentraland, so that in advance, like, okay, we're all going to ABCs. But I see like the curtain, like if you're at a theater and the curtain closes and then it reopens and the stage has been changed, like I would love to see an animated version of like, wee, and then everybody runs through this portal and we all arrive at the next destination together. This isn't like my idea, but like in the spatial, where you can just create boop, in real time, like Cece does it when we're running around the world. She'll just be like, oh, we're going over here, jump in that bubble, and boom, we all travel that way. So I would love to see something like that. And sorry, we have a very large jet flying overhead, so I'm going to mute.
Yeah, or I gotta like even throw out like the Hyperfy teleporters where it's like a doorway and then you just like walk through. It's like boom, you're at the next one. CJ, take it away. Oh, did you want to say something, CK?
Sorry, I was just gonna say it's kind of like how, like with Lighthouse, right? We've done the Lighthouse Jump Anywheres, and we're able to easily follow people that way. You know, there. I think we're all on the precipice of whatever it is, but I think that it's there, and I'm here for it.
CJ, take it away.
Yeah, the teleports are a really big key. I think it's gonna make interoperability a lot easier to figure out when you don't have to like switch tabs or open tabs of their browsers and all this other stuff going on. But real quick, I just wanted to throw this out there. It's a little separate topic, but really just because it's really key for people who do create wearables. Um, I just noticed recently, like I spent like the last month just learning Blender in and out with the help of Dr. Drip and MetaTiger. But the armature you get from the DCL depository is not the correct one for the one you're supposed to mesh or to mix the wearable with the armature. If anybody has no idea what I'm talking about, the wearable creators would know. But just keep that in mind if you have running into issues with like weight painting and stuff like that. Sometimes you'll just like, I mean, I was like yesterday. I must have spent 12 hours literally just trying to figure out what the hell to do. After doing every step I thought that I was doing right, it just so happened to turn out to be the wrong armature. So just wanted to throw that out there because I know some people can run into that, and it may be like a hurdle on top of everything that's already there to make a wearable. There's a lot of like things, rules you got to follow and stuff like that. There's a little bit of limits to making wearables, but just wanted to put that out there just in case you guys run into that issue too. I know Nikki just dropped a tweet with some key information about this. I think that's here right there.
Let's pass it over to Nikki. Welcome, Nikki.
Hi, beep beep. Yeah, I thought that was a perfect opportunity to come up and talk about that. That armature is the bane of everybody's existence. If anybody's created wearables for a significant amount of time, you've probably run into that issue. I've been using a Blender file for over a year now that basically has 3 different armatures, just as like backups, but it also has default base meshers for both the male and female avatar. And I updated it recently with Doki in preparation for the hand category. And we just open source that, and it has not only those base meshes, but it also has in the file everything that you need to produce the wearable, take pictures of the wearable, everything like literally lights, camera, everything's already set up for you to just take the picture and export. It also has pictures in there that talks about all of the triangle limitations, texture limitations, materials, all of that for every category. So you don't have to stop your workflow making a wearable to go to the docs and look it up. You can just have all the information there you want. I strongly recommend that anybody that uses that to keep that file as like its own separate backup file, and then just create a new wearable file from that every time and rename it, so you always have a backup just in case. Because that broken armature can happen literally from doing the smallest of things, and it's really hard to revert the leaf bones and stuff. And so it's just good to have a backup of that. But yeah, that's open. It's on the Awesome repository now, officially today. And if you're, I heard somebody other talking about Game Jam. If you're making a game for Game Jam or doing any of that, Broomway recently posted an open repository as well for game management. So if you want to do a game that has to do with leveling or inventory systems or anything like that, there's a full repo up for that that has documentation showing how to do that. So yeah, just trying to spread the word and make this transition to SDK7 a little bit easier. Both of those repos are fully SDK7 integrated. And those of you that are trying to go to SDK7, the wearable scene is a little bit easier to read. If you're trying to figure out how to spawn items, use image textures, all that kind of stuff, you can just take from that and learn from that. So yeah, I hope it's helpful. Doki and I spent a lot of time on it, and we're excited for hand category.
Nikki, you a goat.
When exotic rarity.
Never.
Nikki, I have to say the wearables, the one of ones that you published for the Grand Prix. Oh my God, I sat there staring at the purple one for like 30 minutes. it was so well made. I even zoomed in, yeah, I'm pretty sure once I see someone wear it, I'll probably get in their face so I can like check out the textures in World.
Guess who's got the purple one?
Oh, so CJ, expect me to be in your face. We're not beefing or anything. I'm just
You have no
admiring.
idea the sacrifice I made to win that freaking second place prize.
We all made sacrifices were made. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nikki.
I was just gonna say shout out to Golf Crowd for sponsoring those. They were our premium sponsor this year for Grand Prix. So without them, those wouldn't have been possible. So really appreciate them and the other sponsors. It was a really cool event, and it's crazy because Roach Killer actually claimed a second one because he got second place last year and then ended up getting third place this year. So now he has 2 of those helmets. So he's rocking deep with the uniques.
So Nikki, are like, okay, you had one last year, you have one this year. Like every and I'm sure there will be many more years to come. Like will you like the designs of these, are they like ever changing? Like what is the vision with them?
Yeah, so the idea behind the unique specifically is, because we're a racing game, racing helmets are like the core aesthetic when it comes to racing in any kind of genre industry. And so I just wanted to put the Vroomway fantasy on top of that, and make those like, because the only other helmets that we have are from our competitive seasons. We've only had 2 of those. We're about to start our third one. And so I want those to always be like the prestigious part of our game and that resemble the most dedicated players or the people who are the best at our game. So yeah, they always will have an ever evolving design, but they'll always probably remain as a helmet. Last year it was kind of like it was the first run, so like I was first time I really made like a full helmet, and I like the geometry style, and so I kind of followed that this year, but went with, instead of triangles, I went with hexagons. And so, yeah, just trying to make it ethereal and super hyper futuristic and something that we haven't seen before.
Hey, if there's anyone pushing boundaries, it's you and the Vroomway team. We're really lucky to like have Vroomway and yourself in the space. Always coming up with new concepts, always trying to push buttons, and like, by doing that, it's like in sense you're like kind of pushing the platform forward when it comes to development, because it's like you're showing the foundation what is needed. Of course, sometimes the message is never like received the best way, but once like we start shaking our fists and shit, they usually start listening and whatnot.
Yeah, and it's, thanks for that. We learned a lot with the Grand Prix this year because we did it on Worlds and we did it on a 15 by 15 build, and it was a lot of server code, a lot of like really in-depth shit. Like last year, we did a small 2x3 build with Orange and Dogman. Dogman coded that event last year. And so this year we just wanted to elevate it and take it to the next level. And we definitely learned a lot. And we're actually going to be stress testing it again tomorrow to see if we can make any improvements, because we had quite a few hiccups. I mean, people were still able to finish and people got their prizes, but we always want to try to make it better. And like you said, we're really trying to push the boundaries to see what exactly is possible so that we can help inspire other people to do the same thing. Because if we're all pushing the envelope and we're all trying to see what's possible, then the platform's just going to get better and better. And the more people that speak up, the more that the devs are going to listen, I believe.
Yes, that's that too. The more people that speak up, and even like same goes like in the DAO. Like more people that speak up, the more change that can happen. Because it like I know a lot of people like at least DAO specific, and could even feel this way about like the Decentraland. It's like, oh, I don't have the voting power, so like why will my voice be heard? But it's like it will. It does. Like not everyone with the voting power is an expert in marketing or whatever aspect that this proposal might be about that you have an opinion on. So thank you for mentioning that part.
Yeah, it's just like customer service, right? It's all about how you present the problem and talk to your customer service representative. If you go into it with a mean spirit and mean, hateful attitude, you're not going to get very much back. But if you're going into it from a builder perspective and a perspective of wanting to better the platform, then they're all ears. And
Yep,
they
yep.
are getting better as a foundation of talking and listening and receiving information. So never be afraid to speak out.
Yes, they are being more receptive. We'll see how like even the changes come. Like I feel like since the shifts in positions have happened, like there has been more foundation reaching out to community members, getting their opinions, getting their thoughts and critiques. So I mean I read a freaking 150 slide thingy PowerPoint, and yeah, I mean it felt very like by the person that put it together. I don't know if like it should be released yet, but the information but like they digested all the information very well. And then let's see on this. I guess it's a good time to segue over to Seed. I see your hand has been up. Your arm must be tired. How are you today, Seed?
I'm doing fabulous. How you guys doing?
I'm just enjoying a cocktail with Madamus here in World, wearing my Jedi Metatron jacket.
Aw, that's epic. Uh, yeah, I've just been kind of in this intense brainstorming stage and just taking all the things that I've experienced and trying to figure out how to better integrate all of this information so that I can help everybody really in Decentraland and get more people to support all the things that are going on here and all the hard work that people are putting into creating all these places. So yeah, I've just been kind of strolling through other social media applications, just kind of, you know, uh, raising the interest or even just getting people to just hear about it from my perspective overall. And there's just so many people that are like, whoa, I've never heard of that. Oh, you know, and it's really exciting to be able to share this because there's so many different avenues that people could find that they, in so many spaces that they can go to now and all these events. There's a lot of really cool stuff going on. So I've just been strolling and rolling with the with all the really interesting things I can share with people, just outside of like Web3, etc. And I actually had this really intense idea. I really hope I know if it's worth it, my brain wouldn't forget this. But it was in the aspects of like if somebody goes to Decentraland, like myself, like I would say, from experience, when I go to Decentraland, let's say like I didn't know any of you guys, and I just went there and I wanted to like find out about shows. I would, go to the initial place where I land, which is the please correct me if I'm wrong, but like the first place that you end up in with like the board of events and then all the,
Genesis
yeah,
Plaza.
Genesis Plaza. So yeah, I look there and then I go to like the events page, and I think it would be really interesting if we could um perhaps build some sort of not a like maybe not a text messaging system, because I know people are like really weird about phone numbers and that can be like a security issue to give out your phone number. But I think it would be cool if Decentraland were to be able to send people texts. Like you could sign up for it maybe if you want to opt in to get updates on events that are going on. Or another way we can maybe go about it is, let's say there's like a bunch of events going on but it didn't make it up to the board, uh, the Genesis Plaza, I don't know if you call it a board, but like the events thingy, the little thingy up there, um, that tells you about the events. But what if we had some sort of a system where when you enter, um, it would almost like pop up if you opt in. It could be like a thing that just comes up on your screen and be like, event going on right now at this location, and it would be like some sort of like an AI application that would just scrub all of the stuff that's going on, whether or not it's in the event page or on that in the Genesis Plaza on the board. I don't know why I keep calling it a board, but when you go to like a concert and then you want to find out about like what other shows are going on, they'll have like the board with the little letters, and every week they'll change it. But imagine like a digital version of that that is accessible to you as soon as you come in. So it would just pop up like on your screen, like happening now, happening in an hour, or like a, God, I wish I knew the name for it. It's like it looks kind of like a board, but it would be like, on the news, if you watch the news on the bottom, the letters are going by and it's like update news, and it just like pops up like the next event that's going on. And that way you don't feel super lost. And I know that there are like certain things that the events have to go through, or you have to have a certain amount of people to RSVP for it to be seen. uh, but then I feel like in a lot of ways, what if someone is really new and they just created a space and they're doing an event and nobody knows about it yet, and maybe they've told a bunch of people, but they haven't really fully met everybody, so they don't have like all the connections that we might have, or maybe they haven't been to the community building. um, I know that there's like a Discord that people can join, and that's like the first thing I mentioned to people. I'm like, join the Discord. That's like where you can find out about everything that's going on, or you can learn about wearables and et cetera, et cetera. But in my mind, I have this like really abstract idea. I just don't know how to like verbalize it. I imagine something that it's like consistently updated so that it doesn't matter if anyone's RSVP to the event. It just kind of like pops up on the bottom of your page, like event going on now at, whatever coordinates. And it's always constantly somehow updated. I know existence, you were kind of talking about it a little bit earlier. But do you guys kind of like visualize that in your head? Or I mean, I'm not a
I,
dev,
A,
so I don't know.
a
Steve,
ticker, a
what
ticker.
Oh
I
yeah,
think they
yeah,
call
yeah.
the things that go across the bottom of the news a
A
ticker.
ticker. Yeah, yeah.
what I visualize is kind of like how they've done with Fashion Week, like these extra buttons right next to the mini map where you can like click and it'll just be a ever updating list of like the events that are happening right now, or and like be able to click on it. I don't know if that's kind of like what you were mentioning as well.
Yeah, and maybe even like when you go to the map, places that are doing something in that moment are like have like a circular vibratory thingy, like on Find My iPhone, like if you have like a bunch of your family members, you can see where they are in that very moment. Something like that, where um, when you look at the map, that specific spot that's having the event is like a specific color. So like let's say green or something, and you can tell that there's something going on because there's like this circle around that point that kind of, you know, attracts your eye to go, oh, there's something going on there. But I wonder why. I'm sure there's like a technical reason as to why you have to have like a certain amount of RSVPs to get on the community event thing or whatever, which it makes sense, but I feel like it can be kind of like annoying for people that are just getting there. Um, you just ate lunch. Okay, sorry guys. I just lost my train of thought. Sorry. Yeah, so basically something that just kind of glows, like the space glows on the map or something if there's something going on. I don't know, something along those lines.
See, I think a great example of this was when, Fashion Week last year compared to this year. Last year they gave us a wearable when you first popped in. It was like the Parcel Vision glasses, and then it was like so easy to just like have a separate UI. I know they did it again this year, different creatively ways, but I liked when I was able to just put the glasses on, find events through that. It was like I think Music Festival this year did it well too, where like it was all pretty much like in the UI when you pulled up to Genesis Plaza. I think it was the first time I seen Genesis Plaza really change to anything else. But when they had like the wearable disposable the wearable machine there, and they had like the event stuff going on like in a like squares across the screen, and you could just click on an event and just pop into it and pop to different events. We talked about this a few weeks ago in this space where I talked about Genesis Plaza, how it needs to be just remodeled completely or just redone. Where those three pillars, just make it kind of like like a travel back in time type thing. It feels like you're almost like in a Hercules style game or something like that. Like you're some Roman. I forgot what those are called, but the Roman pillars. But anyways, I definitely feel like Genesis Plaza needs a upgrade. I'm not sure if the rumors are true or not, but supposedly somebody said something about I've maybe seen it in a tweet or something, but Genesis Plaza is getting like a renovation or something like that, where they're gonna like kind of like I guess upgrade it. But another thing that people could use too is when you get people in world, is or even just to use this tactic for yourself. When you're in the map, you can actually set a certain place to your home. So I really highly advise people like and I work with Curation Station like closely, but I really highly advise people to bring people to the Curation Station and let them just go through the library and like learn, because there's so much stuff to be learned inside that library. There's things about how to make wearables. There's things that teach you exactly how to do these play to earn games that are out there. And I really feel like it's just like underused. I know it's brand new. It just came out like a couple months ago, but I feel like if new users went there instead, and they're getting rewarded to learn, I mean that's a great first step. Like the first thing you do in DCL is like you come in, you learn a couple things, you get a wearable to wear and look different than just having a default outfit. That should be like almost like a initial thing in any type of game. Like where you get like that. For finishing a tutorial, you get like a Spider-Man. When you play Spider-Man, you get like a Spider-Man suit or something. I don't know. Just like an example of games that I've seen do it already. I think that first time coming in would be the time where people should have that good experience. And I use Angzar a lot because that's another place that's just kind of sprouting up a lot recently. But they're doing a lot of really cool things where you're going to be able to be at an event and experience a change happen live in the build. I've already seen it happen a few times with other things that they've done, but right now it's pretty much like Minecraft level stuff, but I know like they can do stuff really even more advanced. But the technology is starting to catch up as far as like shows becoming better and stuff like that. But yeah, like when you first jump in, that events page or like that events should be like a calendar just right in your face. And then you like because jumping down that pool into the middle of the whirlpool to go down, like you get down there and then you just if you don't talk to that octopus on the way out, there's a big giant purple octopus. It actually gives you a lot of information. But if you miss that thing and you just wander around, then you're gonna miss out on a lot of information on how to even use the world you just jumped into for the first time.
I want them to replace the old lady at the bar. Like I don't know if you guys have talked to her, but she'll be really snarky to you if you just have default wearables. But like literally when I got a unique wearable in my backpack, she treats you different if you have a unique in your backpack. Then she's like, "Oh, okay." Like she said something like, "I guess you're worth talking to," but like I'm like, "Oh, like who put the fire? Who put the sauce in the programming?" Oh, and
Where is this lady at? Where is she? I'm going to look for her right now.
She's by the octopus. Octopus.
I
The
got a unique now.
octopus
So
is like the Oculus when it like takes over our face. It's downstairs, Genesis Plaza. She's by the octopus. Oh, I know what pissed her off. What pissed me off is she called me sir. I'm like, come on, we can make a decentralized virtual world, but you can't tell if my avatar is female or not. Come on. But anyway, yeah, it does. Now you guys know, like 2 weeks in a row, I think I've mentioned that. So yeah, so try her out. Maybe they've changed it, but
Here's the
try
message.
her out.
Here's the message I get. It's the first time I ever talked to this girl. This is funny. It says, "Oh well, finally someone I can talk to here without feeling embarrassed to be seen.
Yeah.
You sir know how to dress. Well done.
Yeah.
I
So
say
like
you are what you wear." That's so funny. That's hilarious.
if you bring a default wearable, like if you just go, to a different account and come in, she'll talk different to you. So I know I was like, oh man, this is I don't know if we need snarkiness with our first time users. They might be like soft and easily offended like me. I'm like, okay, I guess I'll go buy some wearables to try to fit in around here.
And the giant muscle doji doesn't come off as very welcoming. It's just like this giant muscular doji looking character or Shibu, whatever. And he just like looks so intimidating.
Oh my god, I was just gonna say when I first got to Decentraland, that Doge dude like freaked me out. I was like so scared I was gonna get my butt kicked or something. I was like, oh my god, is this a security here? And then I realized, I was like, oh, it's not like a person walking around. It's like some sort of like robot or something. Because they kept following me. I was like, holy shit, I'm being attacked by a dog. And then I realized like a lot of the stuff in Genesis Plaza are kind of just like static. Like they stay there all the time and they're not actual people. It's so cute, like remembering like the first time that I was walking around and I just had my chin on the floor, like am I hallucinating? Is this like actually real? This this is amazing, minus that dog. So I would always like try to find a way to get around the dog, and I was like always like, how do I get around this dude? Because he definitely does intimidate me, even though I still know that it's not a real person. Like his big muscles, just really serious.
Well, and what about the old man right outside the door from the dog that like he just kind of randomly walks through, but he has colliders on him. He's one of the few NPCs that have colliders. So I remember like well, when Peanut Butter was, or no, I don't know who Krampus or Santa was. That is undisclosed information, right? Like, so anyway, when Santa Claus was dropping shit from the sky and we are all out by that tree, I'd be like standing there excited, and then I'm like, whoa, like who's pushing me? And it's this grouchy old guy like pushing you along. Like, I don't know. It's funny, the random things. And I'm like, it needs to be cohesive. We need our branding, maybe a mascot and this and that. But then again, it's like, no, Web3 needs like no, I don't know. It's kind of a cool eclectic collection of Web3 stuff.
I think it's great. Even though I was scared, I still thought it was really funny. Like, you guys got me there. I never get intimidated. So that's something about those muscles, I tell you. Virtual intimidation. It's like
It is a funny looking Doge, that's for sure. I like the collectibles that they have there though. Some of them are very random. Elon Musk holding a shib as if he's like Rafiki from The Lion King, I think. Is that picture down there?
It should be removed to a Mew.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I'm actually down here because I actually like neglect this place a lot. I forget about it all. It's funny just to run around the bottom of this and like, we just teleport right away usually when we hop into Genesis. But this is like funny to actually explore this area. But yeah, man, just to even think like there's a screen down here. It'd be just just imagine having it in like 10 different languages where it's just like, this is the metaverse and look at all the new stuff we have here. Show video of Roomway, show video of Decentral Game, show video of some populated parties, and just show people like what exactly happens here. I think that right away it'd just be like open people's eyes, like where they really can see the potential here. But people come in and then they get lost at Genesis. It really is a hard to convince them to come back. But if you're like, hey, come with me, look at this party, look at all of us hanging out, and just and just you'd be surprised how much people just want to have a friend to talk to at home. I mean, that's sometimes it's such a simple thing that people miss. And yeah, I really feel like that initial experience should be just a lot easier and just easier on the eyes, and just you have to think of it. I know it's hard not to go back to Web 2 marketing, but it's like you have to think of it like a website. You know, you don't want your website to be so busy with a bunch of shit at once. It should be like very, very black and white. You know, like be able to read. You know, like I say this example a million times, but if an 80-year-old can't read it, it's going to be hard for a young person to understand it. So, yeah, just wanted to put that out there. This Genesis Plaza is like super untapped potential behind it. That you know, that initial experience should be a lot more fun than here's just a random tube to jump down. And the first tutorial is kind of like I did it a couple of days or a couple months ago just to try it again, and yeah, it's just like super boring. But yeah, man, there's so much more to it than just that. But yeah, the map too. I can't say that's enough. The map should look like the map that's what is it, Genesis.city or something like that. You can go on. Like the map should look like what the worlds actually look like, and I think that'll even attract a lot of people too.
Ooh, you're right. You're right because like there are like many different places that look cool like from a aerial point of view. Like I bet more people would jump into the Pikachu uh if if like, you know, the map was kind of like how Genesis City is. And if I'm not mistaken, wasn't the that Genesis City map like a DAO funded project? If it's not,
It
go ahead.
is, and they just went back for more funding. But I know that part of I think the original one, there was talk of integration so that would be integrated into the Decentraland map, which really, if it's standalone site and there's nothing done to promote it, people don't know it exists. So that, yeah, I think it's cool, but it needs to be available for everybody.
I
Hopefully they'll put it in
I will
Decent.
vote under new proposal as soon as I see it integrated in world.
And they'll just keep coming back for a grant each time to update it and stuff anyway. So exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, if they come back with a grant for more development, that's a totally different conversation than just I need a grant to continue to be funded because I made this thing. Like that especially, and I'm sure you guys have heard me say before, like I was frustrated that a lot of people found out for the first time about it when we talked about it on this Twitter space. So it's kind of like, well, why, like, and I'll just offer it to pose a question to the community, like, should there be social media, should there be marketing included in some of these DAO grants, that if you're going to accept $70,000 to make a really awesome tool for the ecosystem, do you have any obligation to also promote that so people know about it? Because if these things are developed and created but they're isolated and we don't know about them, then it's really like it wasn't really created at all. I mean, and that one is so awesome. Like everybody needs to know about it.
So in my conversation yesterday with DAO, like I did bring up that exact topic, Canessa, and what was kind of like I could see that they share the sentiment. They think it's a very, very good idea. But what was requested of me, which I mean might be something I'll slowly start to work on, is kind of like an outline of like how to market outside of our little bubble of Decentraland. I mean, I'm not the marketing expert. I did tell him that, but I could, you know, write down notes of like how I try to reach outside our community to bring people in. And
I think
go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's good because I think like even within different communities around different DAOs outside of Decentraland, I mean, I think that there would be movement and flow from like, you know, if you're working on a play to earn over here, you might be interested in a play to earn in Decentraland. If you're working in a DAO over here, you might be interested in the DAO in Decentraland. So I think like those kind of like cross pollination. I heard that term recently, so I think that'll
We're all
become
bees.
a
We're all little bees in the metaverse. Yeah, sure. Why?
we
Let's use
are,
that.
yeah. That's a new Web3 term, but yeah, I mean, I think like anything like that, and if teams are not like strong with social media, like I love social media. I don't know, like it's just I love like just I could scroll forever. Like I love that, but maybe a group doesn't. Maybe they just want to build. They're developers or they're, computer coders. And so I think, I don't know how to better like communicate between people that have those resources, but we've got to, the world has to know about these things that we're creating, even as far, as far as like getting out on different social medias, not just Twitter, not just crypto Twitter, but crypto Instagram, crypto TikTok, and everything else that comes after. One Existence, you've got your hand up.
Well, yeah. As you know, I created a governance proposal, which is very close to passing. So a few more yes votes, which it's pretty much unanimously yes on.
Actually, Existence, I think I pushed it over yesterday. I pushed it over the
Oh,
threshold.
thank you. That's awesome. Initially, and I had wanted to take it. It was from you, Kness, I believe, that mentioned that having them have a social media account. I don't know who stated it specifically because it came through Fractalians who had reached out to me about helping me with it, with the advancing it to the draft proposal. But it was originally just for a recognition from grantees that they, recognize the DAO in some way for funding their project. And I gave a list of options of only one of which they need to select from. But there was one comment made on my proposal, which, if I'm understanding it correctly, is basically they say they support the idea, but if it comes down to revocation, that won't be a reason for them to revoke, which I did give the grants police based on good faith from the community to make that decision themselves, whether they felt what they do, how they do recognize the DAO is adequate or not. But it kind of sounded like something they were not supporting. And I changed it to, we encourage the social media account from grantees, with the exception of ones that their grant is revolved around using social media. They are supposed to do so.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I think in order to make that like a criteria that would be grounds for revocation or revocation, you'd probably, you'd have to pass that as also like a binding governance proposal. So that makes sense. Yeah, and I just see everybody, like, if each project is working on that individually and giving credit to the DAO and being active, it's just so much more than like those of us that are out like every day trying to make content and put it out there. Like, we don't know how far our reach is, and again, we are creating this, in my opinion, we're creating this house that we're going to live in 2 years from now, because if for people that know like how SEO, like search engine optimization, works, I mean, it's some of it is just the age of these social media posts. So if we want to be successful in 2 years from now, it's the work that we're putting in today that is going to come up faster in search engine results, which is why a lot of times when you look up Decentraland, the stuff that comes up is from 3 years ago. It looks archaic and old, but it's because that's that's what the search engines are pulling from. So I know there's people that know a lot more about it than me, so I won't speak like I know too much, but I think that this is a good step in the right direction. So Existence, thanks for doing this. I know we talk a lot, and it's cool to see somebody do something around a lot of our talk. And on that note, y'all probably got some messages from me because I just sent a questionnaire to everybody that was in the Twitter space, and so some people have come in or out. So if I've missed you, I've missed you. But this Twitter space started with questions just around like, how did people come in here? Because we were talking a lot about concerts and coming in for these big tentpole events, and like, why do some people stay? Why do some people go? So I just like instead of complaining, I just did something and created a 10 question little questionnaire. It's not too big, doesn't have to take long. I'm not going to take a bunch of your time. But if you feel like answering it, sending it back, it's just like, I just came up with the idea. Like I said, data was a huge part of my job in the past. And so just, it's kind of for my own personal curiosity, but I want to see like what brought people in, what made them stay. And then just some other things. And I made it 10 questions just to make it nice and easy, but I'll just share the information later when I get it all kind of put together. Go ahead, Sin.
Did you finish your sentence or your thought?
No, I was just gonna say. So one person was like, "Well, what is this for?" And it's for us. Like I'll continue. Like it would be cool to continue to ask questions. Like get as many people from Decentraland to answer these same 10 questions, and then I will put that data in formats that we can kind of easily look at. So we could be like, oh, 85% of the people here came because of concerts. Like that's maybe where we need to focus it. So yeah, I'll just share it here with us in the space at a future point, and maybe it's just something ongoing that I don't know, maybe it'll evolve. If you guys have questions that you would like to see, like I said, I get kind of geeky when it comes to Excel and data and and making pie charts and breaking it all down. So you don't have to know I'm a geek. I'll just show you later. Yes. So anyway, if you don't have it, send me a message. I think I sent it to everybody, but somebody might have sneaked in.
And in efforts to kind of like even continue the like really important conversations that we've had in this space, I will be sharing this recorded space in the DAO Discord, and highly encouraging everyone to kind of jump in and have a listen. I know it's long, but but have a listen, because a lot of the sentiments and information that was shared today is could be very valuable for how we move forward in the future as a community, as a DAO, as a decentralized platform. So yeah, and I'll pass it over to One Existence. You had something to say, correct?
Yep, I was just going to say, excellent questions. I can't believe they haven't been asked of us before in some of the surveys. So kudos to that. Flowers for that. Great. I know you're not a fan of links. I don't know if it would be more helpful, but possibly a Google Doc to help organize all those.
I know
like have a task.
It's too complicated. It's past my pay grade. No, I know it would be good, but I'll just do it by hand manually. It's not too much. I know it'll probably get overwhelming, but I'll start small, and then maybe, yeah, I am not a fan of links, and that's why I did it this way, so that people don't have to worry about that. I want to make sure that I get.
You need it. I will help if you need it.
Or maybe even how about this, like creating a channel in the CBD, you come in, pose the original questions, and each individual can come in and like say, 1, this is my answer, 2, this is my answer, 3, this is my answer. Just for not clicking on links sake.
Yeah, that would be good. That would be awesome. I'm guessing there's more we could add to this. It's just, just kind of keeping it simple of like, how'd you get here? What do you like about it? What would make you leave? What do you want to see in the future? And then who do you like? What I think it's interesting just to know, like, what do you identify as? Like a builder, a musician, just a user? Like, I don't know. Hopefully we can make some cool stuff out of this information.
Is DGen one of the options for like, what do you identify yourself as? Or is it like just an open blank for you to like fill in?
Well, I give options, but I think it should be, I think we should self-identify, because like I think for those of us that are here all the time, like maybe not making any money and spending a ton of money that you don't have on wearables, I think DGen is a great description. I think it'll probably be interesting to see how we describe ourselves. Yeah. And then I did put on there like, I don't know, maybe this one's not a good one or not. And I should have figured that shit out. Like, is it confidential? But like, are you making money here? Because, I think that's relevant too. Like, if we're all finding a way to make it a business in some way, that's different than if we're just users here. So anyway, just if people don't feel like answering the questions, it's not technical, just for our own information.
Yeah, and would like to just remind everyone in the space, make sure to like and retweet the room, tell your friends about us. We're here. We're talking about very interesting topics, as well as like even listeners listeners. Make sure to follow everyone up here in the speaker panel, because everyone here is very insightful, informative, knowledgeable about the space and what's going on. And on that note, I'll pass it over to you, CJ.
Yeah, just a few things. I actually just stumbled across this consensus build, and it actually has like when you go into the place, it's a really easy NPC to talk to you, and then like you can literally like go and build like live on the spot, like Minecraft kind of style, and it's actually pretty cool. Just wanted to put that out there. But yeah, also I really I'm gonna answer those questions for you, Kanessa, when I get the chance this week. And I think they're great questions, and I think once we do have the formula or get to see the inside data, like it'd be cool to just really like focus on the things that do work and focus a little less on the things that don't work. That's something that as a business person, you have to learn how to adapt and roll with the punches, and I think that'll be a great way to start. Like another thing, like I like you guys always say like the action behind the words is literally everything. So like for me, I've spent literally hours and hours upon days reporting things about Decentraland, about the UX and the UI, to the point where I literally just applied for a job recently. Still up in the air. Who knows what will happen with it? But I ended up applying for the UX team because like it's like why not make the changes from the internally to if it happens it happens. If it doesn't, it's cool. Like I'm still gonna be here and doing my thing. But it would just be really cool to like then go in internally and like really like I've been listening to a year and a half worth of spaces and like have so much more knowledge than probably most of the team that works on the stuff because they're so consumed by the stuff that happens in there. But yeah, I think that just having a person indoors of what's going on will help push these changes maybe a little faster, maybe prioritize certain things more because Decentraland can't just fix 100 things at once. There may be 100 problems, but they can't just go and just like snap their fingers and all of a sudden it's all fixed. Like it literally just takes time. And like I said, we're on apps that we've been on for 10, 15 years, and some of these apps are still going through updates and figuring out glitches and all that stuff like that. So it just takes. I say this over and over. You have to have patience when it comes to the metaverse because we are so early in this. But just keep everything in mind. Like every day is a chance to learn a new skill in here. Like I would have never ever designed a wearable, hadn't I been in the metaverse and like met a bunch of 3D modelers, and like the 4 friends you have, you're going to become the 5th. So if you're around a bunch of like creators and that's something you like to do more of, hang around more creators and be around more, be present. That's the best way I can tell anybody to grow in this space. And if you don't do something, collab with somebody who does and ask questions as they're doing it and like find out like, Blender isn't for everybody. I'm gonna let y'all know right now. Blender is a super complicated app. I just wanted to, or like a computer desktop app. So I don't encourage everybody to go into Blender and learn that first. I really think that just getting in world and going to the experiences is going to really be where you guys can see all the stuff that we're talking about versus just like hearing about it and listening to it in the Twitter space. Like I highly encourage anybody in this space that's never been in a metaverse or never been in a virtual world. If you have a laptop or PC, you don't need VR. If you have a laptop or PC, you can access Decentraland's metaverse and you can get in here for free. You can create things and you can collab with people, and then you can split costs with people, and then you can like sell wearables and possibly make more than what you paid to put them out there with. So just I know I can rant off so much about different things in this space, but yeah, I really feel like once everything is easier to like having a calendar and event page and all these things get put into play, I think that'd be great. But yeah, you guys can talk about things all day, but if you're not putting action behind it, it's just going to be another idea that'll fade into next week's space. So just really just get out there and make the moves and create content around it. Like even just sitting at your computer, you can create content like without having to be on camera. Like you can put your voiceovers, you can type in something and then press text to speech, and then you have a voice that does it for you. Like so much things are being done automatically for you now. It's just a matter of using all the tools that we have around us, and there's a lot of tools now. So it's a matter of limiting it down to things that do work. And I can't wait to see what you come up with, Kanessa. It's a really great idea.
Thank you. And I think a lot of the problems we're talking about, they're good problems. Like we need to take a step back and be like, yes, we need the problem that there's too many scheduled events. There's too many events for schedule. There's way too much stuff happening in Decentraland. Like we're framing it like, oh no, it's bad because things are getting overlapped, but it's good because we have so many things that they're gonna have to be overlapped. Like if Decentraland, if it works, I'm a little bullish, but like if it gets bigger, if it goes mainstream, we're just like, you're gonna overlap with different things. And so at that time, we're gonna need a way to streamline it. We're gonna need a way to organize the information. And we have to figure out what works now. Like otherwise, if there was another crazy metaverse bull run tomorrow and thousands of people come in, that would be a problem. That would be a logistical problem that we still haven't solved. And so I think, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think trying to reframe the perspective of all these, issues that come up is really beneficial for us in the long term. And yeah, I mean, I feel like pretty useless sometimes because I don't have a brand or anything like that I'm building. But then I see that, like, maybe it's these little things that I can help so that the builders can be, Nikki's building Roomway, CK's doing Bubble World, Seed is doing Seed. Like we are all contributing in our own way. And it doesn't, yeah, like I always say, our metaverse dream does not have to look the same. It's going to look different for every one of us. And so, but we need more friends. Yeah, go ahead.
Just now when you said like it's gonna be good one day, like having all these events, like being like having so much to do, and like kind of like we have to build the world up and be ready. It kind of I kind of thought about like the whole saying like fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. I kind of turned it into metaverse, like bull market me once and I'm not ready, shame on you. Bull market me twice and we're not ready, shame on us.
Yeah, for sure. Because I mean, let's say we had a bull run and it's awesome, we got all this cool stuff, but if nobody can find it, it doesn't matter how cool our shit is if they can't find it, if there's not like a really good frictionless way to make their way around Decentraland. I guess a lot of that is just like the getting people to the events would be a huge improvement.
I think a
Nope.
underutilized page is also the places.decentraland.org page, which would be nice if this was like, possibly, I don't want to say a front page, but this is like if you guys go, everybody to go on their computers, type in places.decentraland.org and just like look at how simple and basic this format is when you come in. And like to me, this is like what someone should be able to see and like see numbers of where everybody's already at and like be able to jump right into Wondermind or jump directly to MetaMind. Like MetaMind and Wondermind, there's people there literally 24 hours a day. Even Decentral Games, there's always people 24 hours a day playing, different casino style games. It's arcade games, but casino style games. And I think this is a great way for people to like that. This should be their first spot. And then even when they do pop into World, they still should be met with some type of tutorial, so that way they do get taught at least the basic navigation. But it would just be nice if they can already meet their first initial experience is like meeting Sinful or meeting the people that are in it every day. Not just from stumbling across Genesis Plaza, but stumbling across them in populated areas where they're already hanging out with their friends. Then it's just like, oh, you're new? Hey, come hang out with our friends. Come be a part of the crew. And I think that is like, to me, it's hard not to compare things to the physical world, with what we're doing here digitally. But like, not everybody has the willpower to want to go out to a packed concert and go out to packed nightclubs or packed bars or anything like that. Some people just want to be home, comfortable, and just be somewhere with other people. And I think like the more we focus on that, the further we can go together. And like as long as we keep sharing and helping each other grow, Canessa, you can't call yourself useless at all without these spaces and without what you guys are building here. This is sort of a brand. I know you don't want to be labeled as a brand, but it still is something that you guys built together, have done consistently every single week. I know brands that don't do shit for a whole year. Like I've seen people. I go on their Instagram or they go on their Twitter page. They have like a post from like 2020 or something like that. Like they're like so far behind from keeping their stuff alive. So to me, what you guys are doing here, I probably would have never finished my wearable had I not had the CBD community. You can hop into that Discord at any point, any time of the day, find people and just ask a question, and then like you'll get the answer back in a few hours or an hour or two. Like it's really key, like these community building things. Like it's what keeps the creators around, and it's like we're all meeting up here every Wednesday, the same time, same place, and we all rant off for 3-4 hours, and we always have new ideas. And then like a couple weeks later, you'll hear about those ideas being implemented into the game, and that like building communities is like going to be such a key game changer, or just like having that skill of community building like 5 years from now, let alone, I mean, I've already seen salaries of some people that do community building in Discord channels. I mean, just imagine being able to now have that skill where you're doing it in a 3D world where not everybody can just learn it overnight. Like anybody could just learn Discord overnight or learn Instagram pretty quickly. But doing this is like, having that skill, that barrier of entry is a kind of like a gift and a curse. But it's like if you have that skill, you can onboard a lot of people and then become that middle person. I don't want to say middle man. There's a lot of genders, but just being that middle person to everything that happens. Um, you can really, really make. I hate to go back to the money thing, but you really can make a salary or just like a living off of being a community builder. So you might not look at it as a brand, and you might see them as useless, but man, without this space or without the help that I got in Discord, like I wouldn't have been able to finish a project and then put it on the marketplace and then sell and now be able to teach the next person this whole process. Or instead of teaching them, if they don't want to, some people don't want to learn all this stuff. Some people just want to just have a product out. You can then be like, oh, hey, I know how to design wearables now. Hey, I know how to make wings. You want to do a wing collaboration? Like, I mean, there's skills that everybody's just wasting time sometimes every day, just like trying to figure out what the next thing is to do. But just like go learn a skill, like go YouTube, go to watch these tutorials, like, or go to school for 4 years. Like that's so many options of ways to become successful. You just gotta really put in that work. And just wanted to put that out there. Like you guys are not useless at all. Never look at yourself as useless. Like I think sometimes confidence can become intimidating to some, but like I've always been one to like just like tell people like self-love, self-confidence, and like self-appreciation, and just like not being afraid to like own up to how fucking amazing what the fuck you do is. Like I love that about people. I love confidence in people. And I know you're confident, but I just feel like just those little words sometimes can affect your ability, your daily emotions. But I really just wanted you to put it out there. You guys are not useless, and I just want to say how much I appreciate this space. I could say it over and over, but I wouldn't be here if I didn't enjoy it. So, you know.
Thank you, CJ. And kind of to you had made a comment a little earlier about how like they should implement the places.dcl page, like kind of like make it more seen. I think they're like right now there's like I guess we can call it version 1 or maybe version 0. Like when we got that new Decentraland front page update, there is a section for places there that kind of like I'm guessing it's synced because last time I
my intention was to advance humanity through the marriage of art, music, film, technology, and that's literally what I did at the space. I offered the space to anyone that wanted to show their work. Didn't matter their history or whatever. I really made it open for everyone. So it's very much like, the ethos of the metaverse and all the things in Web3 in a lot of ways. I kind of, it's really weird actually how this is all happening, because it's literally what I was originally envisioning when I created Seed. And so we would have events, like daily events, and we would also have like a co-working space that would provide anyone that would want to utilize the space to show their art or jam. We had like 3 floors, and the ground floor was like a place where we had all our sound equipment and musical instruments, so anybody could like walk in and pick up an instrument, meet someone else that was also there. And a lot of people did come out because we were so close to an international airport that a lot of the times people would be flying and we had advertisements at the airport, and so people would just show up and they'd be like, oh, they canceled my flight. And I found this place, and I found it really interesting that you guys are like located a few minutes away from the airport. So we decided to come and check it out. So I had people from all over the world coming to the gallery, and I kept the gallery open until 2016. And I had a bit of a tragic accident and was unable to physically really move at all. So that kind of put, you know, that created a situation where I had to, deal with the situation and find other ways to continue to be creative and continue to build towards like the next chapter of what Seed would become. And that's actually how I found out about Decentraland, because I was bedridden, and Madamus was like, oh, come and check this out. So I checked it out and I was like, oh my god, this is literally amazing. It was a lifesaver, like both just psychologically, like for my mental health, like to be able to meet other creatives, to be able to share my art and also see their work, and just bringing back that like element of like the origin of what I was doing with Seed in the beginning. A lot of those elements are within Web3 in so many ways, like basically all of them. So I was like, wow, this is literally, it's like a digital version of what I was doing, and it filled that gap that was taken away because of the injury. Because as an artist, a lot of the time the way that you meet your collectors or find opportunities is you go to places where you can do that. But if you can't physically get there, then it's hard to like network or just meet people overall. It's hard to find opportunities when you're stuck in a bed. So that's a little bit of history there with that. But then I decided, oh well, why don't we recreate Seed in this virtual place, and then I can do all the things that I used to do but in a different way. And that's how Seed was created. I wanted to bring all the energy that I had within me to a place that people might potentially appreciate it. And I also really love the aspect of recreating the gallery in a way where you're fully immersed, which is what we had at the gallery in the beginning. On the ground floor, I had about 8 projectors. So on every wall, there were visuals going on. So it was kind of like you were within the visuals almost. Very, very immersive. And when I was talking to Matt about it, I was like, well, what's possible? And he was like, well, it depends on what you want to create. So I was like, oh my God, can we put visuals on the walls, on the floors, on the ceiling? And he was like, yeah, we can do that. And I guess, he's just like a really great dev. So I things just kind of came together, and that's how Seed was created. And now we do the weekly events. I took a few weeks off because my daughter was graduating kindergarten. There's a lot of stuff to do with that, but we've been doing like the weekly Friday night events. Well, that's a really low flying plane. We've been doing the Friday weekly events starting at like 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I have tried to go through many time zones so that people that might just like end up showing up. I also do have like a big global community that I built on Facebook. I have like a Facebook page for Seed that I still like use it to promote stuff. Now I use it to promote stuff in Decentraland. And yeah, anytime I promote it, I like to make sure I can tell people about all the stuff that's going on so that when they get there, they can choose to check out all the events, not just at Seed, but like everywhere, because I feel like that the full spectrum of experience is really an important part of getting people to realize like the full potential of what the metaverse can be. And yeah, so that's about it. I kind of lost my train of thought there. Oh, and we do have an event on Friday night. I know there's like a lot of events going on Friday nights now, so it was really hard to decide if I should just continue doing the weekly events or, if Friday night is like a tough night to do an event. But I decided, you know what, we'll just keep doing it. And I feel like, it's better to have a lot of stuff going on than just like a few things. That way it gives, everybody has like their own interests of stuff that they enjoy. And a lot of the time, I feel like I have a lot of electronic dance music and psychedelic art. So that kind of is like the vibe of the stuff that I do there. But I mean, we're always open to having all kinds of musicians and DJs, and it's not really, I don't really specifically just want like one genre of anything, because that's kind of like what I was doing in the beginning. I had hip hop, underground like music, all different types. It was just really open for anybody, and I want to keep that spirit alive.
See, what are you doing that a little bit later on Fridays? I know you were trying to hit for like a little bit later time frame than some of the other venues. Do you have any, like, are you trying to do it at a certain time that you could share with us?
Yeah, so this Friday night, we're gonna start at 9 o'clock. Mr. Bones is gonna play for 2 hours, and if people are down, I know there's like a few other things going on, so I think that ends at 11 o'clock or so. But I'm not too sure. I gotta check out the events page, but do fill me in if I'm missing something. But yeah, I like to usually try to go as late as I possibly can. And I did get a lot of sleep in the last like week or so. So I am back. I can probably go. I'm like really trained with being able to like not sleep for a few days at a time. So I could probably go till, 4 a.m. or so. but I don't even know if anyone is going to be awake at that time. But I always love the chance of maybe like someone in Australia or someone in a different time zone will end up there and just find it. I do kind of like try to promote it in the Genesis Plaza and see if, people there that are standing there want to leave the Genesis Plaza. And sometimes I wonder if they just don't know how to leave. So I'm like, okay, there's like 50 people here, and you guys look like you want to do something. Let's go and walk around. But there has been a few times that I've met people like that. But I think sometimes people just leave their screen open and they're not actually like in front of their computer. But who knows? But yeah, I hope to like get the word out. Are there any other events going on Friday night this week? Or are they like week?
Roomway.
I know there's like Roomway, and then there's Meta Party or
Yeah, MetaZoo is always
Meta.
good, but it's hard because like some of the events, because I'm on the West Coast, they're early. It's like it's not night. It's like I'm still vibing. Like the sun is still out. I'm like I'm not ready to sit down at the computer and party yet. So that's why Seed is yours is always nice because it's like that hits my time zone. So Seed, where are you? East Coast? Like support
Yeah,
you're okay. So
I'm
9 o'clock East Coast.
5
So
minutes.
that's like 6 o'clock. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on the East Coast, right, basically out of New York City. Uh, so yeah, and trying to think. There's like something I wanted to say, but it'll probably come to me. Yeah, it's we're starting it at 9 o'clock. Although I have been advertising like the start at 8 p.m. and I tend to like just be there and see if anyone shows up. But I know a lot of the time people show up around like 11 o'clock if they do show up at all, or if they hear about it. Uh, but then there's also a lot of people who haven't been there, and it's hard to help like more than one person at a time because it's a lot of information. But yeah, the tutorials and Sinful, like I've been sharing the crap out of the stuff that you posted, so that's been really helpful just to kind of get people acquainted with how to use Decentraland and stuff like that. Um, but yeah, like, what do
Thank
you guys
you,
think
Feed.
about the Friday night events? Do you think that maybe I should? Do you think I should stick to that, or is that like kind of offensive to do an event at the same time? Because like that was like one thing in the beginning. I couldn't start doing the events because I was like, oh well, this is going on, and I don't want to overlap. And then I was like,
Um,
but I'm never gonna plan anything like this because there's always
um,
something going on. So
all I know is that every Friday night after Roomway, I'm usually like, is Seed having anything? Let me jump over there. And then I jump over there and nothing's happening, so I just like dance the night away and auto danced.
yeah, the last few weeks or so, I've been in a really weird, I don't know what, muck or whatever it is. But I'm feeling a lot better now. Like I had to take a mental health break for a minute there and just kind of reconvene and give my body a little bit of rest because I did go really hard. And when I'm not into Decentraland, I'm usually on Twitter. Um, but yeah, I mean, I do have a kid. So she's off from school, and that's been kind of like my number one priority, just making sure she's, has stuff to do. But yeah, now that I have her kind of into the whole painting thing, it's nice. I can have her set up her paints, and then she's busy while I'm doing my thing. But yeah, I mean, at nighttime, it's much better. The later it is for me, the better, because then she goes to sleep, and then I'm able to do whatever I need to do during those hours. So that's always really great. Uh, yeah, I'm sorry that I'm sure you showed up like last Friday or the Friday before. I think it's been 3 Fridays since I've done an event. But it's hard with Twitter because if I change the information on the page and say, oh, we're taking a little bit of a break, then I have to like wait for the check mark to come back. And I don't really care about the status of the check mark. It's more like what the check mark does um, overall. But I don't even know if you lose that if you were to change information on your Twitter profile. If you lose like the access of what that check mark gives you, which is really valuable in from the point of like a founder's point of view, like it's definitely really useful because there's really no other way to get eyes on stuff that you're doing, and the check mark does help in a lot of ways, because it brings you up to the top. Like if you do post something, it tends to be more visible than if not. But that was the only reason why I really care about the check mark particularly. It's not really the status.
I've heard before that if you change your profile picture, that's when the check mark goes away. But I'm not sure. I don't know about editing, like bio or stuff like that. Does anyone else know?
Yeah, I've been wondering about it because I'm scared to like mess with it. I'm
No,
pretty.
I think you can edit the bio. I don't have an issue with doing that recently. I think it's just the profile picture that gives you problems.
Oh, well, that's good to know. Yeah, I did send out a tweet just letting everyone know I'm going to be taking a little bit of a mental health break, and also just to like get stuff, situated at home, and prepared for like the summer break so that, you know, my mommy duties are. I'm always doing like 50 things at once. I don't know if you guys can tell. But yes, please accept my apology. And my intention is to continue doing the Friday nights and just keep building towards um, getting just a lot of the people that used to come to Seed, artists. There's just so many people that used to come out to Seed back in the day, and a lot of them are like, "When are you reopening?" And I'm like, well, that's going to take a little bit of time."
That's the thing. I believe like consistency is the game we're playing here. If you consistently do something at Seed every week on Friday, people will know that, and more people will come in and almost expect a show to be there.
Yeah, see, just
Yeah.
wanted to also say too, you never have to apologize for taking a mental health break. It's something that never feel sorry for something like that. I think it's something that I've been encouraging people to do it over the last few weeks. Like I've been pretty open about like how the anxiety, like how much anxiety I had over the earlier this month, and like, taking a break and going on a random vacation was something that I needed personally. But I do like encourage people to like, if you have to take that break, like this is there's never a perfect time to take a break from the metaverse, but this is like, like I said, this is slowest time, and it's a time for you guys to. Some people don't live in places where, like, I live in Vegas, so like we get a lot more sun and a lot more warmer weather, and time to hang out over the summer, with people that we didn't get a chance to during the school year. Like, being a parent is number one at the end of the day. It's number one priority, and like I just no, I don't want you to apologize for something that you feel like is necessary for your life. And we all understand we're never going to be like upset that an event isn't happening. We're like, you got to take a break, you got to do what you got to do and take care of your babies. Like I just wanted to say that.
Hey, I have a question. I'm like
Appreciate it.
I'm in this area. What is Stateless Express?
Well, Mr. Stateless is a land whale. I would have to say one of the more good whales out there. And he kind of like early on in Decentraland, he bought a shit ton of land. And so like from that land, he like bought from like I think he did it with various roads from one end of a road to another. And then he like turned that into an estate and called it Stateless Road. We're very bullish on Stateless Road.
Okay, that's dope. Love it.
Yeah.
Okay, this awkward silence, unless somebody was speaking and I didn't hear them, is brought to you by Mr. Sway and Wednesdays,
In
which I
20
believe
minutes.
is coming up pretty soon. It's kind of the only thing that stops us from talking, usually.
Yeah, I would say so too. I think Spotty might be rugging again.
I had a question, or just curious. Oh, sorry, Spotty. I don't. Am I rugged?
No,
Okay.
no, I am. I had some issue, but I think it might be better now. Sorry.
Are you at seed right now?
No, I'm. I think my like it's ironic or appropriately enough. I think my Wi-Fi is actually being spotty right now, so I think it was causing my phone to freak out. I'm literally like my computer's definitely freaking out. Like Decentraland is frozen, so but it is literally my Wi-Fi.
Hence the name, Spotty Wi-Fi. Go ahead, Pete.
Well, I was gonna ask you guys something. God, I just remembered it and then I forgot it again. Jeez, Louise. Oh, token gating. What is like the point of a token gated thing in Decentraland? Like how what how does that work exactly? I know there is two venues that I've been to. Uh the Sugar Club. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I have mommy brain, like literally my brain is melting. Um and then there's this other space that I went to that had like a token gated situation. But what do you guys think about token gating stuff in Decentraland? Do you think
Are
that's a
Are you thinking
like
about like the true band room, maybe like the
yeah,
upstairs? Yeah.
like what
I
is
mean,
the I guess what is it for?
I see the value in it is like you have to buy the NFT to access that area of the True Band Room or like the Sugar Club. You have to have those wearables, and I think it's a really good way of like monetizing your brand, monetizing what you have here in world, because otherwise, there isn't other than fashion. I don't think there's a whole lot of incentive and utility for wearables, but fashion, for some of us, that's enough. um, I've used it in the past where I wanted to test out the build. I wanted to see it. It was when Ruston had deployed the Cove on my land, and we wanted to see it and like make changes, make edits, but we didn't want, the rest of the world. Like once you have it deployed, everybody comes through and takes pictures. I don't know. There may have been like a birthday party build once that somebody like posted on Twitter saying happy birthday to Sinful. And I'm like, no, it's next week. I'm trying to build in secret. So I could see, like that's huge utility. I think that, it would be awesome if we were doing all of this like for a nonprofit and we're not worried about like making money at the end of the day, but like we have to be able to eat top ramen or whatever we can afford. So having like an extra incentive for buyers, I think, is really important of your NFTs. And let's see, CJ, you raised your hand, and then maybe after that, Spotty.
Yeah, it's like another thing to think about is like, it's just a great way to like incentivize or just reward the people who did, buy a wearable from you or, decided to buy an NFT from you. It's a great way to like have a VIP section. Like nobody understands why everybody buys VIP sections out in Las Vegas, but people do it. Like people will spend thousands of dollars to just be up next to the DJ or be up on a balcony. Like it's literally like something that people love to just not to love to stand over people, but it's just something that like having a VIP section is a status symbol to some, and it's like it would be really cool. Like just imagine you buy somebody's T-shirt in the physical world, and then you go to their concert, and then they have like a section for you guys with just the T-shirts. That's just an example of how it works in the metaverse. But you think about events like Rolling Loud or Coachella or whatever. They're always gonna have those VIP sections that people are gonna spend more money on to like be in front of everybody and be closer to the stage. Like that's just something that people love, doing. And you know, I look at it as like, you know, like I said, it could be a thing where you reward the people who do support you, or it can be like a ticketed event, you know, like where people buy general admission and then there's like the gold pass or something, and then they get that gold pass, then they're sitting up on a higher balcony looking down at the screen, and you know, have like a private lounge, like, you know, that's just things that that I think of like from the physical world that could be utilized in this space. And I've already seen it happen. You know, some of the spaces you mentioned have those VIP sections. Like when I go to True Band Room, I love being able to click on the door to then see my name light up across the screen, and then I'm standing up in the VIP section. It's just like really cool, and then people know that like I did spend that money on NFT from them, and they like show that I'm showing that I'm supporting. I'm not just like saying that I support and I'm at the event. Like I'm putting money up to buy some people's projects that I really love and support, and it's just cool to have a section for those type of people. You know, it's not for everybody, but it's something that I personally love and enjoy, and I can understand why people do it. Like, you know, to be next to the performer, or like to be up on an invisible balcony that people could see you up on. It's just like, you know, people just love VIP sections, and you know, there's a lot of cool ways you can go about it. It doesn't even like Sugar Club. I always mention Sugar Club. I even wrote an article about it last year. I was like, Sugar Club is like one of the dopest VIP sections ever. Like it's not just like a balcony you walk up on. It's like a huge experience you go to that you can't get unless you own one of their wearables, and you can buy the wearable directly on Parcel. Now just imagine that same concept, but in with the Apple Vision Pros on, or like with the VR MetaQuest on, the MetaQuest 3 on, and then you're physically like you're walking around as the avatar with your VR on, and then it's like, I don't know, it's just a way to change clothes like easily and like in world. And you know, this standing up on a balcony is cool to some people. That's just the bottom line. For some people, love that VIP aspect.
One thing, like CJ, what you're saying, one I would say like devil's advocate conflict of interest thing is like venues that are accepting DAO funds then are creating certain parts of their club that are exclusive. And so like, you know, just kind of like thinking about that, where yes, you can access the club, but you can't access this little part. So I don't know that it, I think it is, like, in my opinion, I think that's acceptable to have that. But I think that venues that are looking to, I don't know, it's just something to be aware of. You know, that might be something that comes up if you're a club owner and you accept DAO funds, then can people still, you know, should they be able to access the entire area of your club? Yeah, just some food for thought. Spotty?
Yeah, I think you both had a lot of good points, and I love the idea of like claim a wearable and then you can go in, or you have to have, like for me, for example, you have to have my music NFT in order to get in, and then you unlock a wearable, something like that. And then another thing I think is really interesting is to think about like what it could mean for partnerships, so like it could be like between the Dollhouse and Seed or something like that, or like maybe even like something totally different, like an amusement park. Maybe it could be a way to build bridges between different landowners, because I could ask somebody like, hey, could I customize your roller coaster, make it Spotified, to like make the spotty version of your roller coaster, and the only people that can go on there is the people that have my NFT, something like that. And I'm going to throw an event and throw a party to celebrate the partnership, and I'll have a portal so you can go straight to the roller coaster, in the middle of my show. So I mean that's just a random example, but like it could be an interaction between you and somebody else as well.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I think also I've seen token gating really be useful, like in educational content. There's, you know, the school in Decentraland that is like holding class on a regular basis, and you can't get in. I know that because I went and I stood at the door and I tried to get in and I couldn't because it's token gated. So I could see that also being really valuable for like anybody that wants to, I guess, like share their whatever their information is. Like Spotty, you could do one-on-one lessons, you know, with Spotty Wi-Fi, but in order to get into that lesson, you have to have the token gated, you know, NFT. And so I think that there's a lot of utility for token gating. I mean, really, we expect to be able to go everywhere in Decentraland, and for a big part, there's a lot of public land, but I don't know, like it's always weird. It was always weird when I would randomly see people come on my land, because in my head I'm like, this is, like, this is my land. Like, I don't know, there's like this weird thing between public land and private land, and so I don't know. Yeah, token gating, it just kind of lets you control your situation more. I know events that I've worked at, like Absolute Vodka, there were like the behind the bar was token gated so that nobody could get back there. Actually, I don't know. Yeah, I'll just say it was token gated. But that way the only people that could run the bar were the people that were supposed to be running the bar. So very cool possibilities with all of that. And if anybody else has other ways that they see utility with it, please, feel free to speak. I also see TK, you came up a while ago, and welcome. We've gone on to probably many different subjects since then, but is there anything that you'd like to touch on that we've talked about?
Nothing in particular, but guys, I just wanted to hop in and say that I love this community. I've been here, like, let's say I've been at Decentraland for 2 years now, but then I didn't start building until like a few months back. And recently we came up with a variable that is, let's say, not just in Decentraland, but available in a physical store as well. So that was just one of the things we were trying out. Though I had a couple of doubts for anyone who'd like to answer. Yeah, like the thing is, I wanted to know: is there a way to find out, like, let's say someone buys my wearable from the Decentraland marketplace, so we know that the wallet address is available, and if that person has not mentioned their Twitter profile, is there a way where I can reach out to that person and just drop in a thank you note for purchasing my wearable? Like, I mean, is that a possibility? Also, I wanted to know that, like, if I create a wearable for some other platform, let's say Ready Player Me, and I want to export it down to Decentraland, is it like how Ready Player Me has different set of like requirements, and Decentraland has different requirements? So I just wanted to understand that what would be the process here.
Well, Decentraland has very, very specific guidelines when it comes to making wearables, and depending on what part of the body you put it on, like a jacket, it's going to have a certain amount of triangles that it has to meet that requirement, or it won't be approved. You can, put it through the publishing process, but that's what the committee members look for. And so you would have to, I'm not sure, I'm not familiar with Ready Player Me. I kind of stick to just things that are made it, individual by creators, but you would have to look at, does it meet the requirements? You might, and CK, you're a wearable creator. You might know better than I do, or anyone else. You might have to make modifications to make sure that it's going to work for you. So hopefully that answers your question. And then, is there a good way to communicate with people but via their wallet address? So if I understand you correctly, if somebody bought your stuff, you want to get in touch with them and contact them. You can look at who's bought your items and then click on their profile. In Decentraland, it does give us the opportunity to leave information. Like, I have my Twitter profile on mine and my Discord. But if somebody hasn't like manually done that, then to my knowledge, there's no way to get in touch with them. If anybody else, I'm just like trying to think as I'm going. I don't think there is.
Sometimes if it's a minted name, you could just go to Twitter and type the minted name, and they'll pop up like Nikki Fuego, Zom, Mana Daiquiri. Yeah, like a lot of us in the community do use our names to as like kind of like our pseudo names or pseudo selves or virtual selves on Twitter. So yeah, there's that. I mean, and also another way, which is like the way that I personally do it which is like hang out in world, come to parties, and if you see someone that bought your wearable, like give them a shout out in the general chat, or yeah.
You know, to add on to that, you guys can
Um,
actually go find the wallet address on Etherscan and personally message that wallet over Etherscan if they purchase your stuff. So all you need is their wallet address. Go to Etherscan on the three dots in the right corner. It'll ask you. It'll say contact. This is huge. This has been on Etherscan for a long time. I just wanted to pop up. Sorry, my daughter's going nuts. Shout out to all the DCL fam in the building. What's up, guys? Hope y'all having a good one.
Etherscan, what's up?
What's good?
Yeah, Fearless had popped in a little earlier. They made the call to action that you're looking for some developers. I'm gonna see if I can connect you with Madamus down in the speaker and the listeners panel. So he's a great developer in Decentraland. He's the one that developed the current build that we're sitting in, which is like the CBD 1 year anniversary scene. It's got a lot of cool things, so yeah, I would like to connect you with them.
Yo, big love, big love. I'm bullish on all creators and game devs right now. I've got a whole bunch going on today, so my apologies. I can't kind of slow down. I got to do dishes. I got my kids screaming. You know, I got a whole bunch to do today, guys. But this is the joy of being in this space and being a dad. It doesn't stop. It keeps going.
I know how you feel. uh, Respect, mad respect for those that are managing so many things at once. It can be so much fun, and it can also be a little frustrating. But at the end of the day, it's all love.
Always, always.
Yo, just letting everybody know, pull up the True Band Room, True Energy, 27 minus 118. Mr. Swee's about to light up the stage, so pull up, come hang out. And this is a perfect opportunity for everybody if you've never seen a live performance, come see Mr. Sweet. Always lights the stage up. Amazing performer at the True Band Room, which is where a lot of us performers got our start at. So just encouraging everybody to come into the metaverse. If you go to True on it's Rock with Trues on Twitter. It's True with a U, TRU. You can find usually there's a lot of links you can click on from your laptop that'll take you directly to the parcel or to the virtual nightclub that we're standing in. And you see a live performance, and you never know, you might get a shout out if you just interact in the chat box. So come through, come hang out, and love to see you guys all here. I always come here on Wednesdays and vibe out with Sweet. Let's go.
Yes, I guess. Well, before I make this comment, are there any more questions that anyone would like to ask? If not, perhaps maybe we can just start winding down the room and head on over to the True Band Room.
My kids have settled. I just want to say thanks to everybody. And yeah, Sinful, I really appreciate you, man. I love coming to these spaces. Shout out for Fearless, putting up our tweets in the space. I really appreciate that. It gets busy here being a dad, but it's constant fun. So I hope everyone has a good rest of their day. Pushes that PLP. Do me a favor, make somebody else smile. Tell me how you feel today. Take it easy, guys.
Take care, Ether Scum. Happy to have you here today. And yeah, Fearless is fam. I see you.
Hey guys, I'll go ahead and swing over there for a bit.
Coming over to True, let's go.
Yep, I'll be there.
And I guess since there haven't been any more questions, I'll start it off with you, Fearless. Any final thoughts?
No, that's about it. Just wanted to come hang out, just doing stuff around the house, and just hanging out with my family,
Let's go. Well, then I will see you at True, and thank you for being here today. TK, any final thoughts?
Oh man, I just wanted to express my gratitude to you guys because the amount of love I've been receiving on Decentraland is just crazy, and you guys are just amazing. Yeah, built a beautiful community here. More power to you guys. Also a huge shout out to CJ Tracks. Like he was the first live event I attended, and it was so lit. I totally loved it. Yo, CJ, much love, man.
Yo, TK. Oh my God. Wait, are you TK Adelaide on the game in Decentraland?
No, it's TK Sam.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if that was the other avatar that you walk around as. No, man. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. Like I said, I just wanted to. I always try to make it a fun experience, and the live aspect is really, really, really dope. So, thanks for the love, man. I appreciate that. I hope to see you at more shows.
CJ do be out here.
No,
CJ,
uh,
final thoughts?
no, man. I came into the space today saying I was gonna chime in for a quick minute, like, and then ended up in here with you guys for like 5 hours straight. It just like the time zoomed by. It's just been a lot of fun, a lot of insights today. I'm gonna really like, I got to put more action behind, videos of me speaking about Decentraland like in video form. I do it little by little, but I want to do more of it, and I think that you watch those videos of other people talking about crypto charts and all that shit like that. We need that happening with people updating people constantly on like what's happening here. There's no like I don't want to say TMZ, but there's no like constant updates of all the cool shit that happens every month in here. So I'm gonna work on doing more of that. And yeah, man, pull up to the True Banner, man. We're gonna have a good time.
Thank you, CJ. It all started with I'm just gonna chime in, and then 5 hours later, here we are, huh? Happy to have you here, and thank you for sharing your insight and knowledge. Let's see. CK Bubbles.
Um,
Any final thoughts?
yeah, just thank you, everybody. I love you all. I have such a great time hanging out, collaborating, and doing many things together. I hope you guys keep doing that. Reach out if you have any questions about anything, anytime. Appreciate you all. Thanks.
Thank you, CK. And pass it to Seed. Final thoughts? If there are none, then I will express the final thoughts. Make sure to check out Seed, June 30th at 9 p.m. Eastern. Uh, DJ Mr. Bones will be performing. Thank you. And Spotty Wi-Fi. Final thoughts? Comments? Concerns?
Just shout out to everybody that's tuned in, everybody that's been speaking. Simple, great host as always, and thank you for everything you do. Much love to, and thanks for everybody that was helping me get some great information today. Appreciate it.
For sure, and I did connect you with that one individual in the on Discord. So yeah, there's that waiting for you whenever you get a chance. Take care, Spotty. And let's see, Canessa.
Yeah, just everybody have a good week. Remember, the Stars Block Party is this Saturday, I believe. I believe it's going to start around 3 o'clock. I'm like, okay, Eastern, Eastern time. Just keep your eyes open for those posts. It's just a friendly neighborhood barbecue and lots of cool live music. So I guess I should explain that each venue has a different thing going on, and so you just hop from place to place, and there might be some cool behind the scenes like magic wizardry, because Madamus is like Harry Potter when it comes to like magical coding, and so I have a feeling you'll like what he's doing because he's freaking amazing. So thank you everybody for spending 6 hours of your life with us, and be safe, and we'll see you next week.
Yes, yes. And also make sure to get some meals in. I definitely had to get a meal in while I was hosting this space. Oh man, 6 hours is a long time. Thank you everyone for your time. Your very, very, very valuable time. Thank you for to those that came up and shared their knowledge, their insights, and big shout out to everyone that's listening right now. you know, these spaces wouldn't be, listeners and speakers, these spaces wouldn't be anything without you. It would be Canessa and I probably talking back and forth to each other like for 1 hour and being like, okay, let's close. But yes, thank you very much, everyone. Yeah, let's head on over to Seed at the True Band Room. Coordinates 28 comma negative 118. Make sure to check out Dollhouse tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. They will be hosting their weekly Wag Me Wednesday. And yeah, everyone just act natural. Uh, let's keep building. Let's keep pushing, and we'll see you all next week. Love.